Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Hollow Lys, Bonus. The garrison of Lys main harbour finally spotted the massive fleet approaching in the dead of night. A shrill horn blast tore through the silence, echoing across the entire main island in an instant. But the alarm came too late. As the fleet emerged like ghosts from the misty waters near the harbour, the defenders' morale completely crumbled. Though some men instinctively tried to resist, sounding their horns, most had already thrown down their weapons and fled in panic. Seeing this, Quen ordered his soldiers to disembark. Leading from the front, he stepped onto the main island himself. His elite troops followed swiftly, crushing the scattered resistance in the port district and securing the docks. Then, like a flood bursting through a dam, the army poured along the winding streets toward the heart of the city, toward the white palace that stood upon the hill. The heavy thud of marching boots, the clang of armor, the shouts of soldiers, and the short, sharp screams of the dying shattered Lys's peaceful night. Countless Lysans awoke in terror. Peering through cracks in their shutters, they saw only waves of heavily armed, fierce-faced strangers flooding the streets. They pulled back at once, bolting their doors and trembling in the dark. Within the Magister's council chamber, First Magister Lysano Han struggled to keep his weary mind clear as he read the latest reports on the movements of the mercenary companies by dim candlelight. Each new dispatch deepened his anxiety. He prayed those sellswords loyal only to gold dragons would reach the disputed lands faster, much faster. To protect the wealthy estates inland from plunder, he had deployed Draco's hastily assembled force of 25,000 slave soldiers around the outpost towers and along the main roads leading into the heartlands. Just then, faint commotion drifted from the city below. At first it was a distant murmur, then the clang of steel, and soon clear, rising cries of battle. Lysano shot to his feet, his face draining of color. A slave guard stumbled into the council chamber, nearly falling as he gasped out his words, voice trembling with fear. "Lord! It's terrible! The Easterners' army, they've broken through!" Lysano's vision swam, stars flashed before his eyes as his knees nearly buckled. The Easterners! Weren't they still in the disputed lands? Weren't they facing off at the outpost tower? How could they possibly be in Lys? A wave of disbelief and dread crashed over him. But cold reality drowned it all. The sounds of fighting were drawing closer to the Magister's palace itself. No matter how the enemy had come or how many there were, the empty, unguarded city of Lys was defenseless. How many of them? Lysano's voice was dry and trembling. So many. They're everywhere, they're almost at the palace gates, the soldier sobbed. Lysano took a deep breath, forcing down the panic and dizziness clawing at his chest. It's over. Lys is finished. The slave armies were far away in the disputed lands, too far to help. He drew the ornate sword from his waist, its blade gleaming coldly in the candlelight. "Follow me," he barked to the handful of loyal guards still beside him, his voice filled with grim resolve. He had served as Lys's first Magister for many years. Facing the enemy, the worst that awaited him was death. At least he knew every hidden passage, every secret door in this city. Through the garden passage. Break out! As long as we live, there's still hope for Lys. The palace gardens were a wreck. Lysano and his guards cut down 2 isolated enemy soldiers and slipped into a narrow, shadowy alley. Hope was closed. Just beyond this alley lay the relative safety of the old city. But as he reached the mouth of the alley, he froze. In the glow of nearby flames stood a figure that made his heart sink. Draco, a member of the Magister's council, was there, his throat pressed against the cold edge of a soldier's blade. Terror was etched plainly across his face. The moment Draco's gaze met Lysano's in the darkness, he seized the chance like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline and shrieked, "It's him! Catch him! That's Magister Lysano Han! Don't let him escape!" Lysano's heart sank into an abyss. Fury and betrayal surged through him, threatening to consume him whole. Without hesitation, he spun around and fled desperately into the depths of the alley. But the heavy footsteps behind him clung like a curse. 2 elite soldiers were close on his trail. Old and frail, Lysano could never outrun these wolf-like warriors. Exhaustion overtook him quickly, he was thrown violently to the ground. Cold earth filled his mouth and nose, while his sword slipped from his grasp, screeching across the stone pavement. As the first sickly pale light of dawn pierced the eastern horizon, the battle cries of Lys finally faded. Only scattered sobs and the triumphant shouts of the victors remained. The acrid stench of smoke and blood hung thick in the air above the city. Quen sat in the grand, empty main hall of the Magister's Council Palace, occupying the ornate, high-backed chair once used by Lysano, its seat draped in fine silk. His gaze swept over the 3 prisoners forced to kneel in the center of the hall. First Magister Lysano, mortal with anger and humiliation carved into his face, and Draco, trembling like a leaf. The defenses of Lys were more fragile than he had imagined, weaker even than the fortresses of Tyrosh. This was no illusion. Since the dissolution of the Triarchy, the 3 free cities had completely abandoned militarization. Warfare depended entirely on mercenaries, and city order was maintained by slave soldiers without honor or courage. When true elite warriors charged with killing intent, those slave soldiers could not even muster proper resistance. A single fierce glare was enough to make them collapse to the ground. Quen regarded the 3 men coldly, his voice echoing through the hall. "Where is Trigger or Mullen?" Draco, seizing at hope like a man grasping for air, hurriedly blurted out, "Your Grace, Trigger must have fled amidst the chaos." Jelena glanced at Quen and shook her head slightly. With the city defences in disarray and the port fallen, he likely escaped by boat. Quen nodded. A stray dog like him was of little concern for now. He turned back to Lysano, a cold smile tugging at his lips. "Lord Lysano, it's been a while. I recall seeing the envoy you sent to my coronation." Lysano lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. "Easterner, I have nothing to say now that I've fallen into your hands, but I never imagined my own Magister's Council would harbor such a traitor." His furious gaze locked on Draco. Draco flinched under that glare but shrieked in return, "Lysano, this is all your fault. You conscripted so many slaves, ruining countless businesses. My family's cotton fields and perfume workshops lost their laborers, thousands upon thousands of golden dragons lost every season. Who will repay me? Whoever holds the title of Magister doesn't matter to me, but I won't lose a single golden dragon." Lysano looked at the petty man before him, someone who placed personal profit above the survival of the entire city-state. His chest heaved with rage and sorrow. The Magisters of Lys had fallen this far. Enough! Quen's icy voice sliced through the room, cutting off the ugly squabble. "End this pointless argument. Now, escort the 3 Magisters on their way." Draco collapsed instantly, wailing like a slaughtered pig. "Your Grace, mercy! I swear my loyalty. I'll give you all my wealth. Spare me, I beg you." Quen's expression didn't change. "Because you betrayed your own comrades, I should trust your loyalty? Tomorrow, would you not sell my head to the next highest bidder for the same price?" Draco froze. The light in his eyes went out, leaving only the dull emptiness of despair. Quen raised his hand slightly. The soldier beside him stepped forward, face expressionless, and swung his blade. A cold gleam flashed. 3 once noble heads rolled onto the smooth obsidian floor, their faces frozen in shock, fury, and hopelessness. Blood spread quickly across the polished stone. Quen looked down at the severed heads and spoke in a low, cold voice. "Preserve them with salt and lime. Send them to the disputed lands. Let those mercenaries still on their way see clearly what has become of the masters who hired them. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Catelyn's Miscarriage. The port of King's Landing reeked of mud and salted fish carried by the sea breeze. Lord Eddard Stark, weary and drawn, was bidding his final farewell to the hand of the king, Lord Jonaran. The long voyage to Tyrosh had been a draining nightmare. He had spent nearly half a year there, departing in 294 AC and returning with half of 295 already gone. On his first day back in King's Landing, Eddard received a letter from Maester Luwin, sent half a month earlier. Luwin wrote that Catelyn was in good health but nearing her time, and urged him to return to the north before the birth. The message made Eddard's heart soar across mountains and rivers, all the way to the grey stone halls of his home in the north. Eager to conclude his duties, he went to report to King Robert about the truce and the disposition of the noble prisoners. Yet Robert seemed distracted until Eddard mentioned the fate of the Targaryen siblings. When he learned that Eddard had spared them, Robert's fury exploded. He slammed his fist on the table, cursing with words Eddard had never heard from him before, accusing him of betrayal and weakness. Eddard endured the outburst in silence, his heart heavy with sorrow. He knew that his bond with Robert ran deep, forged in war and friendship stronger than steel. But even so, this wasn't the first time they had clashed. Years ago, when Tywin Lannister allowed the Mountain to butcher Princess Elia Martell and her children, Eddard had called it monstrous. Robert, however, insisted that their deaths were justice. That disagreement had driven Eddard to leave King's Landing in anger, marching alone to Storm's End to support Stannis. And now, once again, they stood divided, honor and hatred tearing them apart. Eddard held to honor, believing that even the descendants of those who murdered his father and brother deserved mercy. Robert only sneered, mocking his honor as the soft-heartedness of a woman who drank too much wolf's milk. Eddard could no longer bear the argument. He had no wish to stay another moment. The northern lords had already spent too long in Tyrosh's damp, dark dungeons, and their hearts ached for home. By dawn the next day, he boarded the ships bound for the north, bringing with him all the freed northern lords. On the eve of departure, he asked Grand Maester Pycelle to send ravens to Winterfell to reassure Catelyn and the children of his safety, and to inform the northern houses that their captured lords were returning home. When he reached the part of the letter concerning Domric's death in foreign lands, Eddard hesitated. He didn't know how Roose Bolton would take the news. But what was done could not be undone. In the end, he could only record the grim truth plainly, without comfort or embellishment. At the docks, the northern lords stood silently behind him. Eddard turned to Jonaran, hesitated, and asked, "Lord Hand. Lord Stannis, did he not come?" He had expected Stannis to see him off, perhaps to say a few parting words. Jonaran's sharp, wise eyes studied him. "Ned, is there something you wish to say?" He had noticed the hesitation in Eddard's tone. Eddard opened his mouth, and for a moment, Stannis's warning about Renly's reckless plan almost slipped out. But he forced himself to swallow the words. Stannis was still in King's Landing. Surely, he was already acting. Perhaps his absence meant he was trying to talk Renly out of that foolish idea. If Renly abandoned his ambitions, the two great powers, the Tyrells and the Lannisters, would not clash head-on, and the realm might yet hold together. If Eddard brought the matter to the hand now, it could disrupt Stannis's efforts or even place him in danger. Stannis was stern, unyielding, a man bound by law and duty. He would know what must be done. Eddard comforted himself with the thought, forcing a small smile. "No, nothing, Lord Hand. Just saying farewell. I must return to Winterfell." Jonaran nodded, a gentle smile softening his features. "Ned, after Catelyn delivers, remember to send a raven with the good news as soon as you can." "I will, Lord Hand." Eddard gave his solemn promise, then turned and stepped onto the swaying deck. The sails unfurled, ropes were released, and the ship drifted slowly away from the foul-smelling harbour of King's Landing, heavy with intrigue and decay. The voyage north was calm, eerily so, almost suffocating in its stillness. Following the coastline, the ship sailed for half a month before finally anchoring beneath the grey walls of White Harbour. Eddard politely declined Lord Manderley's lavish feast and urged his men to continue the journey without delay. When at last the familiar, ancient silhouette of Winterfell appeared on the horizon, more than a month had passed since he'd left King's Landing. The biting northern wind rushed to greet him like an old friend, carrying the sharp scent of pine, frost, and home. He drew in a deep breath. The cold air stung his nostrils but brought with it a piercing, almost painful clarity. He rode through the town of Winterfell and passed beneath the great southern gate. But as his horse's hooves struck the training yard beside the main keep, he was not met by the warm sight of his wife and children. Instead, he found Steward Vayenpool, Maester Luwin, and Sir Roderick Castle waiting, their faces grave and heavy as iron. A sudden chill seized his heart at the absence of his family. He nearly fell from his horse, his voice trembling before he even realized it. Catelyn. Did she deliver? The child, are they both well? Vayenpool and Maester Luwin exchanged a somber glance. At last, the old maester stepped forward, his voice low and full of sorrow. My lord, the lady, suffered a miscarriage yesterday. She's resting now, with the children by her side. Eddard felt as though the ground beneath him had given way, an icy void swallowing him whole. He stumbled into the keep, rushing down the familiar corridors toward Catelyn's chambers. When he pushed open the door, the sight that met him tore through his heart. Robb, Sansa, Arya, and Bran stood gathered around the bed, their faces pale with grief and confusion. Catelyn lay among thick furs, her skin as white as snow, her lips drained of all color. At the sight of her husband, tears welled in her dry eyes, spilling down her thin cheeks in great, trembling drops. Ned, you're finally back. Her voice was weak, barely more than a whisper. Eddard's tears broke free, hot drops falling onto her cold, fragile hand. He knelt beside her bed, took her hand in both of his, and pressed it to his weathered face. Catelyn. I'm sorry. I came back too late, far too late. His voice cracked, thick with anguish. Catelyn shook her head weakly, tears soaking into the pillow beneath her. No, Ned, it's enough that you're back. I thought I'd never see you again. You were in the south, for so long. I was so afraid. She drew a shallow, trembling breath, her eyes filled with unbearable pain and loss. Do you know? I had already chosen a name for this child. If it were a boy, he would be called Rickon. Unable to bear it any longer, Catelyn broke down completely, her body shaking with sobs as grief overwhelmed her. At that moment, Maester Luwin entered quietly, his face heavy with concern. My lord, the lady is extremely weak and requires absolute rest. Eddard jolted upright, forcing down the turmoil twisting inside him. He leaned down and pressed a kiss filled with remorse and tenderness onto Catelyn's hand. My lady, rest well. I'll be right outside. He rose to his feet, gave Robb's tense shoulder a firm pat, then kissed Sansa, Arya, and Bran each on the forehead before gently leading the children out of the room. When the door closed softly behind them, muffling the sound of Catelyn's restrained sobs, Maester Luwin led Eddard across the covered walkway toward the armory. A bitter wind howled through the stone windows, cutting straight to the bone. The maester's voice was low, barely above a whisper. My lord, I examined the food remnants the lady consumed. She was poisoned. Eddard froze, every muscle in his body tightening. A surge of furious heat shot up through him, and his eyes burned red. Who? Have you found who did this? Maester Luwin shook his head heavily, his face etched with frustration and guilt. The poisoner was exceptionally cunning. Nearly all traces have been erased. The lady consumed food laced with venom and suffered a sudden hemorrhage yesterday. If not for her strong constitution and unyielding will, she might not have. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Eddard's fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. Whatever it took, he would find the one responsible. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Eddard noticed a solitary figure at the edge of the training yard. Jon Snow sat alone on the cold stone steps, his back turned to the keep, his thin shoulders trembling slightly as though the weight of the entire world pressed down upon him. Jon. Eddard's heart sank. Maester Luwin sighed deeply, his face filled with quiet sorrow. The lady has been shattered by the loss, my lord. Her grief has made her cruel. When Jon went to see her, she drove him out. He hesitated, reluctant to say more. Eddard's voice turned cold. Speak, Maester Luwin. The maester lowered his gaze. The lady lost control of herself. She screamed at Jon, accusing him of poisoning her, of killing her unborn child. Eddard felt his throat tighten, a bitter ache rising within him until it was hard to breathe. Because of his promise to Lyanna, Jon had been brought to Winterfell as his bastard son, a wound that had never healed in Catelyn's heart. She had never hidden her coldness or resentment toward the boy, seeing him as a shadow over her children's inheritance. Now, stricken with grief, all that long-suppressed bitterness had erupted at once. Eddard looked toward the corner where the boy sat young, alone, and condemned by those who should have loved him most. Then he turned his gaze to the closed door behind him, and finally out toward the leaden northern sky beyond the window, stretching endlessly into the cold. He had finally returned to Winterfell, the home that haunted his dreams. But what awaited him here was a chill deeper than any southern intrigue and a pain harsher than any storm at sea. The winter wind had never cut so deep. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Undercurrents. What did you say? Lord Eddard has already left King's Landing. Renly sat behind his desk, his expression frozen in disbelief. His attendant, Loras Tyrell, frowned slightly. It's true. He departed this morning, with the hand of the king seeing him off, along with the northern lords. Renly's fist slammed against the wooden desk, anger flashing across his face. Damn it! Why didn't we hear of this sooner? Yesterday, Lord Eddard Stark and King Robert had quarrelled fiercely, parting on bitter terms. Renly had planned to visit Eddard today to confirm whether Margaery truly resembled Lyanna Stark. He hadn't expected Eddard to leave so suddenly. Loras tried to reassure him. Perhaps the argument between His Grace and Lord Eddard drove him to depart early. Renly considered it. That might have been part of it. Yet as a member of the King's Council and someone who maintained decent relations with Eddard Stark, why hadn't Eddard confided in him the night before? Then Renly recalled the look Eddard had given him upon returning to King's Landing with the captured nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. There had been something deliberate in that glance, something unspoken. Had Eddard discovered something? Impossible. Renly mentally reviewed every step of his plan. No one beyond himself and House Tyrell should have known. Still, he needed to think carefully about how to re-establish contact with Eddard Stark. Loras, ever confident in his sister's charms, offered a suggestion. Why not let Margaery enter the royal court directly to serve His Grace? With her beauty and grace, she could easily win his favor. Renly shook his head. No, it's too soon. Margaery hasn't even had her first moon blood. Sending her now would only invite that serpent of a queen's malice. He turned to Loras. This cannot be rushed. Margaery is still growing, and the Lannister woman grows more arrogant by the day. My brother, he's already grown tired of those fair-haired, blue-eyed creatures. Just give me more time. Renly's eyes gleamed with quiet confidence, a faint smile playing at his lips. Loras met his gaze, his own eyes full of unspoken warmth and allure. The air between them thickened with something tender, dangerous, and electric. Deep within the secret passages of the Red Keep, the air was damp and heavy. The only sound was the crackling of torches breaking the silence. Varys held a torch aloft, dressed in rough spun fabric, disguised as a plain and unremarkable woman. Beside him stood Illyrio Mopatis, Magister of Pentos, who had crossed the narrow sea to meet him. My old friend, Illyrio said gravely, you've fallen into that Easterner's hands after all. Gone was his usual smugness, his face was serious as he looked at Varys. Varys, that Easterner doesn't play by any rule known to man. The inheritance of the 7 kingdoms was laid before him, yet he refused it. The princess's beauty is blessed by the gods themselves, and still he showed no interest. Tell me, could it be that the Easterner simply doesn't care for women? Varys looked at his companion, exasperated. Gods, when had Illyrio grown so slow-witted? Enough with these absurd guesses. If he truly had no interest in women, he might at least have agreed to our offer for the prince's sake, young, handsome as he is. But no. He cannot be swayed by temptation or force. And tell me, Varys added, his tone carrying a faint, cutting amusement, I hear you even considered using a dragon egg to change his mind. A flicker of irritation crossed Illyrio's face. I swear, I lost my senses for a moment. But as soon as I left Tyrosh, I realized my mistake. That Easterner is insatiable and utterly without honor. If I'd truly handed over the dragon egg, I'd likely be returning to you empty-handed. Varys's voice was low and rough. Good. You understand now. If that Easterner truly possesses a dragon, he may also know how to hatch dragon eggs and command the beasts. We cannot afford to let him have one. It would only bring disaster. Illyrio nodded, then frowned. But does he truly have a dragon? The prince told me there was no sign of one when Tyrosh fell, and your little birds reported the same. Varys's expression darkened slightly. I can't say for certain. Apart from those defeated Westerosi nobles, no one has seen a dragon. Still, I'd rather believe he has one because that means young Griffin's chances will be better. A knowing smile tugged at Illyrio's lips. You still haven't forgotten my plan. And admitted it's sound. The key is to have the Easterner marry the princess. Once she becomes his queen, we'll finally uncover who that man truly is. Varys sighed. Don't be so confident. We're not the only ones scheming in Westeros. Illyrio raised an oiled eyebrow and smoothed his gleaming mustache. Oh? You've heard something important? Varys nodded, his eyes shadowed. His Grace's brother, Lord Renly, and House Tyrell have been restless. It seems they're moving pieces we know nothing about. Illyrio's brow furrowed. Do you have any leads? Not yet, Varys said. Renly is cautious, far too cautious. My little birds haven't overheard a single useful conversation, nor uncovered any written correspondence. But they did find something interesting. He drew a parchment from his sleeve and handed it over. The Tyrell Great Lord has been searching for a talented artist to paint his youngest daughter. This portrait was one of the rejected sketches. Illyrio's eyes lit up as he studied the image. This young lady Tyrell is quite beautiful. Varys gave him a flat look. That isn't the point, my friend. Illyrio chuckled sheepishly. Varys continued. The Tyrells' behavior is suspicious. They contributed more to the war than anyone, yet demanded nothing in return. They even paid the king's reparations in full, allowing the captured nobles to be ransomed home. What are they really after? Now, thanks to their patient maneuvering, the king plans to dismiss his brother as master of ships so that House Tyrell may claim a seat on the small council. Illyrio stroked his glossy beard thoughtfully. Perhaps they simply want a place at the council table. That's not unlikely. You know Westeros better than I do, old friend. The Tyrells have wealth, but not power. They wouldn't pass up a chance to win the king's favor. Varys sighed. If only it were that simple. And just now, I received word from the east. The Easterners are at war with Lys. Lys and Myr have offered enormous contracts, and mercenary companies are flocking to the disputed lands to fight them. Illyrio immediately understood and his expression darkened. Miles won't join that war. Before I left Pentos, I warned him repeatedly the Golden Company must stay out of the disputed lands. Varys's gaze sharpened. My dear friend, you'll sail back tonight. Watch them closely. Don't forget the Golden Company harbors several greedy and hot-headed men. I'm not certain Sir Miles Toyne can keep them in line." Illyrio frowned, recalling the troublesome rogues in the company men like Tristan Rivers. He doubted whether Miles Toyne could truly control those whose loyalty ended with their purse strings. But his confidence soon returned, and he smiled. "You worry too much. Have you forgotten? Griff is there. He serves as Miles's second-in-command, and Miles trusts him completely. Griff knows what must be done." Varys rubbed his temples, weary. "All the same, to be certain, my old friend, you should return at once." He didn't want to admit it, but he knew it to be true. Since the arrival of that Easterner, everything had fallen into chaos. Now the linchpin of their entire plan, the Targaryen siblings, were hostages in Tyrosh. And still, they could not persuade the Easterner to wed the princess. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for them. Varys watched in silence as Illyrio's figure receded into the darkness, vanishing into the depths of the passageway. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Greedy Mercenary Company. The Summer Sea, the Lys Islands. After seizing the main city of Lys, Quen left a garrison of 500 soldiers to hold it. Then he wrote to Hal on distant Bloodstone Island, ordering him to bring his forces to occupy Lys. Bloodstone lay close to the Seven Kingdoms, but with the royal fleets all but destroyed and the island itself barren and worthless compared to Lys, there was no reason for Hal to remain there. Next, Quen commanded that the warehouses of the Magisters' Council be emptied completely. Every last gold coin, bushel of grain, and weapon stored in the council's vaults was taken. The Lysane merchants did not escape punishment either. For enforcing the Magisters' Council's embargo and trade sanctions against Tyrosh, Quen tried them all and confiscated their wealth. Perfumes, wines, tapestries, and fine fabrics from shops and warehouses were loaded aboard ships by his soldiers. Of Lys's hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, 3/4 were slaves, most belonging to noble and merchant households. Quen ordered that all slaves under 30 years of age, nearly 100,000 in total, be seized. He had brought barely 100 warships himself, but the ever-generous Lysane merchants had nearly 1,000 trading vessels moored in the harbour. Those ships would carry all his spoils home. As the fleet set sail, Quen looked upon the mass of silver and gold-haired Lysane slaves crowding the decks, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Once he landed in the Seven Kingdoms, he would resettle them across the Crownlands, restore their status as free folk, and make them land-holding farmers. With targeted incentives to encourage childbirth, their numbers would grow into the millions. Then, when the first men and Andal lords one day rose in rebellion, they would have to reckon first with the descendants of Valyria. Quen and Jalen returned heavily laden, landing at Crown Town. Countless supplies and slaves were sent to Qyburn's construction sites. The sight of the Lysane slaves made Qyburn grin from ear to ear, though Quen saw immediately what he was thinking. He reminded him that experimental subjects must first come from the prisoners of the Seven Kingdoms, priority to the Westerlands, and among them, the Lannisters. The Lysane slaves, he said, were too valuable, they were to be used for breeding instead. Qyburn understood at once. He had already discovered a remarkably effective way of managing captives. By promoting the most obedient among them, he created a hierarchy of privilege and resentment, turning prisoners against one another through jealousy and betrayal. In this way, Qyburn had gathered a small army of loyal followers. Most were commoners from the Seven Kingdoms, once simple, humble folk, timid and easily cowed. But under Qyburn's system of rewards, their basest instincts were drawn to the surface. They began to oppress their fellow captives, taking pride in their cruelty. Seeing this, Qyburn rewarded them further, encouraging others to imitate them. Soon, he rooted out several secret factions among the Westerosi captives and destroyed them before they could take shape. Quen was thoroughly pleased with his methods. He then led his forces toward the outpost tower. The outpost remained calm. The severed heads of Lys's 3 magisters hung from its battlements. While Quen was away, Yik had been busy. She ordered the camp around the outpost expanded and oversaw the digging of a 30-foot deep trench lined with iron spikes near the slopes of the central highlands. The spikes proved highly effective in halting Lysane assaults. "Your Grace," she reported, "the mercenary companies and slave legions hired by the Lysans are camped 30 li southeast of the outpost tower. In addition, we've detected movements from their gathering slave legions at the Highland Fortress, more than 10,000 strong." Quen was not surprised by Mir's response. The fates of the 3 daughters were bound together. If Lys fell, Mir would surely be next. The 2 cities were destined to unite. Still, Quen found himself mildly surprised by how swiftly the Lysans had moved. "Those slave soldiers haven't broken yet, even after seeing the heads of their 3 magisters." Yik shook her head. Quen understood immediately. He guessed that Trigger Ormalan must have escaped Lys, reached the disputed lands, and managed to steady the soldiers' morale. Still, with Lys firmly under his control and Trigger possessing so few ships, there was no way he could send those forces across the summer sea to the Lys Islands. Far away in the Lysane encampment, Trigger Ormalan's face was dark with fury. He had fled Lys in panic, and upon arriving in the disputed lands, discovered that the mercenary companies hired by Lys had already gathered. He promptly called for a war council. He glared at the officers of the Lysane slave legions, his voice low but burning with suppressed rage. "Where were you when those damned Easterners struck Lys? So many of their troops slipped right under your noses, and you noticed nothing." The Lysane officers stood speechless, unable to respond. The discipline of slave soldiers was abysmal, even nighttime patrols were sparse and half-hearted. How could they possibly notice troop movements from miles away? Carson, captain of the Maiden's Men, ran a hand along the curve of his arak, his lips twisting in a mocking smile. "Magister Trigger," he said coolly, "your fine city has fallen to the Easterners. So tell me, how exactly are we to be paid for our services?" At once, the tattered prince of the Windblown, Gilo Regan of the Long Lances, and Weber of the Ragged Standard all turned their eyes toward Trigger. Under their combined gaze, Trigger's face tightened with humiliation. He forced himself to reply, "Our estates still hold some stores. If that isn't enough, then perhaps we could." Carson cut him off sharply. "Let us plunder, then. The Maiden's Men don't fight for charity. If you refuse, we're gone." Weber of the Ragged Standard added coldly, "Agreed. Sell swords, don't risk their necks for an employer who can't pay. No gold, no battle, we march away." Seeing their expressions and the greedy gleam in the other's eyes, Trigger's heart sank. "Fine," he said through clenched teeth. "When the war is over, the slaves, cattle, sheep, brocades, perfumes, all of it you may take as much as you wish." The words had barely left his mouth before regret struck him. He saw the triumphant glint in Carson's and the other's eyes. The fertile estates of Lys were bursting with riches. If he let them plunder freely, they would gain far more than any contract promised. Damn them all! Rage boiled in Trigger's chest. If not for that Easterner's surprise attack, if not for the loss of every ship, he'd be leading these mercenary companies to retake Lys itself, not wasting time assaulting some wretched outpost tower. Grinding his teeth, he asked, "Then, gentlemen, what brilliant ideas do you have for taking that outpost tower?" Gilo Regan, commander of the Long Lances, a middle-aged man with a lisping voice, spoke up. "Simple. Have your slave soldiers charge through the arrows and fill the trenches. Once they're level, our men can advance right up to the walls." Trigger's stomach turned. He wanted to cry. That night in Lys, he had been drinking himself senseless in a brothel when word came that the Easterners were attacking. He had fled in terror, barely escaping with his life to the disputed lands, only to be met with humiliation from these mercenaries at every turn. Without his city or its power, he was nothing more than a lamb before the butcher's knife in their eyes. Then the tattered prince, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "We could use what's around us, build catapults. That tower's too tall and too well built. Filling the trenches won't do a damn thing." Trigger latched onto the idea like a drowning man grabbing at a rope. He turned to the tattered prince and nodded quickly. "Yes. Yes, we'll build catapults." He couldn't afford to lose more of his slave soldiers. They were property, each one dead was a coin torn from his own purse, and perhaps, in time, the noose around his neck. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Windblown's Rebellion. Tattered Prince shot a sidelong glance at the agitated Trigger. "Myr's mercenary company is still on its way here. Shouldn't we wait for them? Building the catapults will take time, too. Why not hold off until everyone arrives?" Trigger couldn't afford to wait. Having fled Lys in disarray, he now desperately needed a decisive victory to rally all the Lys nobles. The plantation nobles and free folk of Lys were watching him closely. If he failed to secure a triumph, those nobles might well unite to eliminate him. Trigger Ormalin had been a Rys merchant noble, but his holdings, mostly shipping and shops, were concentrated across the Lys archipelago. The plantation nobles he had always scorned now eyed him with predatory intent. That was precisely why he had agreed to let the sellsword companies raid the plantations later. No need to wait. They have 10,000 troops in total. Our slave legion numbers 25,000, and your mercenary companies together at over 10,000. 30-odd thousand against 10,000, the advantage is ours. Trigger's eyes burned with vengeful fury. His greatest wish now was to storm the sentry tower and impale the Easterner's head on a spear. Carson, leader of the Maiden's Men, couldn't have cared less. He'd never taken that Easterner's army seriously. Though the Easterner had beaten Lys, Carson saw Lys's slave soldiers as little better than whores, their courage lost the moment they became slaves. If not for the sellsword company's crude incompetence at commerce, they'd have joined forces long ago to crush these fragile free cities. Enough talk. Move. Build dozens of catapults. I refuse to believe that watchtower can hold. Carson curled his lip, looking at Trigger with disdain. Trigger ground his teeth at the Maiden's Men leader and cursed the late Draco inwardly. It was that worthless fool who'd invited these unruly sellsword bands. Still, he needed them now, especially the Maiden's Men, so he forced a polite smile. "We'll begin constructing the catapults immediately," he told the sellsword leaders, who acted like lords. After the meeting, Magister Trigger hurried his officers to rally the plantation slaves to fell trees and build the engines. Days passed. Half a month later, Trigger had worked through the nights and produced 30 catapults. Half a month remained before Myr's hired company would arrive. Quen stood atop the tower, peering down through Myr's lens. Giant catapults stood arrayed across the fields, poised and ready to strike the sentry tower. Chayuk asked, "Your Grace, shall we strike first?" Quen nodded. "The time is nearly ripe. Myr's mercenaries haven't arrived yet, but the Lysane are about to attack us. Clearly, they refuse to wait any longer. They're determined to drive us out. Prepare yourselves. Tonight we launch a night raid on the Lys encampment." Night fell. A thin mist curled around the hills and trees, blurring the faint light of the stars and moon. Within the Lys allied camp, campfires flickered weakly through the fog. Slave soldiers on night watch huddled close to the flames, heavy eyelids battling exhaustion. Only the seasoned sellsword remained alert, their sharp gazes cutting into the wilderness beyond the palisades, swallowed by mist. Beneath the blue and white cross-tailed banner of the Windblown Company, the tattered prince had not removed his armor. He sat inside a simple command tent, methodically polishing the blade of his long sword with a strip of oiled cloth. His silver-grey armor shimmered faintly under the dim oil lamp. Behind him, the warrior bard Denzo Dihan murmured softly, "Lord, the night is deep. You should rest. In a few days, we'll be storming that stone tower." The tattered prince lifted his sorrowful eyes. A pity. I thought the Lysane would be more patient waiting for their reinforcements to arrive. Denzo shook his head. No. That Lys Magister lost Lys City. He's gone mad. The tent flap stirred as the interrogator known as Pretty Maris entered. Her tone carried a hint of irritation. But we can't afford to go mad, my lord. The brothers of the Windblown are whispering in camp saying our ragged king actually listens to those foolish Lysane. Denzo said bluntly, Maris, can you shut them up? Tell them we took their gold, so we'll pay with blood. Maris frowned. Gold? You saw it yourself. That ruined Lys Magister's home was looted clean. He's got nothing left but a few plantations. Denzo muttered, plundering their plantations should cover the cost. The tattered prince rose to his feet. His patchwork cloak, stitched from countless scraps of colored cloth, fell silently behind him. Beneath his mournful gaze glinted a fox-like shrewdness. Maris is right. Raid the estates? The maiden's men will raid them. The ragged standard will raid them. The long lances too. It'll turn into chaos soon enough. We can't just sit and wait for death. I have a feeling that Easterner isn't someone to provoke. Rumor has it he commands dragons and an undead legion. Every sellsword company scoffs at those tales, but look at the truth before us. Tyrosh has fallen, Lys has fallen. What clearer proof could there be of his strength? Denzo's pupils tightened. Lord, what do you propose? The tattered prince's eyes gleamed cunningly. I've decided to fight for gold, but it doesn't have to be Lysane gold. Send word to the Easterner, we'll act as his inside men, help him crush the Lysane. Once it's done, he only needs to pay us what the Lys promised. He had seen the disarray among the Lys slave soldiers, and he knew every sellsword company had its own agenda. No one could command so many ruthless men. Denzo volunteered, I'll go. I can see well in the dark. The tattered prince nodded. The watchtower. A grim tension hung in the air. Quen's dragon soul guards and elite soldiers stood fully armed, their copper-hued armor glinting under the torches. Valyrian steel blades whispered in their scabbards, yearning to be drawn and bloodied. The men silently checked their gear, only the sound of heavy breathing and the faint scrape of metal filled the hall. Then, faint commotion stirred from below the tower. A patrol soldier hurried up, escorting a burly man dressed like a sellsword. Your Grace, we've captured a sellsword who claims he wishes to negotiate with you. Quen's interest was piqued. He turned his gaze toward the man. The bound warrior bard, Denzo Dihan, showed no fear. He lifted his head proudly, meeting Quen's eyes through the ranks of armored guards. Your Grace, he declared, I am a sellsword of the Windblown. By order of our ragged king, I come to discuss a plan with you. The moment the words left his mouth, Denzo noticed the soldiers around him tense, weapons ready, brimming with killing intent. His heart sank. They were fully armed and prepared for a night raid. The tattered prince's foresight had been terrifyingly accurate. Cold sweat soaked his back. If the attack began tonight, even if the Lys camp didn't collapse, it would be devastated. Hearing the name Tattered Prince, Quen's interest grew. He remembered seeing the Windblown company recruiting in Volantis. The Tattered Prince was no stranger to him. Despite his harmless appearance, he was sly, sharp, and perceptive. In the old tales, he had once fought alongside the slave masters of Yunkai, but the moment he sensed their incompetence, he began plotting to side with Daenerys. What plan? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you won't live to see the sunrise, Quen said coldly. Sweat beaded on Denzo's forehead, but he forced his voice steady. Your Grace, our ragged king sent me here because the Magister of Lys is broke, he can't pay our wages. We wish to serve under your command. Quen smiled inwardly. So, his surprise attack on Lys had stirred quite the ripple. That escaped trigger couldn't even pay his sellsword companies. No wonder the Windblown were turning. But he still asked, then why aren't the other companies doing the same? Denzo explained, the Lys Magister promised them that once they defeat your grace, they could raid the plantations as payment. Our Ragged King believes that will only spark fighting among the sellsword groups. That's why he chose to pledge allegiance to your grace instead. Only then did Quen fully grasp the situation. Trigger truly was stumbling from one blunder to the next. Letting several mercenary bands loot the plantations meant the largest and strongest would claim the lion's share. The Maiden's men had 5,000, the Ragged Standard 3,500, the Long Lances 800 heavy cavalry. The Windblown had 2,000 but with poorer equipment, they'd lose any struggle for spoils. Quen nodded. Very well. I accept your allegiance. Once the war is over, you'll have your payment. He had already taken plenty of wealth from the Lysane. The Windblown's pay? The Lys had long since prepared that for him. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, An Alliance Within and Without. The Lys Alliance camp lay shrouded in a night as thick as ink. The earlier noise had faded, leaving only the crackle of bonfires and the muffled snores drifting from the distant slave quarters. Sellswords rotated their shifts, exhaustion etched into their faces. Soldiers from the Maiden's men and the Ragged Standard sat huddled around several fires, talking in low voices as their vigilance slowly waned. A scar-faced soldier from the Maiden's men licked his cracked lips, greed glinting in his eyes. Once this battle's over, I'm heading to those damned Lys estates to have some fun. They say Lys women have skin white and smooth as peeled eggs. I'll pick out the juiciest ones and take a few back. A sellsword from the Ragged Standard snorted, patting the money pouch on his belt. Idiot! If you're gonna take something, take gold that jingles. With that, you can buy any woman you want. Lys's white wine alone could drown you. Just imagine that taste. He smacked his lips dreamily. Just then, a group of yawning sellswords from the Windblown approached, led by a man with messy flaxen hair carrying several wineskins. Hey, lads, shift change, he called out, tossing the skins toward the men by the fire. Here, said Straw Dick, a little something to perk you up. Dick, you sly fox, where'd you get Lys wine? The scar-faced man took a wineskin, sniffed it, and laughed as he cursed. Straw Dick grinned slyly and lowered his voice. Where else? Borrowed a little interest from a nearby plantation just in advance payment. He winked, and envy flickered across the others' faces as they silently cursed themselves for not thinking of it first. They each tilted their heads back and took a few gulps. The sour bite of cheap wine slid down their throats, leaving behind a fleeting warmth. All right, just a few sips to take the edge off, Dick urged. Now get to sleep. Rest up, you'll need your strength to chop off some Easterners' heads in a few days. Leave the night to us Windblown brothers. Grumbling, the Night Watch reluctantly set down their wineskins, staggering to their feet and shuffling off toward their tents. Soon after, every sentry post in the area and several key nearby positions was quietly replaced by men of the Windblown Company. As the last figures vanished into the shadows, Dick's grin faded, replaced by an expression of cold tension. He exchanged a silent glance with the others, his hand tightening on the weapon at his waist. The night grew utterly still. Even the insects had fallen silent. Then, outside the palisade guarded by Dick and his men, from the dark green thickets veiled in mist, came the faint rustling of crushed leaves. Moments later, it was as though the darkness itself began to move. Figures emerged soundlessly from the shadows. First came the Dragon Soul Guards. Their tall, imposing forms were encased in sleek, copper-red plate armor, and the Valyrian steel longswords in their hands gleamed with an icy menace. As they advanced, their heavy iron boots struck the ground with only muted thuds, drawing closer to the camp's edge. Behind them surged Quen's elite armored infantry, their iron plating grinding softly with every step. Countless eyes gleamed blood-red in the darkness, silently converging on the defenseless camp. Dick's heart pounded so hard it felt ready to burst from his chest. Forcing down his fear, he rasped to the windblown beside him. "Listen up! Don't just stand there! Open the gates, lead them in, just like we planned." The sellswords snapped out of their stupor, fumbling but moving quickly as they cleared the pre-arranged barricades and fences, opening several paths deep into the camp. Dick drew a deep breath, pulled his scimitar free, and signaled toward the advancing copper tide before turning to lead a small team of windblown into their own camp. The mist thickened, swallowing the faint glow of the fires. Dick's grip tightened on his blade, his knuckles white. He could hear his own ragged breathing, and the men beside him were just as tense, their eyes darting between the fog and the shifting copper silhouettes. The tattered prince's orders and the promise of gold drowned out the unease that came with betrayal. They were sellswords men who lived and died for coin, nothing more. Dick led a detachment of dragon soul guards and iron-clad soldiers toward the tents of Magister Trigger, the slave officers, and the mercenary captains. Meanwhile, the rest of the dragon soul guards and iron-clad elite split into several units, striking hard at the encampments of the maiden's men, the ragged standard, and the long lances. Among them moved the windblown, their blue and white cloaks the only mark of who they truly were. "Attack!" A command as deep as a beast's roar shattered the dead silence. Woo! A piercing bugle blast ripped through the night sky, the signal from the windblown. In an instant, the silent camp erupted into chaos. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Sharp shouts rang out from all directions, filled with the terror and disbelief of those roused from sleep. The Dragon Soul Guards struck first. Copper-red armor crashed through makeshift tents as Valyrian steel swords traced icy arcs. The slave officers and sellsword captains inside didn't even have time to reach for their weapons before their throats were slit. Blood sprayed across the canvas walls, landing with dull, heavy splatters. The screams were short and desperate, quickly drowned out by the growing uproar. The Magister's tent was the next to fall, breached by several Dragon Soul Guards. Magister Trigger Ormalan jolted upright from his simple silk-covered bed, his eyes bleary, his face still twisted with anger from being roused mid-dream. "Who goes there?" His shout was cut short by the cold tip of a sword pressed against his chest. In the chaotic glow filtering through the tent flaps, he caught sight of the copper-red breastplate and the emotionless eyes behind the visor. "You!" The word died on his lips as the blade thrust mercilessly into his heart. Trigger's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief, resentment, and one last flicker of longing for the wealth of his estate before his body went limp and collapsed to the floor. On the other side of the camp, the fighting was even bloodier. The Dragon Soul Guards and iron-clad elite troops stormed into the unsuspecting sellsword quarters. The Maiden's Men's camp descended into utter chaos. Many sellswords, roused by horns and battle cries, were half-dressed or completely naked. They grabbed whatever curved blades, axes, or spears they could find and charged aimlessly through the confusion like headless flies. Flames danced, shadows flickered, and the heavy fog made friend and foe impossible to tell apart. "Slaughter them all!" A Tyrosh officer roared as he swung his sword, cutting down a Maiden's Men sellsword who had just crawled out of his tent. The man managed only a muffled grunt before collapsing. "The Easterner! And traitors from the wind-blown core!" Scarface spotted the blue and white cloak on Dick and his eyes went bloodshot with rage. Gripping his short sword, he charged at Straw Dick, who was hacking down one of his comrades. "Traitor! I'll cut you down!" Dick's face twisted into a snarl as he spun around to block. The two curved blades collided with a violent clang, sparks bursting between them. Dick shoved the scarred man back and slashed at his ribs with a backhand swing. The scarred man stumbled aside, but a spear thrust from the flank pierced his abdomen. He let out a beast-like howl of agony. In the Ragged Standard Company's camp, Captain Weber reacted faster than most. He was already in chain mail, swinging his battleaxe as he tried to rally his men. But the confusion of the night raid and the thick fog made orders impossible to carry out. His soldiers fought separately, scattered and surrounded. Gilo's long lances tried to mount their horses, but the terrified animals reared and bolted through the cramped camp, trampling their own riders and men alike. In the chaos of the night raid, the heavy cavalry's advantage vanished completely. Tattered Prince stood atop a small earthen ridge at the edge of the camp, watching coldly as the inferno raged below. Flames devoured the tents one by one. Thick smoke billowed upward, merging with the fog, spreading a sharp, acrid stench through the night air. Screams, the clash of steel, dying groans, the shrill cries of horses, the crackle of burning wood. Amid the chaos, the windblown regained formation, coordinating with the attackers. They struck their former allies from the flanks and rear, especially the maiden's men. Denzo Dihan swung his longsword, the warrior bard now shouting the windblown's battle cry as he led his brothers in cutting through enemy lines. For gold! For the tattered prince! The windblown's shouts pierced the chaos, fierce and unrelenting. The slave soldiers' camp collapsed completely. Panic spread like plague. Already stripped of fighting spirit, they lost what little will to resist in the face of the sudden onslaught and the horror of friendly blades turned against them. Some dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Others ran blindly through the smoke, trampled underfoot or cut down as they fled. More screamed as they bolted into the darkness beyond the camp, cursing their parents for not giving them two more legs to run on. Quen stood at the camp's edge, the firelight painting his copper-red armor as if it were drenched in blood. He gazed at the inferno he had set in motion, expressionless. The night wind carried the stench of blood and burning flesh straight toward him. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Stalemate. The next morning, the rising sun tore through the thin mist, revealing the bloody carnage left from the night before. Quen reined in his horse atop a gentle slope, his gaze sweeping across the ruins of the Lysane camp. Broken spears, charred tents, congealed dark red blood, and masterless horses pacing restlessly over scorched earth filled the scene before him. A smile curved Quen's lips. The previous night, with the wind-blown company of the tattered prince at his side, his ambush had gone perfectly. Lys Magister Trigger Ormalan, the Lys officers of the Slave Legion, and the leaders and core sellswords of the Maiden's Men, the Ragged Standard Company, and the Long Lances, none had survived. The thousands of captured sellswords were driven to the construction site in Crown Town for Qyburn's use. But the 25,000 dazed slave soldiers he kept for himself. They were herded aside and quickly broken up into auxiliary units, set to the hardest labor hauling, digging, and wall building. Among the spoils, the most valuable were the horses. The Maiden's Men had left behind 1,000 small, stocky dwarf horses, the Ragged Standard had about 700 more. Yet none of these impressed him. Only the nearly 2,000 heavy war horses of the Long Lances truly caught his eye. The Long Lances numbered only 800, but each man had at least 2 mounts. Unlike the small, wiry horses of the other companies, these were broad-shouldered, powerful beasts with sculpted muscles and plated armor, even eye guards fixed over their faces. These war horses were reserved for his elite 800 Dragon Soul Guards. Clad in Valyrian steel armor astride their massive steeds, man and horse seemed one, radiating a terrifying aura of strength. It wasn't that Quen didn't want every Dragon Soul Guard mounted, but the other horses simply couldn't bear their inhuman weight. And with only 2,000 Long Lance war horses in total, he limited each rider to 2 or 3 horses to preserve them as long as possible. Thus, only 800 of the guards could be mounted. The finest steeds taken from the Maiden's Men and the Ragged Standard were distributed to officers and scouts. The smaller, weaker horses were relegated to transport and supply work. Over the next month, Quen systematically absorbed Lys's wealth. Blankets, perfumes, and wine, the lifeblood of Lys's economy, all depended on the vast plantations of the disputed lands for their raw materials. Compared to Tyrosh, Lys had broader lands and lay farther south, blessed with more sunlight and heat, perfect for grapes. That was why Lys was famed for its wines, while Tyrosh was known for its pear brandy. The estates of Lys's four magisters across the disputed lands now belonged to him. He gained sprawling pastures, cotton fields, blanket workshops, perfume factories, and vineyards. After devouring the magisters' immense wealth, the lesser nobles trembled in fear, terrified they'd be next. But Quen announced that as long as they hadn't openly opposed him, he would spare them for now. It wasn't mercy that moved him, but the need to stabilize Lys. Once he had drained Lys dry, his gaze turned to Myr. From the Lysane captives, he learned of a fragile alliance between Lys and Myr. Yet the foolish Trigger, too impatient to wait for his allied sellswords, had rushed headlong at the watchtower, giving Quen the opening he needed. Had Trigger held his men behind the vineyard defences, Quen's ambush might have failed. But when word of Lys's fall reached Myr, they didn't panic or rush to avenge them. Instead, like frightened turtles, they withdrew deeper into the hard shell of their highland fortress. They scoured Myr's city and riverfront workshops and farms for slaves, driving them into the stone castle on the central highlands that guarded the vital pass. Scouts sent by Quen reported that over 10,000 soldiers had gathered inside the fortress. More troubling was their activity. By day, they poured out in full force, raising dense rows of wooden towers and earthen walls, digging a deep, seemingly bottomless moat, turning the fortress into a spiked iron hedgehog. The Lysane's crushing defeat had clearly taught them a bloody lesson. Even while overseeing the estate takeovers, Quen didn't rest. He drove his massive slave army to fell trees and assemble new catapults without pause. The old Lysane engines, along with the new ones he ordered built, were dragged onto the plain opposite the highland fortress. 30 colossal siege engines now loomed within sight of the enemy, their dark arms raised toward the sky. Slave soldiers still swarmed about, hauling timber as new catapult frames took shape amid clouds of dust. Quen made no move to attack. The high fortress stood atop the central highlands, surrounded by endless yellow grasslands scorched under the summer sun, offering no cover for a surprise assault. He resolved to fight a direct, open battle instead. His strategy was clear and ruthless. First, he ordered his slave soldiers to build a crude yet sturdy rammed earth fortress on the opposite side of the highlands, facing the enemy across the plain. Next, he dispatched cavalry units to invade and harass the heartland of Myr. Dragon Soul Guards, scouts, and riders of the Wind-Blown Company skirted the highland fortress, striking repeatedly into Myr's interior. They burned, killed, plundered, and razed farmlands and workshops, scattering slaves and setting the parched pastures ablaze. Thick smoke rose ceaselessly, day and night, behind Myr's lines. Each day, the defenders hidden deep within the fortress could see cavalry columns laden with cattle, sheep, grain, and even captives, proudly crossing the open grasslands as they returned to their rammed earth stronghold. From the thick stone walls of the highland fortress, Myr's commander, Trombo, watched it all, feeling his nerves fray like grass blades scorched by fire, ready to snap at any moment. He gripped the Myr lens tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Through the lens, he saw clearly the northeastern plains where squads of cavalry returned from their raids. They drove vast herds of cattle and sheep seized from Myr's farms, their hooves churning up dust that stretched into long, smoke-like trails across the scorched yellow horizon. Every time he saw the sight, Trombo's head throbbed painfully. It had been more than 10 days. He had received strict orders from the Myr Magister's office. If the sellsword companies had not yet reached the central highlands, they were to remain inside the castle and under no circumstances venture out. Trombo understood the Magister's fears. The swift fall of Lys had filled the Myr Magisters with dread. They did not wish to share Lys's fate. But those damned sellsword companies? They were still dragging their feet on the march. Myr had sent countless letters, urgent and pleading in tone, yet all went unanswered. Only when the Magister's office clenched its teeth and nearly doubled the commission did those greedy sellswords finally begin to move faster. Trombo lowered the heavy lens and wiped the sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. As the view cleared, the ugly rammed earth fortress a mile away and the rows of catapults before it came back into sight. Slave soldiers swarmed like ants around the engines, their skeletal frames still being assembled. He turned to his adjutant, whose face was equally ashen, his voice hoarse with suppressed rage. "Those damned sellswords, how much longer before they get here?" The adjutant's Adam's apple bobbed as he hesitated, eyes flickering aside. "Lord, according to the last scout report, perhaps, another 4 or 5 days. 4 or 5 days. Trombo drew a sharp breath, his voice cracking with despair. 4 or 5 days enough for those locust-like cavalry to strip the mere heartlands bare, leaving nothing but scorched earth. Trombo himself was a noble and estate owner of Myr. He could already smell the acrid stench of his vineyards burning, hear the anguished cries of livestock being slaughtered on his family's pastures. The foundation of his house's wealth was being consumed, piece by piece, in these cursed 4 or 5 days. The crushing weight of it all made him dizzy, and he had to steady himself against the cold, rough stone of the parapet. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Discordant Mercenary Company. Day after day passed. The tormenting wait finally came to an end. 4 days later, the first sellsword company's banner appeared on the horizon beyond the highland fortress, 4 glowing arrows splitting apart 4 crows. The Storm Crows. Trombo's heart sank. The Storm Crows were fierce fighters, but only 500 strong, a mere drop in the ocean against the Easterners. Soon after came the Second Sons, led by Marrow, the Titan's bastard, their numbers about the same as the Storm Crows. It wasn't until the 5th day, when the blazing red banner of the bright banners and the black iron crest of the iron shields appeared on the horizon, vast, thunderous columns rolling forward in a storm of dust that blotted out the sky, that Trombo finally let out the heavy breath he had been holding for days. The bright banners brought 5,000 men, and the iron shields a full 7,000. Now these were companies that could truly sway a battle. The fortress gates opened, and the sellsword leaders were led up to the ramparts. Trombo forced down his irritation and impatience as he stepped forward to greet them. Koff, the commander of the bright banners, was clad in brilliant crimson plate armor. He strode forward with an air of arrogance, his gaze sweeping over Trombo with undisguised contempt. "Commander of Myr. Where's that audacious eastern rat, the one bold enough to run wild in the lands of the free cities? Which hole is he hiding in now?" Trombo's expression stiffened. He swallowed his anger, about to speak, when another voice interrupted sharply. Goer, commander of the Iron Shields, was built like a tower of iron. Encased in heavy plate, he walked to the parapet, raised a thick finger, and pointed toward the siege engines across the field. "Look at those damn things! I don't want to wake up tomorrow to find myself and my men smashed into pulp. Those wooden monsters need to be torn down now." Then came an unexpected sound, a deep, rhythmic thunder of hooves approaching fast. From the northeastern plain, a cavalry troop of about 100 riders galloped toward the fortress. They wore dark, polished armor, their war horses sheathed in gleaming barding that flashed under the sunlight. The heavy cavalry drove before them a panicked herd of cattle and sheep, far outnumbering their own ranks. "Ha! Mirage!" Marrow, commander of the Second Sons, burst into mocking laughter. Leaning lazily against the battlements, he stroked his red gold beard and gave Trombo a taunting look. "Look at you soft fools! Letting them stroll through your farms like it's their own backyard? Can't even guard your livestock? Ha!" His laughter echoed along the ramparts, thick with smug delight. Trombo's face flushed crimson. Shame, fury, and humiliation tangled within him, choking his breath as he glared at the strutting heavy cavalry below. "Wait!" A voice with a lilting Tyroji accent cut in, smooth yet teasing. Dario Naharis, one of the 3 commanders of the Storm Crows, had appeared at the parapet without anyone noticing. He wore no armor, only a brightly colored, flamboyant coat. One hand idly caressed the ornate dagger at his hip, but his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were locked on the cavalry's equipment and harnesses. These heavy cavalry, their armor and horse gear, look familiar. Aren't those from the long lances? Every gaze turned toward the returning dragon soul guards. The arrogance froze on Marrow's face, then gave way to stunned disbelief. He whipped around to face Trombo. So these heavy cavalrymen's horses and equipment were all looted from the long lances? Damn it, does that mean the rumors are true? That eastern bastard really conquered Lys, annihilating the maiden's men, the ragged standard, and the long lances entirely. He fixed Trombo with a piercing stare. The long lance's heavy cavalry enjoyed legendary renown among the free cities, and the shockwaves from their annihilation were beyond imagination. Trombo, however, felt a faint sense of relief. His greatest fear had been that these arrogant sellsword companies would underestimate Quen's strength. He nodded quickly, his tone grave. Yes, Captain Marrow. The Easterner is cunning and ruthless, and his soldiers are the cream of the crop, especially those heavy cavalrymen who seized the long lance's war horses. Our current situation is dire. Not only do they outnumber us, but they also possess numerous catapults and highly mobile cavalry units wreaking havoc in our rear. We must devise a foolproof strategy immediately to break this stalemate. Koff snorted arrogantly. Humph! What's there to strategize? Our numbers match theirs. Right here, on this open field, we'll deploy our forces with honor and courage, crushing them with blades and bravery. Let that Easterner see what true warriors are made of. Hiding in this stone box admiring the scenery only lets a sellsword's courage go moldy. That's easy for you to say, Captain Koff. Dario's mocking voice cut through the air instantly. He continued to toy with his dagger, his eyes fixed on Koff with a defiant glint. Their fortifications aren't half bad. Those catapults aren't for show. More troublesome are their cavalry, especially the heavy horsemen. They move like the wind, ready to strike our flanks or cut off our retreat at any moment. Frankly, in this terrain, a head-on clash, our odds of winning are slim. You brat! Koff's rage flared instantly. He whipped around, nearly colliding with Dario. When I took my first enemy's head on the continent of Essos, you were still sucking your mother's teat. A coward like you thinks he's fit to be a sellsword? Fit to give orders here? Our Bright Banners Company has no room for weaklings like you. His spittle nearly splattered onto Dario's vibrantly colored tunic. Far from backing down, Dario met Koff's blazing glare with an even broader grin. He tossed the dagger in his hand lightly and chuckled softly. Oh? Is that so? Then, esteemed leader of the Bright Banners, might you explain which fearless mercenary company, over 300 years ago, fled without even drawing their blades when faced with Dothraki whips outside the city of Qohor? Which glorious chapter of history saw the city ultimately defended by a bunch of spineless Unsullied? Truly impressive. You. Koff's face flushed crimson. Dario had precisely struck the most disgraceful and forbidden scar in the Bright Banners' history. The other company captains, including Marrow and Goer, fell into a subtle silence, some sneering, others frowning. Trombo felt his scalp tingle. He quickly squeezed between the two men. Company captains. All captains. Please, calm down. With a formidable enemy at our doorstep, that Easterner across the way arguing won't solve anything. Please, let us set aside our differences for now and discuss our next battle plan together. Koff snorted coldly and turned away. The wind atop the city walls seemed to grow stronger, whipping the colorful banners of the various sellsword companies into a loud, snapping roar. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Death of Jonaran. Disputed Lands, Central Highlands. From the rough tower atop the rammed earth fortress, Quen's gaze cut through the thin mist and fixed upon the walls of the Mere stronghold. Now, along with the Mere garrison's banners, the emblems of various mercenary companies fluttered their burning red flags, heavy black iron shields, a raven pierced by 4 arrows, and a broken sword. Scouts had reported that the mercenary companies hired by Mere had arrived at the Highland fortress. Tens of thousands of sellswords crowded the stronghold, casting a grim and suffocating tension over the entire central highlands. Quen brushed his fingers across the rough, sandy edge of the wall. His eyes swept over the opposite fortress, the newly reinforced wooden towers, the layered earthen walls, and the deep trenches. The enemy's defenses were formidable. How could he break through Mir's iron-clad line? Quen's mind raced, weighing every possible stratagem to shatter the stalemate. Just then, a faint creak echoed from below, the sound of wood straining under light footsteps. Yik's lithe figure ascended the crude wooden ladder fixed to the outer planks, emerging onto the platform atop the tower. She handed Quen a scroll sealed with dark wax. "Your Grace, from Tyrosh, an urgent dispatch from Lord Mizo." Quen's eyes flickered in surprise. A letter from Mizo? At this moment? Could it be news from King's Landing? He quickly took the scroll, broke the seal, and scanned the familiar ciphered lines. A faint smile surfaced on his otherwise calm face. Jonaran was dead. It had been barely a month or two since Eddard Stark and Stannis Baratheon had departed from Tyrosh. The great lord of the Eyrie, the hand of the king who held sway over the Seven Kingdoms, had, as Quen foresaw, finally met the end woven for him by fate. That night, when Quen had assumed Eddard's form, he had entrusted Stannis with the shocking secret of Robert's children's true bloodline. Upon his return to King's Landing, Stannis would surely, as in the tale he remembered, begin investigating alongside the hand, Jonaran. Jonaran, ever the dutiful hand, would likely reopen that long-forgotten tome, the lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms, and uncover the truth that would drive the realm's lords to madness. Robert's 3 children bore no Baratheon blood, they were Lannister bastards. In his letter, Mizo mentioned Jonaran's dying cry, "The seed is strong." Everything matched Quen's memories. He drew a deep breath. With Jonaran dead, Eddard's journey south was already set in motion. It was time for him to act again, to weave his hand into the Game of Thrones. "Bring me paper and ink. I must reply to Mizo at once." Quen turned to Yik, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The north, Winterfell. The bitter north wind whistled and moaned through the ancient stone walls of Winterfell. Eddard Stark stood alone on the covered bridge connecting the main keep to the armory. From the training grounds below came the clear, ringing laughter of children at play. Robb patiently coached Bran in wooden sword practice while Arya darted about like a nimble fawn, and Bran stumbled clumsily in pursuit. Watching the long mist, bright smiles returned to the children's faces, a heavy, lingering shadow weighed upon the depths of Eddard's grey-blue eyes. Under Maester Luwin's careful care, Catelyn's body had gradually regained some strength, and life seemed to return to a semblance of calm. Yet this fragile peace had not yet fully soothed the wounds when a messenger raven from King's Landing delivered another crushing blow. News of Jonaran's death. Eddard had forced himself to accept the brutal reality of his wife's miscarriage and the loss of their unborn child, locking his grief deep within a fortress of stoic silence. His heart was painfully settling into a numb calm. But this dreadful news struck once more at the raw wound in his heart. Jonaran was not merely the hand of the king. In Eddard's youth, Jon had sheltered him and Robert as their foster father. After Eddard's father, Lord Rickard, and his elder brother, Brandon, were brutally murdered by the Mad King, Aerys II, the king demanded Jonaran hand over Eddard and Robert. Jon refused and raised the banner of rebellion. That debt of gratitude and filial devotion remained unforgettable to Eddard, who regarded Jon as his own father. Now, this mountain of reliability had suddenly collapsed. Eddard felt as though a great pillar supporting his world had shattered. A dull ache of grief and helplessness seized him. Bad news followed relentlessly, threatening to crush him. Maester Luwin appeared at the end of the bridge, wrapped in a heavy fur cloak. His voice was gentle. "My lord, His Grace's vast army is expected to reach Winterfell within days. Regarding the arrangements for their reception." Eddard turned wearily, his weathered face edged with exhaustion. "Yes, Robert." His bold and unrestrained kinsman, the king whose every journey resembled a mobile court. Retainers, knights, servants, minstrels, half the realm followed him in a vast procession. As the king's northern resting place, Winterfell must prepare a reception and provisions befitting his stature. Yet, utterly drained, he was unwilling to burden Catelyn, whose health had only just begun to improve, with these tedious arrangements. Let Vayan Poole handle it. He knows the castle's affairs. He should manage. Eddard's voice was low and hoarse. A look of unmistakable awkwardness flashed across Maester Luwin's face. He stepped forward, his voice hushed even lower. My lord, the lady, this morning gave orders that she herself would oversee all welcoming arrangements. Eddard's eyes snapped up, his grey gaze filled with shock and worry. Catelyn? Her health simply cannot endure such exertion. Maester Luwin nodded gravely. Yes, my lord. Since that incident, the lady has become exceedingly restless. She has lost patience with many matters, yet stubbornly insists on overseeing this grand welcoming ceremony. Her purpose can only be one. He paused, his meaning clear. Eddard's heart sank. He understood. Jon Snow. His nominal bastard son. Even in her weakest, most delirious moments, Catelyn had never ceased pouring out her suspicions and resentment toward Jon. She was convinced Jon had murdered their child through unspeakable means. Eddard knew this was nothing but Catelyn's unfounded delusion, born from immense trauma. Yet he dared not reproach her, offering only hollow words of comfort time and again. He was consumed by crushing guilt over Catelyn's miscarriage, convinced his absence had failed her as a husband and warden, leading to the tragedy. Yet his remorse did nothing to soothe her pain. Instead, it poured fuel on the fire, fanning the flames of her paranoia and resentment into an even fiercer inferno. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, The Bastard's Future. At this moment, she was forcing herself to stand despite her illness, insisting on presiding over the king's welcoming ceremony as the mistress of Winterfell. Her intent was unmistakable. She sought to declare her unshakable position to everyone, especially Jon, cutting off any unwarranted thoughts he might harbor. Eddard's voice was heavy with anguish and helplessness. What should I do? Master Luwin, please, give me some advice. Maester Luwin lowered his wrinkled eyelids. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Perhaps, sending Jon away from Winterfell is the only way to ease the lady's heart and put an end to her unrest. No. A surge of fierce resistance rose instantly within Eddard. Send Jon beyond the north, exposing him to the hungry eyes that watched from every corner? If anything were to happen to him, Eddard would never forgive himself. As if sensing his hesitation, Maester Luwin lifted his head, his calm gaze carrying quiet persuasion. What of the wall? Let him join the Night's Watch. Your brother, Lord Benyon, is now the first ranger. With him there, Jon's safety would at least be somewhat assured. The wall, the Night's Watch. Eddard murmured those cold words, his brow tightening. The Night's Watch, a neutral order beyond the petty struggles of the Seven Kingdoms, men bound by oath to devote their lives to the frozen wilderness. There, Jon's identity would be forever buried beneath the black cloak. And with Benyon watching over him, it seemed the only choice that could protect Jon, soothe Catelyn's anger, and keep him far from the dangerous whirlpool of southern politics. The pros and cons battled fiercely in Eddard's mind. In the end, his concern for Jon's safety outweighed all reluctance. He exhaled a long, heavy breath of frost, as though casting off a burden that had pressed upon him for far too long. Agreed. Eddard's voice was weary. Master Luwin, please write immediately to Castle Black. Ask my brother, Benyon Stark, to return to Winterfell at once. He shall escort Jon to the wall. Even with this heavy decision made, Eddard felt no relief. Instead, an even greater weight settled upon his heart. The king's journey north made his intentions plain, an invitation for Eddard to travel south to King's Landing, to fill the vacancy Jonaran had left and serve as hand of the king. After enduring Catelyn's miscarriage and Jonaran's sudden death, Eddard felt an instinctive aversion to the south, that blood-stained nest of intrigue. He wanted only to remain in Winterfell, to protect his family who had only just begun to heal and stay far from the deceit and power games of the capital. Yet how could he refuse Robert? How could he turn away this king who had once called him brother? He could think of no reason that was both honorable and would not wound their bond. Another matter also weighed heavily upon him. On the night before leaving Tyrosh, Stannis had sworn that once he returned to King's Landing, he would inform Lord Jonaran of what they knew of Renly and House Tyrell's secret plot to change the succession. Now Jonaran was dead so suddenly. A chill ran down Eddard's spine as a terrible thought took root. Could the death of the Hand be connected to the shocking secret Stannis had revealed? Had Jonaran been killed for uncovering the truth? In an instant, a storm of dark suspicions and tangled conspiracies flooded his mind, threatening to drown him. He forced himself to push the suffocating thoughts aside. He resolved that when Robert arrived, he would test the waters carefully, drawing out what truth he could about the capital from the king himself. Eddard waited, burdened with endless thoughts as the days slipped by until at last, the king's massive procession, like a moving castle, appeared across the bleak, frozen fields outside Winterfell. King Robert Baratheon's face, plump with age and indulgence, still bore his booming, infectious laughter. He swung down from his horse, covered in dust and reeking of wine, and crushed Eddard in a suffocating bear hug as if their fierce argument in the Red Keep over the Targaryen orphans had never happened. Eddard managed a faint smile. That was Robert's nature. His anger flared quickly and faded just as fast. Robert eagerly inspected the Stark children, slapping Robb on the shoulder, teasing the shy Sansa, and laughing heartily at Arya's wildness. When he came to Catelyn, his tone softened, and he offered sincere condolences for her loss. But the moment the lively welcome ended, Robert impatiently dismissed the attendants and pulled Eddard toward the deepest, coldest place in Winterfell, the crypts. The heavy stone door shut behind them, sealing away the noise of the world above. Only the flickering torches cast restless light over the cold, solid steps and the black stone coffins of the Stark forebears. Robert's heavy footsteps echoed across the frost-hardened floor, each breath he exhaled turning to mist that vanished swiftly in the freezing air. "Ned!" Robert's voice thundered through the silent crypt, echoing off the cold stone walls with commanding authority. "You know why I've come. Come south with me to King's Landing. Be my hand of the king. I'll put the whole realm in your hands." He stopped and turned. His heavy frame loomed large in the wavering torchlight, casting a massive shadow as his sharp gaze locked onto Eddard. A bitter sigh welled up inside Eddard's chest. Meeting Robert's eyes, he steadied his voice, sincere, but firm. "Your Grace, I cannot accept. You know Catelyn, she has suffered such misfortune, she's utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. I cannot leave her now, not at a time like this." Robert dismissed the protest with a sweep of his hand. "Then bring Catelyn south with you. King's Landing is warm, full of sun. It's a far better place to heal than this damned north. Stay here, and the biting wind will only wear her down." His tone shifted abruptly, growing somber and urgent as he drove straight to the point. "Jonaran, he's gone, Ned. I've never seen anyone's health fail so quickly. Those damned maesters were useless. Now Lisa's run back to the Eyrie with her little whelp, and no amount of reasoning could stop her. Humph! Let that woman be, but my kingdom cannot rule itself. The 7 kingdoms need a strong hand to guide them." He stepped forward, his broad figure radiating pressure, and spoke with the unshakable force of command. "Great Lord Eddard Stark! In the name of House Baratheon, and in the name of Robert the First, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, I name you Hand of the King." Chapter 135, Chapter 135, 2 Letters. Late at night, Winterfell the main bedchamber. The heavy oak door closed behind him, shutting out the lingering noise and scent of ale that drifted from the castle's halls. Lord Eddard felt as though every bone in his body might come apart. Entertaining Robert and his vast entourage had taken as much out of him as leading a campaign. He all but dragged himself to the bedside. The room was oppressively warm, a gift from the hot springs deep beneath Winterfell. Steam condensed into tiny droplets across the stone walls and the tapestries. The dying embers in the hearth glowed a deep red, their light casting restless shadows that danced across the room. Eddard shrugged off his heavy cloak and leather armor, still carrying the scent of the feast, until only his thin linen shirt remained. Pulling back the thick fur blankets, he slipped beneath them and was immediately surrounded by a familiar fragrance and the warmth of another body. Catelyn silently wound her arms around him, pressing herself close against his broad chest. The heat of their skin chased away the last traces of chill, awakening a different kind of longing buried deep within his weariness. After a long while, the tide of passion ebbed. Eddard lay on his back, his chest rising and falling steadily, beads of sweat glimmering faintly on his brow in the dim light. Under Maester Luwin's care, Catelyn's recovery had been swift, helped by her natural strength and resilience. She was still young, barely past 30. Had someone not poisoned her in secret, she would never have lost their child. Resting against him, her cheek pressed to his damp chest, she felt the steady beat of his heart slowing. Her slender fingers traced idle circles across the firm muscles of his abdomen, her breath soft and languid. Her voice came gently. "Ned, tell me you'll accept the king's request. You'll go south to King's Landing and serve as Hand of the King, won't you?" She lifted her head. The blue eyes that had once been dulled by grief now gleamed with light under the warm glow of the chamber. Eddard's gaze drifted. His throat worked as he spoke in a low, rough tone. "No, Catelyn. I will refuse him. I'll stay here in the north, at Winterfell, with you and the children. That's where I belong." The color drained from Catelyn's cheeks, surprise flickering across her face. She rose slightly, her auburn hair spilling down like a curtain, the tips brushing Eddard's cheek in a soft, teasing touch. "I thought you would agree." Her tone wavered with confusion and a trace of frustration. "You led his armies south to conquer the Stepstones, spent months across the narrow sea, and now when the king himself entrusts you with the weight of the Hand's office you hesitate." As she spoke, she moved fluidly, turning to straddle his abdomen. Her body gleamed softly in the humid warmth, the curves of her form outlined in the dim light. Her hands rose to cup Eddard's face, fingertips warm against his skin, urging him to look at her. Since Eddard had told her of his plan to send Jon to the wall during the king's visit, Catelyn seemed to have shed a heavy burden. Her face had brightened, her spirit renewed. Now, her eyes shone with eager hope for the future and relief that the bastard would soon be gone. Her legs tightened slightly around him as she leaned closer, her gaze burning into the depths of his grey-blue eyes. "Ned, you must not refuse the king's gracious offer. This is an honor, and a duty." A weary, bitter smile tugged at Eddard's lips, steeped in guilt and exhaustion. "I only want to stay by your side, to fulfill the duties of a husband, Catelyn. Won't fail you again." The child that never drew breath was a wound that would never close. Catelyn's eyes searched his face, sorrow flickering deep within them, but she shook her head firmly, driving the emotion away. "You needn't blame yourself. That wasn't your fault, it never was." Her fingertips brushed gently across his furrowed brow. "As a vassal, answering your liege lord's summons is your duty. And your liege lord is no ordinary man, he is the king of the 7 kingdoms. He is your brother." She paused, a faint smile brightening her features as her tone grew lighter. "And Ned, did you see Sansa at the feast? The queen was quite taken with her. And if what the king said wasn't just drunken talk, our Sansa may one day become queen of the 7 kingdoms." You should have seen her face when she heard it. Our sweet girl looked ready to fly with joy. Eddard forced a smile, though his heart felt cold as stone. He knew his wife too well. Her eagerness for him to go south had little to do with loyalty to Robert. It was Sansa's potential betrothal to Joffrey that fueled her insistence. In that cold crypt, Robert had indeed said those very words to him, that his little Joff and Sansa would bind their houses together, as he and Lyanna once were. But Sansa is only 9, Eddard said quietly, his throat dry. She's still a child, innocent and unknowing. Catelyn leaned closer, cupping his face once more. Their breaths mingled, warm and close, carrying her familiar, gentle scent. Sansa will grow, Ned. The betrothal can be arranged now. Do you have any idea how many noble girls across Westeros dream of marrying the heir to the Iron Throne? If Sansa weds Joffrey, their children will one day rule from the Wall to the mountains of Dorne. Stark blood will flow in the veins of the future master of the Iron Throne. Like a cat seeking warmth, she nestled back into his arms, her upper body pressed close against his. Her smooth skin glowed faintly in the humid warmth, radiating the allure of a woman in her prime. At just over 30, she had long since shed the awkwardness of youth, her body now soft, full, and intoxicatingly mature, a blend of comfort and temptation to the weary, burdened Eddard. He drew a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. He could feel the heat of her body against him, could sense the urgency and longing burning within her. Yet, no matter how he tried to focus on her touch, the image of that golden-haired prince from the feast refused to leave his mind. Joffrey Baratheon. That boy had inherited all his mother's arrogance, the curl of disdain that never left his lips, the cold cruelty that gleamed in his eyes. He was nothing like the gentle, noble Prince Sansa imagined him to be. Eddard's expression darkened as he struggled to find the right words, a refusal that could soothe Catelyn without betraying his conscience. But Catelyn gave him no chance. Her voice came again, low and unwavering. For me, Ned, you must go. His throat tightened, the words he'd prepared dying before they could leave his lips. He saw the determination in her eyes, the fierce resolve of a mother who would give anything for her daughter. Her love for Sansa knew no limits. How desperately she longed to see her child wear a crown, to see her husband rise to power beside the throne. At last, Eddard let out a long, heavy sigh, his face carved with fatigue and reluctant surrender. Triumph flared instantly in Catelyn's eyes. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her long legs entwining his waist, enveloping him in a soft, suffocating embrace. Her voice was a breath against his ear, warm and pleading. Promise me, Ned, let our Sansa marry the future king. Just then, the muffled voice of the guard, Desmond, came from outside the door. My lord, forgive the intrusion. Maester Luwin is outside, requesting an audience. He says it is urgent, he must speak with you at once. Eddard's brow tightened instantly. Exhausted in body and soul, all he wanted now was to sink into the silence of dreamless sleep. Any interruption grated against his already frayed patience. He was about to refuse when Desmond's voice sounded again, more insistent. My lord, the Maester, he insists. He says the matter is of great urgency. A chill of unease rippled through Eddard. With a weary sigh, he gently disentangled himself from Catelyn's embrace and swung his legs over the bed. The cold stone floor bit sharply at his bare feet, driving away what remained of his drowsiness. He dressed quickly, pulling on his shirt and trousers, then wrapped a thick robe around himself and fastened the belt tight. Maester Luwin was ushered in. His lined face, usually calm and composed, was pale and drawn with rare anxiety. In one hand, he clutched a small, unremarkable wooden box, in the other, a crumpled, frayed letter. My lord, my lady, the Maester began, his voice urgent yet apologetic. Forgive me for disturbing you at this hour, but this matter is no small one. 2 letters have been delivered. One was placed silently upon my desk while I dozed in my study. He lifted the plain wooden box. The other, he said, raising the worn letter, arrived just now by Raven. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Is Renly the killer? Eddard's heart sank sharply. 2 unexpected letters at such a sensitive time? He took the wooden box from Maester Luwin. It was heavier than it looked. With steady fingers, he lifted the lid. Inside was neither the documents nor the jewels he had anticipated, but a small, finely crafted Myrish lens. A lens. Eddard picked up the delicate object, the cold glass sending a chill through his fingertips. Catelyn had already risen from bed, wrapped in a thick fur robe. She snatched the lens from his hand, her fingers trembling slightly. A lens is meant to reveal the truth. Maester Luwin nodded gravely. The lady speaks true. And the lens was not the only message. Hidden beneath the false bottom of the box, I found this. He carefully drew another neatly folded letter from his sleeve and handed it to them. The seal was deep blue, pressed with the crescent moon and falcon sigil of House Arryn. Catelyn's eyes fixed on the familiar emblem. Her pupils tightened sharply as a memory struck her. Lisa, her sister, fleeing to the Eyrie with her son. Without hesitation, she tore the letter from Luwin's hands, her nails scraping the wax as she ripped it open. Her eyes darted across the words, and color drained from her face. Her hand trembled violently, the paper quivering between her fingers. Gods above! Her voice broke, trembling with disbelief and horror. It's Lisa's secret code, only the 2 of us would understand it. She lifted her head suddenly, her eyes blazing with fear and fury as she turned to Eddard and Luwin. She's warning me. She says Jon Arryn was murdered. The killer was the Queen. Cersei Lannister. Eddard froze as though struck by lightning. His hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He could barely believe what he was hearing. Maester Luwin gasped, too stunned to speak. Catelyn ignored their shock. She strode to the hearth and, without hesitation, threw the coded letter into the fire. The parchment curled and blackened instantly, consumed by flame until only a thin wisp of smoke remained. Luwin then pointed to the other letter he had brought. My lord, there is another one. No seal, no sigil. Coarse paper, with only a few lines of strange, confusing words. He handed the crumpled parchment to Eddard. Eddard's brows furrowed deeply. What could so trouble a learned maester? He took the letter and smoothed it open. His eyes scanned the lines, first narrowing in confusion, then widening in shock. His body tensed. His voice came out hoarse and shaking. No, my lady, the murderer, it may not be who we think. He looked up suddenly, his expression twisted by disbelief and fury. This letter claims that the one who killed the hand of the king was the king's own brother Renly Baratheon. As his words fell, even the flames in the hearth seemed to flicker and dim. Catelyn's eyes went wide, staring at her husband as though she no longer knew him. She snatched the letter from his grasp, scanning the plain, uneven handwriting. I told the hand of the king about my brother. The hand went to warn him, but he murdered him. Lord Eddard, do not forget our conversation that night. Catelyn read the lines again and again, her brow furrowed. Whose brother? What conversation? Both she and Maester Luwin turned toward Eddard, confusion mirrored on their faces. His expression was grim, his jaw tight. Eddard drew a deep breath. Then, without hesitation, he told them everything of that final night in Tyrosh, when Stannis Baratheon had come to him in secret, revealing Renly's scheme to conspire with House Tyrell to depose Cersei and place the Tyrell maiden upon the throne. Catelyn listened, utterly stunned, her voice trembling. You mean, this letter, it's from Lord Stannis. Then the one he accuses, the murderer, is Lord Renly. The abrupt twist left her reeling. The culprit she had just been certain of was overturned in an instant. Maester Luwin furrowed his grey-streaked brows, the light in his aged eyes cautious and probing. My lord, can you be certain of this letter's origin? Merely from these cryptic words. Eddard nodded firmly. Aside from Stannis and myself, no one alive could possibly know the exact details of that conversation. The wording of this letter is deliberately obscure. Without the key, it would read as nonsense to anyone else. Only I could recognize that it points directly to Renly. In his mind, he saw it clearly, the harbor of Tyrosh, that final moment when Stannis had given him a knowing, wordless glance before they parted ways. Stannis would never dare to contact me openly. This matter is too dangerous. If word leaked out, it could cost him his life. Catelyn still clutched the letter accusing Renly, her expression bewildered. But Lysa's letter? Why would she accuse the Queen? Eddard fell silent for a moment, his thoughts racing as he weighed the two opposing accusations against one another. Considering their motives. If Renly truly intended to replace the Queen, Robert's hatred of the Lannisters might have made him more receptive to such a plan. But as Hand of the King, the very pillar of the realm's stability, Jonaryn would have done everything in his power to prevent it. Removing Jonaryn would clear the most stubborn and dangerous obstacle standing in the way of Renly's scheme. You cannot place full faith in your sister's words, Eddard said bluntly to Catelyn. She is the Hand's widow, not a player in the politics of King's Landing. That city is the greatest nest of intrigue in the Seven Kingdoms. Her sources of information could easily have been manipulated by those with their own agendas. And Stannis long before Jon's death personally warned me of Renly's ambition to replace the Queen. If Jon discovered that plot and tried to stop it, then his death. Renly would have had the strongest motive and the clearest opportunity. The balance within Eddard's mind had shifted completely. Stannis's accusation fit perfectly with his own reasoning. Renly Baratheon, the king's charming, gallant younger brother, was concealing a dangerous ambition beneath his polished smile. A spark glimmered in Maester Luwin's clouded eyes. If Lord Stannis's accusation is true, my lord, then such a crime cannot have been flawless. There must be traces left behind. It seems your journey to King's Landing is now inevitable. As Hand of the King, you will hold the authority to uncover the truth behind Lord Arryn's death and bring the murderer to justice. But Catelyn's thoughts were elsewhere, still consumed by visions of Sansa's shining future. For her daughter's crown, for the unprecedented glory of House Stark, this danger had to be faced. She stepped closer, gripping Eddard's arms tightly, her tone urgent and pleading. Ned, you've said you love Robert as if he were your own brother. Can you truly stand by and let him be surrounded by schemers and traitors, left blind to the danger closing in on him? Whether it's Renly or the Queen, the truth lies in King's Landing. You must go. Seven hells take you both, Eddard muttered under his breath. He turned toward the window, staring out at the lonely, snowbound fortress of the north. His eyes stung faintly, as though he were already saying farewell to Winterfell, to the peace he knew, to everything he loved. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Request for Alliance. Late at night, Dragonstone, the map room. The salty sea wind carried the roar of the waves, crashing endlessly against Dragonstone's black cliffs. Stannis Baratheon stood beside the stone table carved with the full map of Westeros, his posture straight and unyielding. Deep shadows hung beneath his sunken eyes as his gaze passed through the narrow stone window, fixed on the dark sea beyond, a vast expanse that had swallowed the stars and moon alike. The flickering candlelight brushed across his sparse black hair, faintly tracing the dim outline of a crown. Not far behind him stood his most trusted confidant, Sir Davos Seaworth. It had been a month since they returned to this fortress from King's Landing. After coming back from Tyrosh, Stannis had gone alone to the capital, quietly searching for proof. Following the clues Eddard Stark had hinted at that night, he secretly tracked down several of Robert's bastards scattered through the slums of Flea Bottom. When he saw their unmistakable black hair with his own eyes, he realized Eddard's suspicions were very likely true. He went straight to the Hand of the King, Jon Arryn, laying out both Eddard's theory and his own discoveries. Two of the realm's greatest lords, one famed for justice, the other for his devotion to law, began a joint investigation in secret. In the end, it was Jhonaran who uncovered the crucial volume, Genealogy and History of the Major Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, buried among the dust of old records. The yellowed pages contained cold, irrefutable facts. Among all known descendants of House Baratheon who had intermarried with other families, black hair was an unshakable trait. The proof was undeniable. Robert Baratheon's 3 children Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were Queen Cersei's bastards. But before Jhonaran could present his findings to King Robert, he died. The news struck Stannis like a thunderbolt. Without hesitation, he fled the dangerous capital with Davos that same day, returning to Dragonstone. "Lord!" An aged voice broke the oppressive silence of the chamber. Maester Cresson of Dragonstone, a frail man nearing 80, shuffled into the room. His thin, bony fingers clutched a small rolled letter. "A raven just arrived, my lord. No wax seal, no sigil." Sir Davos stepped forward at once, respectfully taking the letter from the old maester's trembling hands before turning to offer it to Stannis. Stannis lifted his hard jaw slightly and unrolled the plain scroll. His eyes moved over the page, only a few lines of text. He read in silence. Time seemed to stand still. Only the crackle of candlelight and the distant roar of the sea filled the hall. At last, he passed the letter to Davos without a word. Sir Davos took it, looking awkward. He couldn't read. He turned to Maester Cresson for help. Cresson leaned closer, squinting through his dim eyes, and read aloud in a hoarse, trembling voice. "Lord Stannis, I believe you have uncovered the truth. I must ask, was the hand of the king's death connected to this matter? If my suspicion is correct, then no matter what happens, I will remain your loyal ally. Do not forget that night." When he finished, Maester Cresson looked up, confused. "My lord, this..." Davos, too, was at a loss, unable to make sense of the message. But Stannis's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his lips tightened in the faintest frown. "It's Eddard Stark. Only I can understand this cipher. The suspicions about the king's children not being his own, it was he who first told me." Sir Davos's face was etched with shock. Lord Eddard had such keen insight. Davos had spoken with Eddard in Tyrosh. To him, Eddard was the very image of a reserved, honorable Northman, a man who wouldn't even strike down the Targaryen siblings when given the chance. But when he learned the letter was written by Eddard Stark, his image of the great lord shattered in an instant. Out of the corner of his eye, Stannis caught the shock on Davos's face. "I know what you're thinking, Sir Davos. You believe Eddard Stark to be a Northman who valued old, rigid honor above his own life. But do you truly think that mere integrity and honor alone could have kept the North standing for thousands of years? That they alone could make the vassals and mountain clans bow their heads? Do not underestimate that Lord Stark." Though Stannis spoke those words, his heart was trembling as well. The fact that Eddard Stark's suspicions had proven true was astonishing enough. But what unsettled him even more was how, after discovering such a terrifying truth, Eddard had chosen silence, keeping it hidden, biding his time, and revealing it only to him, the rightful heir. Eddard Stark. What was it that he truly wanted? "Do not forget that night." Stannis murmured the final, decisive words from the letter. Every detail of that night in Tyrosh was burned vividly into his memory. Eddard Stark had told him that if the truth of Robert's childlessness were ever exposed, then he, Stannis Baratheon, would become the undisputed first heir to the Iron Throne. Eddard's decision to entrust such a fatal secret to him, the heir, could not have been clearer. It was an offering of allegiance. Eddard Stark sought to form an alliance with him, a coalition of power against the Lannisters, and perhaps against future rivals as well. What he sought was the greatest advantage the North could gain once Stannis claimed the Iron Throne. In that moment, Stannis's entire view of Eddard Stark changed. The silent dire wolf of the North was not the straightforward, wooden man he had seemed. Beneath that calm surface lay deep calculation, a mind that knew how to hide in the shadows and strike with deadly fangs at the perfect moment. What a cunning Stark! Truly, remarkable. Stannis let out a cold, inward laugh. Yet, despite himself, he realized he could not reject this pledge of loyalty. He looked around at his own situation, isolated on the lonely island of Dragonstone, his strength thin and scattered. He had no choice but to accept Eddard's offer of alliance. His position was weak. The Stormlands and the Reach were bound by Renly and the Tyrell alliance, while the Westerlands remained under the watchful eye of the Lannisters. Above all, to claim the throne, he would have to prove that Robert's 3 children were bastards. That alone would make the Lannisters his mortal enemies. Surrounded by powerful foes on all sides, Stannis had no choice but to join hands with the Starks. His shadowed gaze drifted once more toward the dark, lifeless waves beyond the window, his thoughts already carried far away. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Does she look like Lyanna? The heavy two-handed greatsword ice fell for the final time, ending the life of the dire wolf known as Lady. Eddard sheathed his sword numbly, the harsh scrape of metal echoing through the deathly still courtyard. The air was thick with the scent of blood and silent grief. His legs felt as heavy as lead as he dragged himself step by step toward the temporary chambers prepared for him within the castle. The Queen's beautiful face flashed in his mind, radiant with triumph, followed by Robert's silent retreat, his back turned, his eyes avoiding Eddard's. Exhaustion, fury, helplessness, and deep sorrow pressed down on him until he could scarcely breathe. What had he left his beloved North for, coming to this southern land of lies and deceit? He had agreed to take Catelyn, Sansa, and Arya south, thinking he was fulfilling his wife's wish and giving his daughters a chance at honor and glory. Yet fate seemed determined to mock him at every turn. First, Bran fell from the tower, left in a deep and uncertain sleep between life and death. Then, here in the lands of House Derry, Arya had clashed fiercely with Joffrey. Arya swore that it was Joffrey who attacked the poor butcher's boy, Micah, first with his sword. When she stepped in to stop the prince's cruel behavior, she was met with retaliation. Her dire wolf, Nymeria, had only bitten the prince's hand to protect her. But the arrogant Joffrey twisted the story, accusing the butcher's boy and the wildling girl Arya of attacking him together. Faced with conflicting accounts, Queen Cersei revealed her madness and cold cruelty as a mother. She demanded that Lady, Sansa's dire wolf, be executed as punishment. And Robert, beneath Cersei's tears and pressure, had shamefully consented to that cruel, absurd judgment. When Eddard returned to his cold, unfamiliar guest chamber, all he wanted was to collapse onto the bed and forget, if only for a moment, this torment that drained both heart and spirit. But then came a knock at the door. The guard, Jory Castle, entered respectfully, ushering in a visitor. The man was strikingly handsome, his chin clean-shaven, his lips curved in a pleasant smile that seemed warm as spring sunlight. He wore a finely tailored dark green velvet coat embroidered with intricate golden vines, and a delicate brooch fastened at the collar. It was the king's younger brother, a member of the small council, and the Lord of Storm's End Renly Baratheon. Eddard's already furrowed brow deepened, his grey-blue eyes showing clear wariness and detachment. Just days earlier, Lord Renly had been among the party from King's Landing that greeted the king by the trident. Instinctively, Eddard kept his distance. Stannis's secret letter had named Renly the prime suspect in Jon Arryn's murder, and Eddard had no wish to engage with him. He only wanted to reach King's Landing and search for the truth. Suppressing his distaste, he spoke with calm, cold restraint. "Lord Renly? At this hour? What brings you here?" Renly's smile brightened as he reached into his cloak and drew out a small, elegant golden pendant box, its lid engraved with a blooming rose. "At this hour, my lord, I have a precious thing that I thought our new hand of the king might wish to see." Eddard's suspicion deepened. "A thing?" He eyed the pendant warily, the golden rose glimmering temptingly in the candlelight. Renly pressed a small mechanism with his thumb, and with a soft click, the lid sprang open. Inside was no jewel, but a miniature portrait painted on a thin ivory panel, crafted with Mir's finest artistry. Eddard's gaze fell upon the maiden's face, and his pupils constricted sharply. The girl in the portrait had gentle, doe-like eyes, soft brown hair that flowed down her shoulders, and a face both fair and graceful. That face! Renly's sharp eyes fixed on Eddard's, searching for even the slightest reaction. He spoke lightly, his tone laced with deliberate suggestion. "Lord Eddard, does this lady look at all familiar to you? Does she not resemble someone you once knew?" He lingered slightly on the last words. Eddard frowned, his gaze resting briefly on the portrait before he shook his head with quiet finality. His voice was flat and unreadable. "I'm afraid not, Lord Renly. I see no resemblance to any acquaintance of mine." The perfect smile on Renly's face faltered for an instant, and a fleeting trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. He exhaled softly, as if steadying his emotions, before speaking again in a tone that was still light but no longer as eager as before. "Lord Eddard, this is the jewel of Highgarden, Miss Marjorie Tyrell." He paused, his eyes sharpening as they locked on Eddard's face, delivering the real thrust. "I've been told she bears a striking resemblance to your sister, Miss Lyanna Stark." His gaze never wavered, watching Eddard intently for the slightest flicker of reaction. At those words, Eddard's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Like Lyanna?" He studied the portrait again, the young woman's soft brown hair, her gentle, doe-like eyes, her refined, delicate beauty, and found the thought absurd. Lyanna's beauty had been wild and untamed, like a winter rose blooming defiantly in the cold. She had carried the fierce spirit of the north, the freedom of a galloping horse, the fire of a storm barely contained beneath her calm surface. The girl in the portrait, Marjorie Tyrell, was indeed beautiful, but she was a carefully cultivated summer rose, docile and exquisite, carrying the warm sweetness of the Reach's sun and honey. The two could not have been more different. He shrugged slightly and shook his head. "I'm afraid whoever told you that must have been mistaken. Lyanna doesn't look like that." The last trace of forced cheer drained from Renly's face. He was silent for a moment, then smiled again, smooth and unruffled, as though his brief disappointment had never existed. "I see. Then I was misinformed. My apologies for disturbing you, Lord Hand. Sleep well." He bowed with polished grace, turned, and left the room. Eddard stood by the door, his brow furrowed, watching Renly's figure fade into the dim light of the corridor. Unease filled his heart, a deep wariness toward this calculating brother of the king. He shut the door and leaned his back against the cold wooden panel, trying to make sense of Renly's sudden visit. Then, all at once, a realization struck him. At Tyrosh, Stannis had personally told him that Renly intended to ally with House Tyrell, depose Cersei, and have Robert wed Marjorie Tyrell as the new queen. And Robert, the man who had loved and mourned Lyanna all his life, was still haunted by her memory. That was why Renly had shown him Marjorie's portrait and asked if she resembled Lyanna. Renly was testing him, trying to gauge whether Robert might be swayed by that faint resemblance, whether the ghost of Lyanna could be used to move his heart once more. He planned to exploit Robert's obsession with Lyanna as leverage for his scheme to replace the queen. All the clues fit together in an instant, forming a single, seamless chain of logic. Stannis had not deceived him. Renly's plan to replace Cersei was real. A chill crept up Eddard's spine. When he had first read Stannis's secret letter accusing Renly of Jon Arryn's murder, he had doubted, keeping cautious reserve. But now, after this encounter, he could almost be certain Renly Baratheon was the true culprit. A powerful impulse surged within him. He nearly wanted to storm into Robert's chambers that very moment and expose the whole vile conspiracy, the betrayal, the brother's ambition, the murder of a loyal hand to that man who drowned himself daily in wine and pleasure. But reason caught him by the throat. Evidence. Everything depended on evidence. To accuse the king's own brother, a powerful lord and member of the small council, based only on Stannis's secret letter and his own deductions? That would be madness. It would only alert the enemy and invite ruin upon himself. No, the clues, the proof, they could only be found in King's Landing. Eddard's expression hardened with resolve. This journey south was not only for Sansa's betrothal or for Catelyn's hopes, it was for Jonaran's justice. He exhaled deeply, as though forcing the weight of anger and grief from his chest. If only Stannis had not already left King's Landing for Dragonstone. He would have sought him out for a private talk, to share what they knew and plan their next move together. But Stannis's choice to reach out in secret only confirmed how dangerous this truly was, how deep the conspiracy ran. Any open contact would mean certain death. Eddard could not know that far to the north, while he struggled with weariness in the south, the winds over Winterfell had turned ominous once more. Lady Catelyn, the steadfast mistress of Winterfell, driven by grief and fury over Bran's attack, had already made a bold decision. She would sail from White Harbour in secret, accompanied by her loyal master-at-arms, Sir Roderick Castle, to travel to King's Landing and tell Eddard herself of the attempt on their son's life. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, The Alchemist's Guild. Central Highlands, Rammed Earth Fortress. Quen stood atop the highest watchtower of the fortress, a secret letter from Mizo clutched in his hand. His gaze drifted across the parchment, taking in the detailed report of Westeros's recent upheavals, Jonaran's sudden death, Eddard Stark's journey south to serve as Hand of the King. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Just as expected. Eddard Stark had gone south after all. He must have received the letter Quen had sent him. The ravens brought from the citadel by Qyburn and Marwyn were well acquainted with the route to Winterfell. Quen's purpose in provoking conflict between Eddard and Renly was simple: to ensure that House Stark and Renly Baratheon would never find common ground. In his eyes, Littlefinger's scheme held one fatal flaw. Without the Red Priestess's intervention on Stannis's behalf, Renly would likely have swept through to King's Landing unopposed and crowned himself king. After all, there had been no deep or irreconcilable conflict between House Stark and House Baratheon. Cooperation between them was entirely possible. Though Robb had later declared himself king in the north, that came only after the Lannisters executed Eddard Stark, something unrelated to the Baratheons. In fact, Catelyn had even been sent as an envoy to Bitterbridge, hoping to form an alliance with Renly. Renly would, of course, be slain by the Red Priestess, but the Tyrells would remain. And Quen intended to sow discord between House Tyrell and House Stark. He had recently received word that Stannis had been stripped of his title as Master of Ships by King Robert, with Lord Mace Tyrell appointed in his place. Lord Mace had contributed greatly to Robert's campaign on Bloodstone Isle and had personally paid the war reparations owed to the Iron Throne, earning himself the king's favour. The appointment of the Lord of Highgarden, who knew little of naval matters, instead of Lord Pakester Redwine, made it clear just how much Robert valued him. At first, the Tyrells had been pleased with this royal favour. But after Jonaran's death, when the king bypassed Mace Tyrell and instead journeyed north to invite Eddard Stark to serve as Hand of the King, it was an unmistakable slap in the face to House Tyrell. Thus, a rift had already formed between the Starks and the Tyrells. Drawing Eddard into Renly's scheme to replace the Queen would only deepen that divide until it erupted into a full-blown struggle for power. Once Eddard exposed Renly and the Tyrells' conspiracy, how would House Tyrell view him then? And how would House Lannister view the Tyrells? As for House Stark and House Lannister, Littlefinger hardly needed a dagger to sow discord. Once Cersei's secret was exposed, House Lannister would become the target of every noble house. Almost all those who had once supported the Baratheons' claim to the Iron Throne would turn against the Lions of the Westerlands. Of course, merely planting doubt in Eddard's mind about Renly's plans would not be enough to spark lasting enmity between House Stark and Renly. Quen's greater designs were still unfolding. Just then, Chayik entered, bearing another message from Mizo. Your Grace, Lord Mizo writes that the Free Cities seem to have taken notice of the ongoing war in the disputed lands. The Triarch of Volantis claims that our presence has become a destabilizing force across all of Essos. Quen fell silent in thought. He had long anticipated that the other free cities would turn their attention to the war in the disputed lands. After all, hiding his movements was no longer possible. With Tyrosh and Lys already conquered, the fall of Myr would mean the unification of the Triarchy under his rule. Such dominance would undoubtedly threaten the balance of power across the free cities. He doubted they would intervene directly to aid Myr, but caution was still necessary. Over the past 2 months, he had launched several probing assaults on the Myrish stronghold in the highlands. Slave soldiers operated dozens of captured and newly built catapults, raining boulders and incendiaries day and night against the fortress's massive stone walls. The thunder of impact echoed without pause, smoke and dust blotted out the sun. Yet despite the endless bombardment, the results remained disappointingly meager. The catapult stones striking the towers might have some effect. After all, tower walls were never built as thick as the castle's outer ramparts. But when the stones hit those massive outer walls, they left only shallow dents and scattered bits of rubble, hardly enough to inflict any real structural damage. The Myrish soldiers remained holed up inside the fortress, relying on their solid defenses and plentiful supplies to resist stubbornly. They had stockpiled a staggering amount of food, enough to last 1 or even 2 years. The battle had ground to a frustrating stalemate. What worried Quen even more was that the cavalry raids, which had once proven devastating, were beginning to lose their edge. The Myr, having suffered bitterly from earlier attacks, had clearly learned their lesson. Across their rear territories at key manors, farms, and trade routes they had quickly erected simple but sturdy walls and watchtower forts, garrisoning slave soldiers to defend them. For the Dragon Soul Guards and the wind-blown cavalry, the days of sweeping across the countryside unopposed, burning and plundering as they pleased, were over. Reports of casualties and failed raids were becoming more frequent. The Myr were slowly using distance and fortifications to neutralize Quen's advantage in mobility. Faced with this situation, Quen had not remained idle. He turned to Chai Yik. "You and Jelena will stay here. I'm returning to Crown Town." After securing the arrangements for the front lines, Quen led a detachment of Dragon Soul Guards, riding swiftly through the Three Daughters Forest and past the watch camp, heading south until they reached Crown Town. After more than half a year of construction and with the help of 100,000 Lysani slaves, Conquest Keep had begun to reveal its grand form. The main tower, built of pristine white marble, was already complete. The remaining work now focused on the curtain walls and the construction of the inner roads. He summoned Qyburn from the armory. With an abundant supply of iron ore, the armory had expanded to include 10 weapon forges and 5 armor workshops. But Quen's visit this time was not to inspect their progress. He went instead to the deepest section of the armory, a massive stone hall filled with men wearing yellow hoods, their faces solemn and focused. Upon their robes was embroidered a symbol of a green flame. They were pyromancers of the Alchemists' Guild. Quen had invited them from Lys and Tyrosh. The Alchemists' Guild was not confined to King's Landing. These madmen had branches scattered across Essos, even as far as Asai. Now, more than 100 pyromancers crowded the workshop, engrossed in a perilous undertaking. They were crafting wildfire. When Quen first faced the impregnable fortresses of the Myr, wildfire had immediately come to mind. Wildfire, a ghostly green, volatile liquid that burned for an unnaturally long time. Once ignited, it devoured everything it touched. It could seep into cloth, wood, leather, even steel, setting them all ablaze. Its uncanny ability to burn even while floating on water made it a near-perfect weapon of war. Quen planned to load the wildfire into catapults and hurl it into the fortress, letting those mercenaries cowering behind stone walls feel what it meant to be consumed by fire. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Wildfire and the Growing of Dragons. The Alchemists' Guild, once a glorious and feared order, had long held the secrets of destruction powerful enough to command awe across the known world. Their flames could not only light the night but also engulf entire cities in ruin. Yet over the centuries, as the Citadel's influence rose, the maesters gradually replaced ancient alchemy in the eyes of the nobility. The pyromancers could only watch helplessly as their prestige faded into obscurity. A month earlier, Quen had gathered the scattered alchemists from Lys and Tyrosh by force, bringing them to the workshops of Crown Town. At first, the pyromancers were uneasy, fearful of what awaited them. But when they learned that the young king wished for them to craft wildfire and would provide full funding for their work, their anxiety gave way to fanatic enthusiasm. At that moment, Qyburn emerged from the depths of the workshop. His robe was dust-stained, his expression alight with excitement. As a maester deeply versed in the arcane, he had been directly involved in the process of creating wildfire, not merely as a supervisor but as an active participant. Now, at last, he had fulfilled the task Quen had set before him. Suppressing the tremor in his voice, Qyburn spoke, his tone brimming with pride. "Your Grace, we have labored without rest, day and night. At last, we have completed several hundred jars of wildfire." He stepped aside, gesturing for Quen to follow. Together, they moved through the core of the workshop, where tables overflowed with complex alchemical apparatus, and entered an open courtyard set apart from the main buildings. There stood the entrance to a cellar, its dark mouth framed in stone. Several armored guards flanked it, their faces solemn, their eyes sharp and watchful. Qyburn signaled for them to open the heavy, iron-banded wooden door. A rush of cold, damp air greeted them as they descended the narrow steps into the depths below. The sight awaiting them stole the breath from their lungs. The cellar was divided into a series of narrow, self-contained stone chambers. Each one was packed floor to ceiling with specially crafted clay jars. Their surfaces were rough and uneven, deliberately made that way. The alchemists claimed the irregular texture helped stabilize the wild energy sealed within. Above every chamber, a secondary compartment had been hollowed out and filled with dry sand, a final safeguard. Should any chamber's wildfire be accidentally ignited, the ceiling hatch could be released, letting a cascade of sand pour down in an attempt to smother the flames, an inferno no water could ever quench. From one of the chambers, a pyromancer in a faded robe emerged, stepping carefully into the corridor. He appeared to be in his 50s, his face weathered but his eyes bright with feverish light. He was one of the pyromancers brought from Lys. Before coming to the front lines of the disputed lands, he had lived a life of destitution. Now, before the young king who had given him the chance to reclaim his lost art, his gaze burned with awe and gratitude. His voice quivered with emotion as he bowed deeply. "Your Grace, the wildfire has been safely stored. We await your command." Behind him, several younger apprentices stood, their faces taut with nervous anticipation and unrestrained excitement. Quen's gaze swept over the rows of silent clay jars before resting once more on the old pyromancer. "Excellent," he said calmly. "Show me the true power of wildfire." At those words, the pyromancer's face lit up, his expression shining with a sudden, youthful vigor. "As you command, Your Grace." He immediately directed two of the steadiest apprentices to carefully carry a crate of sealed wildfire jars from the outermost stone chamber. The group left the oppressive cellar and made their way to the testing ground, set more than 300 feet away from both the workshop and the vault. The soil there had been packed down hard, barren of any grass, with no flammable material anywhere nearby. One chosen apprentice, under the breathless gaze of all present, held a long, slow-burning fuse. The old pyromancer personally checked the position of the jar and the length of the fuse, ensuring that nothing could go wrong. "Begin." The apprentice took a deep breath and touched one end of the fuse to a torch. A burst of orange flame flared to life, creeping along the grease-soaked cord toward the solitary clay jar standing in the center. The air seemed to freeze. And then when the dancing sparks finally reached the jar's specially designed ignition port, a violent tremor surged through the ground. Quen could clearly feel the magic pulsing within the jar. Then, boom! The explosion tore through the air with a shriek that split the sky. A wave of vivid, ghostly green fire erupted outward, expanding in an instant from the jar's center. Its brilliance outshone the sun, flooding the entire testing field with a flickering emerald glow. The heat was beyond imagination. The shockwave rolled out in a scorching blast, and even 300 feet away, Quen and the others felt the sear of it against their skin. When the shock finally faded, the air still shimmered with heat. At the center of the testing ground lay a shallow pit of blackened, molten earth, still burning with emerald flame. Quen stared at the inferno, awe giving way to deep satisfaction. "You've done excellently," he praised. With this wildfire, that seemingly unbreakable highland fortress would no longer bar his advance. Leaving the workshop behind, Quen rode to a quiet river valley encampment behind Conquest Keep, near the rushing waters of a broad river. The place was lush and tranquil, the murmur of water forming a stark contrast to the grim austerity of the armory. Janice stood by the riverbank, her gaze tenderly following three massive shapes playing near the edge of the green forest. After only a few months apart, the growth of the three young dragons astonished Quen all over again. Blood Dancer had shown the greatest promise. Its long, powerful body had already grown to nearly 8 meters, its crimson scales gleaming like molten metal beneath the sunlight like living fire turned solid. It stood proud and regal, wings flexing with effortless strength, each beat sending gusts of wind through the trees, setting the leaves whispering in waves. Dusk Shadow was slightly smaller, about 5.5 meters long, its deep violet scales shimmering like flowing night under the shade. At that moment, it was chasing a startled deer through the underbrush, scattering smaller creatures in every direction. Silverfall was close in size to Dusk Shadow, just over 5 meters, its body sheathed in scales that shone like liquid silver, glinting brilliantly in the sun. It seemed more interested in the river, striking the water with its foreclaws and sending sheets of spray into the air. From time to time, it would swoop low, snatch a fat salmon from the surface with its long neck, and rise gracefully again, moving with the poise of a creature born to both air and water. A flicker of surprise passed through Quen's mind. Their growth rate was astonishing, far beyond what he had expected, even in an age when magic had yet to return in full force. In the original history, Daenerys's Drogon had only become large enough to bear a rider at 2 years old, and that was after the return of magic. But soon, his surprise gave way to satisfaction. The faster they grew, the better. If fortune favored him, the dragons might gain real combat strength before the Red Comet arrived. Janice walked up to him and said softly, "Your Grace, since your lesson with Blood Dancer, it hasn't quarreled again with Dusk Shadow or Silverfall." Quen smiled. "Looks like the little one's finally learning some discipline." Perhaps hearing their voices, Blood Dancer, still on the far bank of the river, lifted its long, sinuous neck and turned toward them, curiosity flickering in its eyes. The two couldn't help but laugh at its guilty look. After spending a little while playing with Janice and the dragons, Quen finally excused himself and rode away. "If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Linus's Request. He left the riverbank and rode back into the depths of the camp. Ever since he had first tasted forbidden fruit with Lady Hightower, that searing, bone-melting pleasure had burned itself into his senses, leaving him addicted to its memory. His body was maturing with time, and his hunger for women had only grown stronger. He stopped before a secluded wooden cabin that smelled faintly of pine. When he pushed open the door, the sight before him made his breath catch. Linus Hightower was lounging lazily in an armchair draped with soft furs. A beam of afternoon sunlight filtered through the slats of the wooden window, spilling across her figure. She wore a finely tailored pale blue silk gown that made her bare arms look even whiter and smoother, like the most delicate porcelain from the East. The neckline of the gown was cleverly cut, perfectly tracing the full, rounded curves of her breasts as they rose and fell with her breath, stirring boundless temptation. Sunlight danced across her silky golden hair, casting a soft halo over her flawless profile. Her head was slightly bowed, long lashes fanning small shadows across her cheeks as she focused on a bard's book of love poems. She seemed entirely bathed in a quiet radiance that blended nobility and tranquil grace. It was a vision that could make any man's heart race. Quen instantly understood why Yoram Mormont had been bewitched by this woman, why he would break his vows and stoop to slave trading just to please her material desires. Lennis's beauty was a fusion of the refined elegance of House Hightower's ancient, noble bloodline and the lush ripeness of a mature woman, like a peach at the height of sweetness. When Quen's gaze lingered on her full red lips and those eyes glimmering with languid charm, he caught a fleeting resemblance to Daenerys. Yet unlike the still blossoming young Dany, the Lennis before him was like a flower nurtured to perfection in a greenhouse, radiant, fragrant, and impossibly tempting. Lennis heard the movement and lifted her gaze. When she saw Quen, delight and excitement instantly bloomed across her face. She set down the poetry book and rose gracefully, the hem of her skirt rippling like water. Her voice carried a sweet, surprised lilt. "Your Grace? What brings you here today?" Only after their last encounter had she learned from others who this young conqueror truly was. That revelation wrapped Quen in an irresistible aura, stirring in her heart a tangled mix of resentment, longing, and desire for freedom she could barely name. Lennis was just past 20, yet years of confinement had left her with a deep, aching loneliness and yearning. Quen didn't answer, he only wore a faint, knowing smile as he strode forward. Without a word, his strong arm wrapped around Lennis' slender yet resilient waist, pulling her effortlessly into his embrace. Her body, soft and fragrant with a faint floral warmth, melted against his chest. His movements brimmed with possessive dominance. One hand traced the smooth line of her back, feeling the astonishing warmth and elasticity beneath the silk gown. The other slid down along the graceful curve of her waist and hips, his palm savoring the fullness through the thin fabric. His touch seemed to carry a current, wherever his fingers passed, he could feel the woman in his arms tremble. The blush on her cheeks deepened, spreading to her ears and down her pale neck. "Your Grace!" Lennis's voice came out as a soft murmur, half reproach, half delight. Yet her body betrayed her, relaxing completely as she tilted her head back, her swan-like neck exposed beneath Quen's burning gaze. Her blue eyes glimmered with mist, shimmering with desire that invited him silently, wordlessly. Quen lowered his head, capturing her full, tempting lips with precision. Their mouths met, tongues intertwining, fierce and unrelenting. At first, Lennis's response was shy and hesitant, but under Quen's practiced and commanding lead, her restraint melted into passion. Her arms coiled around his neck like serpents, her body pressing tightly against his as though she wished to fuse herself into his very being. The cabin's temperature soared, the air thick with the sweetness of spring and heat. Fabric rustled, breaths quickened, mingling in rhythm. He held her close, feeling her heartbeat hammering against his chest, her body trembling in lingering waves. Lennis lay against him, her golden hair in wild disarray, her cheeks flushed, her gaze languid and unfocused. Fatigue rolled over him like the tide. Quen sighed softly, breathing in the mingled scent of her hair and skin. Enveloped by that gentle warmth, his consciousness drifted into peaceful sleep. The next morning, dawn crept in, faint light glimmering through the air tinged with a lingering fragrance. Quen's first sensations were not of sight, but of scent and touch, an embrace spun from warmth and softness. A unique aroma, a blend of feminine sweetness, the fading trace of last night's passion, and the cool freshness of morning stirred faintly against his senses. It was Lennis's scent. Like the petals of a summer rose crushed and steeped in snow melt, infused with the gentle warmth of her skin and the sweetness of ripe fruit. The fragrance wound into his senses, gently rousing him from the edge of sleep. Then came the feel of her body, her soft, silken back pressed against his broad chest. Her skin was impossibly smooth, like the finest silk flowing in dawn's light, alive with heat and life. They lay entwined, skin to skin, warmth passing between them. Lennis stirred at his movement. Her hazy blue eyes fluttered open as she murmured, "Your Grace, you're awake." Quen started to move, but paused when he saw her brows knit slightly, a flicker of discomfort crossing her face. The memory of the night before came rushing back, and he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps too many years on campaign had left him a little restrained. When he stopped, Linus gave a soft giggle, her smooth, pale body shifting against him. Only when his expression softened did she rest her head against his chest and whisper, "Your Grace, may I go with you to the front lines? I wish to stay by your side, it might make things go faster." Seeing the flush on her cheeks, Quen fell silent in thought. She was right. Thinking of his future plans for the north, he nodded. "Later, you'll come with me to the Central Highlands." He then recalled Yora, who had been imprisoned for far too long. It was time to draw out the last of his worth. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Wildfire from the Heavens. Quen stayed in Crown Town for only a day and a night before hastily returning to the Central Highlands with Wildfire and a group of pyromancers. The darkness before dawn was at its thickest, shrouding both opposing camps in the Central Highlands with a deathly chill. The Highland fortress crouched atop the ridge, its stone walls glimmering cold and hard beneath the sparse starlight. Only a few scattered campfires flickered atop the towers, where sentries moved sluggishly behind the battlements. Behind the curtain wall, the sellsword camp was filled with the sound of snoring. By day, their nerves were stretched taut, fearing Quen might lead his forces to storm the castle. Only at night could these weary warriors find a moment's respite. Across the entire hilltop, the only sounds were the rustle of wind through dry grass and the occasional distant howl of wolves. At Quen's rammed earth fortress, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. No campfires, no clamor, only a cold, oppressive stillness charged with anticipation. 3 specially modified giant catapults loomed in the dark, their outlines grim and menacing. Their throwing arms had been thickened and reinforced, wrapped with grease-soaked ropes. The winch systems were strengthened as well, capable of bearing loads far heavier than ordinary stone projectiles. Most crucially, the launch ends had been equipped with special attachments, no longer simple leather pouches, but multi-layered nets woven from tough vines and thick canvas, lined with moss and cork shavings to cushion the wildfire clay pots. Pyromancers murmured final instructions beside the catapults. Squadrons of carefully selected soldiers, responding to their officers' low commands, worked in pairs to slowly and steadily unload each specially crafted clay pot from the transport racks. Every pot was thickly wrapped in straw and damp cloth. As each was placed into the net pouch, those nearby instinctively stepped back. Quen stood atop the fortress's highest watchtower, draped in a dark cloak, his gaze piercing the blackness as he locked onto the Highland fortress's silhouette. Yik stood quietly beside him, her breathing deliberately soft. "Loading complete, Your Grace." The pyromancer's report came softly through the messenger. Quen did not turn. He simply raised his right hand. "Target the inner curtain wall of the Highland fortress." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every commander. The catapult crews, after months of practice, had mastered every angle and distance. Elevation 45 degrees, range, calibrate. Calibrate. The command was passed down swiftly. The winches creaked as the thick ropes tightened, lifting the massive counterweights inch by inch toward their limit. The huge arms, like fully drawn bows, trembled under the strain, the wood groaning from the pressure. Sweat rolled down the operators' faces, yet their eyes stayed locked on the calibration markers, not daring to waver. Time stretched on, second by second. A faint pale light began to seep into the eastern horizon, outlining the fortress more clearly. On one of the towers, a yawning mere sentry stirred. He had noticed the eerie silence across the way and the faint mechanical whine. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he leaned forward to peer into the darkness, trying to see the rammed earth position. At that very moment, fire! Quen's right hand sliced through the air. 3 thunderous cracks tore apart the stillness of dawn. The massive arms of the catapults sprang upward with violent force, hurling the clay pots encased in their woven nets high into the sky. The heavy pots arced through the air, tracing 3 sharp parabolas as they hurtled toward the fortress. What is that? The sentry atop the tower finally made out the fast-approaching black dots. His terrified scream shattered the fragile peace. Enemy attack! Catapult! The shrill alarms rang out through the fortress. The sleeping sellswords and slave troops jolted awake at once. Shouts, curses, the clash of metal, and the thud of hurried footsteps erupted in chaos. Yet the sellswords' veterans hardened by countless battles reacted swiftly. Many didn't even bother putting on armor, they simply grabbed their weapons, instinctively seeking cover or rushing for the battlements. Still, confusion and a touch of scorn lingered among them. Catapults again? Had that Easterner still not given up? For the past 2 months, the projectiles had done little more than make noise and scatter debris, utterly incapable of damaging the fortress. To prevent stones from striking inside the curtain walls and injuring soldiers, they had even strung up several layers of netting above the courtyard to absorb the impact. Their camps were also set up directly beside the walls to avoid being hit. Captain Koff of the Bright Banners Company bellowed at the chaos as he roughly tightened the straps on his breastplate. "What's the panic for? They're just worthless rocks. Shields ready. Archers to the walls. If those eastern rats dare come..." He stopped mid-sentence. Because the 3 boulders were already soaring overhead. "No, this isn't right." Dario Naharis of the Storm Crows was nimbly climbing the wooden watchtower when his sharp instincts screamed of mortal danger. Those things flying through the air weren't stones. His pupils shrank as the eerie green glow from countless clay jars reflected in them. "Get down! Find solid cover!" His shout was instantly swallowed by the rising chaos. The first clay jar crashed hard onto the watchtower atop the main keep. The sound wasn't of stone breaking, but a heavy crack followed by the dull splash of liquid bursting free. A wave of viscous, jade-green fluid splattered across the tower's summit, spraying out in a violent, radiating pattern. The thick green substance clung to the cold stone walls, the wooden beams, and the startled soldiers, slowly oozing and spreading as it shimmered with an ominous light. For an instant, the entire battlefield fell into a chilling silence. The soldiers doused in the liquid stared at their glowing, sticky arms in horror. Thinking it some deadly poison, they panicked, frantically trying to wipe it away only for the green slime to smear further with every motion, their terrified screams piercing the still air. Soon, however, they realized it wasn't poisonous. Aside from its cold, slimy touch and foul stench, the liquid seemed harmless. Below, the confusion rippled through the sellsword camp. "Ha! Ha!" Goer, captain of the Iron Shields, froze for a moment before bursting into a loud, rough laugh of relief. "Look at you cowards! Those Easterners are just putting on a show." Marrow of the Second Sons exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow before curling his lips into a sneer. "Told you those Eastern sorcerers love their little tricks." Their laughter spread through the ranks as they looked down on the green liquid, convinced that Quen was merely trying to scare them. Dario of the Storm Crows approached, dipped a finger into the strange fluid, and brought it to his nose. The stench was awful. He frowned. The smell was strangely familiar, like something he had seen before. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Sea of Green Fire. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Quen watched the wildfire jars arc into the castle's interior, a cold smile curving his lips. "Lose. Your Grace, allow me." The tattered prince stepped forward. Striding to the front lines, his sword-worn hand reached steadily toward a startled soldier. The man hurriedly offered him a well-kept sellsword bow and a quiver filled with fire arrows wrapped in thick, oil-soaked cloth. The tattered prince tested the bowstring. It gave a low, resonant hum. He drew an arrow and calmly lit it from a nearby torch. Flames flickered in his deep, steady eyes. He didn't look toward the tower or the walls. His gaze was fixed entirely on a stretch of stone where thick, viscous green liquid clung to the surface, seeping down through the mortar lines. That spot was where the fluid had gathered most densely, flowing the strongest. The tattered prince stood motionless, like a carved statue. In his world, there was only the bow, the burning arrow, and that flowing green wall. The bow curved like a full moon. The arrow flashed like a falling star. No shout, no wasted motion. The flaming arrow leapt from the string with a sharp, slicing whistle, tracing a brief, deadly streak of crimson light through the air. At last, the flame touched the viscous, icy green liquid. SSSHHH crack. The point of contact erupted instantly in a dazzling, unnatural flare of emerald sparks. Then, boom! A deafening explosion split the dawn. Centered on the impact, the section of wall drenched in green liquid along with the debris stacked behind it and the soldiers nearby was consumed and vaporized in a heartbeat by a torrent of searing emerald fire. Boom! 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 All across the highland fortress, wherever the wildfire concentrate had splashed or seeped, the effect was the same. Each patch ignited like a colossal powder keg, erupting one after another into thunderous blasts and towering pillars of green flame that tore through the air. The top of the main keep's tower, already soaked with the substance, burst into blazing inferno. Flames cascaded wildly down the walls, spreading like liquid fury. On the eastern side, the sellsword camp tents, supplies, barricades, even the very soil soaked in the green mixture, became an unending sea of fire, pulsing with that eerie, otherworldly glow. Boom! Boom! Two even larger explosions erupted in the midst of the packed camp. The shockwaves tore through everything within dozens of feet: tents, fences, men ripping them apart and flinging them into the air. The thick green flames surged outward from the blast points, rolling and spreading in all directions, unstoppable. This time, the sellswords saw it clearly, the true horror of this fire from hell. Water! Douse it with water! A squad leader of the Iron Shields bellowed, his voice breaking. Several soldiers scrambled for buckets, splashing water over a comrade wreathed in green fire. SSSHHH! The moment the water hit, the flames didn't die, they roared higher, shooting upward with a fierce hiss, burning even more violently than before. The soldier drenched in water let out a blood-curdling scream as the flames surged over him, his body swallowed whole in an instant, becoming a blazing green fireball. Useless! Water's useless! Terror swept through the ranks like a storm. They watched helplessly as their comrades rolled on the ground, trying desperately to extinguish the flames. But the thick green fire clung to skin and cloth like maggots to flesh, burning ever fiercer until it consumed its victims completely, leaving behind only blackened, twisted husks that reeked of charred meat. Even more horrifying was how fast the fire spread. It flowed through the camp like a living river, and wherever it passed, everything turned to ash and warped cinders. No! My brothers! My bright banners! Koth, commander of the bright banners, roared, his eyes wide with grief and fury. He watched his proud red banner devoured by the green tongues of flame, watched his battle-hardened veterans struggle and scream in agony within the inferno, until all that remained were ashes. He tried to charge into the blaze, but his personal guards seized him, dragging him back by force. Captain! You can't! That's the devil's fire, touch it and you're finished! Retreat! Out of the camp! Fall back into the fortress! Goer, commander of the Iron Shields, bellowed, trying to rally the chaos. He ordered his men to raise their massive tower shields, forming a wall to block the advancing flames. But before the flowing green fire, the shields might as well have been made of paper. The flames latched onto the metal surfaces, burning with terrifying intensity. The heat seared through the steel, splitting open the soldiers' palms. Screaming, they dropped their shields, and the fire poured through the gaps, igniting the men packed tightly behind them. The so-called defensive line collapsed in an instant beneath the emerald tide. Marrow of the Second Sons had long since lost his earlier mockery. His red gold beard was singed by the heat, his face blackened with soot, and terror shone plainly in his eyes. Damn it! Damn those eastern sorcerers! He cursed, kicking aside anyone in his path as he fled, desperate to escape the burning hell that surrounded him. Daario Naharis stood atop the wooden tower, staring at the green inferno spreading below. For the first time, all color drained from his handsome face. His blue eyes reflected nothing but raw, unfiltered fear. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted toward the inner fortress, away from the fire. Sell sword honor? A commander's duty? None of it mattered before the instinct to survive. Inside the fortress, the camp of the Mere Slave Legion had descended into chaos. Though the wildfire pots hadn't struck their crowded barracks directly, the green flames pouring down from the burning main tower and the deafening explosions and screams echoing from the eastern sellsword camp had already thrown them into panic. This is the god's punishment. That Easterner has summoned the dragon's breath. We're all going to die. Burned alive. The gates are sealed. The slave soldiers huddled together in the narrow, filthy barracks, trembling uncontrollably. Most had been dragged from fields and workshops, untested and untrained, never having faced real war. The apocalyptic roar outside shattered what little courage they had left. Commander Trombo, flanked by a handful of bodyguards, stumbled up a section of the western ramparts still untouched by the flames. His face was white as bone, his lips trembling as he struggled to stand. Before his eyes, the main keep's tower had collapsed partially in the green fire. The bright banner's proud encampment was now a lifeless stretch of emerald-charred ground. He saw countless familiar faces, mercenaries he had once commanded, vanish into the flames. The mighty steel wall of 10,000 sellswords he had relied upon melted away before that unnatural green fire like snow under the sun. It's over, all over. Trombo's voice was hollow as he stared blankly at the spreading emerald hell below. His family estate, his duty as protector of Myr, his promises to the Magister's office, all of it had been swallowed by the unearthly light. He felt as though his very soul had frozen solid. He didn't even notice when droplets of burning green liquid, flung by an explosion, splattered onto the grain warehouse below his position. Commander! Look out! The fire, it's spreading! A guard pointed down in horror. Tiny tongues of green flame leapt across the warehouse roof, then... boom! Another explosion rocked the fortress. A surge of green fire shot across the air, instantly igniting the wooden walkway beneath Trombo's feet and the parapet beside him. The viscous flames raced hungrily along the timbers. Ah! Trombo screamed as his boots and trousers caught fire. The agony was indescribable. He tried to beat out the flames, but his hands only smeared the burning green liquid, spreading it faster. His guards tried to reach him, but the heat was too intense. They could only watch in horror as their commander writhed and shrieked within the green blaze until, at last, he became a rolling ball of fire, tumbling from the ramparts and plunging into the inferno below. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Lady Cat's Secret Revealed. At Lo Quen's position, the tattered prince of the Windblown Company and his mercenaries, men long accustomed to death and slaughter, stood in stunned, deathly silence. They were far enough from the fortress to escape the blast wave, yet the sheer destruction before them and the blood-curdling screams echoing across the battlefield chilled even the hardest of killers to the bone. The gods, above. One of the wind-blown mercenaries gagged, his face as pale as chalk. What was that? Dragon fire, another stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. No worse than dragon fire. An older sellsword muttered the words, his eyes filled with naked terror. Even the tattered prince's expression was frozen in wordless dread. He had always prided himself on his worldly experience, having crawled and clawed through the shadows of Essos for half a lifetime. Yet never had he witnessed such horror. He turned his gaze toward the distant figure of the young king standing upon the lookout platform. For the first time, he felt a deep, unmistakable awe and a chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. This Easterner wielded a power that could burn cities to ash and annihilate entire armies. To make an enemy of such a man, was to seek death itself. The catapults did not fall silent. After the first devastating strike, Qyburn and the old pyromancer calmly coordinated the next barrage, judging the flames spread and the fortress's weak points. More wildfire jars were loaded and launched, each one arcing through the smoke-filled air toward the fortress's vital supports, its storage depots, and the last pockets of resistance. Every impact brought with it another collapse, another wave of death. The Highland fortress, the steel bastion upon which the Mere had placed their last hope, had become nothing more than a blazing tomb bathed in sickly green light. The once unyielding stone walls glowed red with heat, cracking and falling apart. Towers tilted, crumbled, and vanished into the inferno. Columns of thick black smoke and ghostly green firestorms rose into the heavens, blotting out the sun. The fire burned for an entire day and night. By the following dusk, as the dying rays of the sun struggled to pierce the dense smoke, the mighty Highland fortress that had once dominated the central highlands was reduced to a vast field of charred ruin, still smoldering, still whispering with heat. The acrid stench of burnt flesh carried for miles. Twisted shards of metal, glassy stones melted and hardened again, and layers of ash blanketing the ground painted the outline of a man-made hell. Among the ruins, one could still glimpse blackened, contorted corpses curled in on themselves, no longer human, only shadows of what they had been. Quen immediately ordered his dragon soul guards and soldiers to enter the ruins and begin the search. The wind-blown mercenaries followed, stepping into the still hot wreckage behind his army. Even the bravest among them turned pale as they entered, choking back the urge to vomit. King's Landing, brothel. The air was thick with a cloying perfume, sweet to the point of nausea, mingled with the sour tang of aged wine and sweat. The heavy scent hung stagnant in the richly adorned room. Velvet curtains shut out most of the noise from the streets, leaving only the dim, flickering glow of candlelight to cast suggestive shadows across the walls. Gaudy murals depicted the gods' debauched revels, and in the corner, an oversized bed lay in disarray, its tangled silk sheets a silent testament to the room's trade. Eddard Stark glanced around, his every bone seeming to creak with discomfort in the face of such decadence. He had just escaped the torment of the small council meeting, and it had nearly broken him. The kingdom's coffers had long since been emptied by Robert's reckless extravagance, leaving behind debts soaring into the millions of golden dragons. The sheer weight of those numbers pressed on him like a stone, stealing his breath. And yet, despite the ruin, Robert still insisted on hosting a grand tournament in honor of his new hand. But what unsettled Eddard most was not the king's folly, it was the fact that Peter Baelish had brought him to this den of filth. And here, against all expectation, he found his wife, Catelyn Stark, who should have been hundreds of leagues away, guarding Winterfell. Catelyn rested against him, her body pressed close to his chest. They had been apart for only a month, yet the longing between them was heavy and deep. Her face was thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue from long travel and the remnants of fear. She leaned close and whispered in his ear. "Ned, I told Peter everything we suspect about Jonaran's death. He promised to help you uncover the truth. He has many sources here." The moment she spoke, Eddard felt something inside him crack. Bran's stabbing had already weighed on his soul, but this quiet confession chilled him to the marrow. She had told their secrets tied to the highest powers of the realm to this man before him? The man with the narrow smile and shifting eyes? This was no relief. It was a catastrophe. Eddard turned sharply toward her, his grey-blue eyes boring into hers, full of disbelief, reproach, and a deep, gnawing worry. He wanted to cry out, to demand of his lady. "My dear Catelyn, what were you thinking? Do you know what you've done?" Littlefinger watched his near-speechless shock with quiet amusement. Reclining lazily on the opposite couch, he twirled a silver goblet of crimson wine between his fingers, that familiar thin smile playing on his lips. "My dear Lord Eddard," he said smoothly, "your lady has indeed placed great trust in me. She has not only shared your mutual concerns regarding Lord John's death but also revealed the contents of those two rather interesting letters you received." At that, Eddard's face went pale. Those letters, Stannis's and Lysa's accusations about Jon Arryn's murder, held secrets that could shake the Seven Kingdoms and drown them in blood. How could she have been so reckless, entrusting such things to this man, this schemer who had built his standing in King's Landing through deceit and betrayal? If Eddard was reeling in silence, Peter Baelish, when he had first heard Catelyn speak of Renly's plan to depose Cersei and crown a Tyrell maiden as queen, had been struck by his own wave of astonishment. The value of that revelation far exceeded his expectations. And when he realized that Eddard now suspected Renly of murdering Jon Arryn, Peter could barely contain his laughter. For Littlefinger knew exactly how Jon Arryn had died. It was his masterpiece brought about through Lysa Arryn's trembling hands. He had planned it all, using her letter accusing Cersei and the conveniently lost Valyrian steel dagger to ignite a war between Stark and Lannister, those eternal enemies, and watch them tear each other apart. But now, Catelyn's mention of Renly's conspiracy had opened new doors in his mind. This unexpected gift of information made him hunger to rewrite his game entirely. Stark, Lannister, Tyrell, Renly. Four powers, circling each other in suspicion and hate. A perfect storm, a feast of chaos, bestowed by the gods themselves. He could move through it all with practiced ease, pulling strings, stoking the fire, making the blaze burn ever brighter. On one hand, he continued to swear to Catelyn in earnest, insisting that the dagger used by Bran's would-be killer undoubtedly belonged to Tyrion Lannister, directing the Stark's wrath squarely toward the Westerlands. On the other, his calculating mind was already racing, plotting how to turn Renly's explosive queen swap scheme to his advantage, how to pit the Lord of Storm's End against the other powers of the realm. Littlefinger knew he would need to pay Renly a visit very soon. Facing her husband's stunned and furious gaze, Catelyn seemed strangely detached. Instead of remorse or unease, she lifted her face, speaking softly in a tone laced with old affection. "Ned, don't look at Peter that way. He's as close to me as a brother. He would never harm me. Besides, Peter knows everything about King's Landing. Only he can help us uncover the truth and protect our children." "As close as a brother? He wouldn't harm you?" Eddard stared into his wife's eyes, seeing the blind trust there, and an overwhelming sense of helpless absurdity washed over him. For over 10 years of marriage, he had believed he understood Catelyn's strength and wisdom, qualities that had held the North together. Yet here, in this sordid brothel in King's Landing, with Peter Baelish's narrow smile flickering in the candlelight, Eddard felt dizzy with disbelief. Her naivete had made her so trusting in the heart of the most dangerous game of power. He tore his gaze away from Catelyn's face and fixed it on Littlefinger. Peter Baelish sat leisurely, sipping his wine, the faint curve of his lips unchanged. A chill ran up Eddard's spine. This man, this seemingly harmless, smooth-tongued master of Quen, now seemed utterly unfathomable, cloaked in shadows and deceit. Whose side was he truly on? Eddard's fists clenched, his knuckles whitening under the strain. In this room thick with the sickly sweetness of perfume and wine, he felt a cold, crushing loneliness he had never known before. Before long, Eddard left Littlefinger's brothel, his face dark and grim. Catelyn and Sir Roderick were escorted out by Littlefinger himself. None of them noticed the fleeting shadow that slipped past the windowsill just moments earlier. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, The Movements of Volantis. In Volantis, at the very heart of the Black Wall, stood the Grand Hall where the Triarchs wielded their authority. Its soaring dome was inlaid with vibrant stained glass, and when the noonday sunlight pierced through, shifting hues danced across the polished black marble floor like the silent gaze of the gods themselves. Deep within this hall, a symbol of supreme power, 3 triarchs of Volantis were locked in a heated dispute around the massive council table. Malay-Quomagur, the sole triarch of the Tiger Party, had his aged face flushed red with fury. His thick fingers struck the table with heavy, echoing thuds that reverberated through the vast chamber. He wore the silk robes of his faction, embroidered with the emblem of a roaring golden tiger, and a weighty gold chain hung from his neck, each link engraved with the glorious conquests of his forebears. His booming voice filled the hall. The latest reports confirm the defeat of the Myrish army. The Easterner is advancing on Myr itself. We must act now. Will we wait until that Easterner devours Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr one by one until he turns the entire triarchy into jewels for his crown, and only then wake from our slumber? The Tiger Party represented Volantis's oldest noble bloodlines and martial traditions, believing the world could be conquered through iron and blood. After the fall of the Valyrian freehold, during the so-called Century of Blood, the Tigers once seized power. They commanded mighty Tiger Cloak legions and vast fleets, dreaming of restoring Valyria's lost glory. But their unchecked ambition provoked the united retaliation of the other free cities. Volantis suffered a crushing defeat, and the Tiger Party's influence collapsed, its prestige plunging into disgrace. For 3 centuries since, the Elephant Party had maintained control of at least 2 of the Triarch seats, while the Tiger Party was reduced to the role of a sidelined growler. Malay-Quo's fury stemmed not only from his wariness of Lo Quen, but also from the centuries of humiliation and frustration his party had endured. Across from him sat the 2 triarchs of the Elephant Party, representing the interests of merchants, bankers, and slave masters. They sought the flow of gold and the expansion of trade networks, convinced that true power lay in wealth. Essos Vihasar, a thin, sharp-featured man, idly rubbed the large sapphire ring on his thumb as he spoke. His family served as Volantis's greatest intermediary in the slave trade of Slavers Bay, controlling countless routes that carried human cargo. "Lord Malay-Quo," he said smoothly, "anger blinds the eyes of wisdom. This Easterner, yes, he has stirred up storms in the disputed lands. But consider this, after conquering Tyrosh and Lys, he did not dismantle their slave systems. Quite the opposite, war has only deepened the hunger of nobles and workshop owners for more slaves. Over the past year, the number of slaves sent to the disputed lands has risen by 40% compared to times of peace. Wealth is flowing ceaselessly into our coffers. At such a time, provoking a powerful force that poses no threat to our trade routes would be folly. We should first observe him, perhaps even establish mutually beneficial trade relations. That is the path the Elephant Party would take." Dinafos Penamian, the other Elephant Triarch, was a portly man whose round face always carried a genial smile. His family's wealth rested on a broader base, commodities ranging from eastern spices and silks to western timber and ore. "Lord Essos speaks true," he said cheerfully. "War, especially when it's someone else's war, can be a marvelous opportunity. Tyroshi pear brandy, Myrish lace, and glass, Lysane wine, the supply of such luxuries has been disrupted, and prices have soared as if they'd sprouted wings. My fleets sail those seas, and the profits are staggering. As for whether this Easterner might threaten Volantis..." He let out a short laugh and patted his round belly. "We have the impregnable Black Wall, the well-armed Tiger Cloak army, tens of thousands strong, and we can always hire the finest sellsword companies in Essos. If that Easterner dares extend his claws toward us, we'll show him that Volantis is no soft-footed triarchy weakling." Malay-Quo stared at his 2 colleagues, lost in their illusions of wealth and security, and a suffocating mix of helplessness and rage welled up within him. He forced down his rage, his voice trembling slightly from the strain. "You short-sighted fools! You see only the gold glittering before your eyes, yet fail to recognize the colossal beast the Easterner will become once he consolidates the resources of the 3 daughters. His army, tempered in wildfire, and his ambition boundless, will never stop at the Myr River. When he has digested his victories, sharpened his claws and fangs, and marches upon your gates, you will regret this." Essos remained unmoved, even gracefully lifting his crystal goblet to sip the chilled red wine. The loyalty and combat prowess of the tiger robes are beyond question, Lord Malekwo. You worry too much. The third daughter's defeat stemmed from her own weakness and division, not from some invincible foe. Volantis will not repeat that mistake. Dinafos nodded in agreement, his plump fingers drumming lazily on the tabletop. Precisely. Lord Essos speaks the truth. The third daughter couldn't even muster a proper army. Her defeat was inevitable. We of Volantis have the Black Wall, the Tiger Robe army, our fleet, and unmatched wealth. That the Easterner is no threat. Seeing the two remain unmoved, a flicker of grim resolve passed through Malekwo's eyes. He knew that the Tiger Party's strength alone could not force intervention. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself, he drew a wax-sealed letter from the inner pocket of his silk robe. Since both lords are so convinced Volantis stands impregnable and have no interest in taking the offensive. Malekwo's voice turned icy again. He slammed the letter down onto the dragonbone tabletop and pushed it toward them. Then perhaps you should see this. A proposal from Bravus. Dinafos's smile froze. With a trace of reluctance, he picked up the letter, muttering suspiciously. Bravasi? What new trick are they plotting now? Don't tell me they're trying to coax us into joining forces to provoke that harbinger of doom. He unfolded the parchment and scanned its contents quickly. Seconds later, his muttering stopped dead. His shrewd merchant eyes widened, the usual genial smile replaced by stunned disbelief. He snapped his head up to stare at Malekwo. The Bravasi, they actually want to do this. Essos, noticing Dinafos's reaction, immediately reached for the letter. His sharp, hawk-like eyes swept over the words, and his usually calm face betrayed visible shock tinged even with a hint of pain. This? How much would it cost to employ those people? Wouldn't the price be too steep? Seeing the two finally shaken, Malekwo's taut nerves eased slightly. He let out a cold snort. Compared to mobilizing the tiger robes and hiring a massive fleet to march deep into the disputed lands for open war against the Easterner, what are a few golden dragons? This is the best non-intervention plan the Bravasi could conceive. It costs us not a single soldier, spares us from direct entanglement in the conflict, and yet removes that unsettling threat. Isn't that far more effective than your fantasies of pacifying a conqueror with trade and the Black Wall? Dinafos and Essos exchanged a long look. Silence spread through the vast hall, broken only by the silent gaze of the gods above the dome. Finally, Dinafos gave a slow nod. Essos pondered quietly, his fingers absently rubbing the sapphire ring on his thumb, a silent sign of consent. Malekwo watched their reluctant compromise without a trace of satisfaction, only disdain for the short-sightedness of his elephant party colleagues. If not for Bravus's unexpected proposal, Volantis might well have stood idly by while the Easterner grew to full strength upon the ruins of its neighbors. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Renly's Shock. Meanwhile, along the banks of the Mere River 1,000 miles away, the midsummer sun poured its golden warmth across the fertile lands. Quen's army, like a precise and unstoppable machine of harvest, swept through the southern bank of the Mere River with crushing momentum after seizing the last stubborn fortress on the highlands. The hastily assembled slave guards of Mere, upon seeing Quen's forces tear down the highland fortress and advance toward the city's heartlands, had already lost all will to fight. Even when they attempted to resist on the open plains relying on the river and hastily built rammed earth defenses, they were as fragile as paper before Quen's legions and the blazing wildfires. In less than a month, the vast and bountiful lands south of the Mere River had all fallen under Quen's control. Only after taking stock of the Myrish wealth did he realize the spoils exceeded all expectations. Now, Quen resided within a luxurious estate situated by the Mere River Bay, one that had been fully secured. Once a summer retreat for a Myrish noble, the estate combined Mere's signature elegance and refinement. White stone columns encircled a central fountain, and the gardens flourished with exotic flowers and rare plants from distant lands. Seated on a terrace bench carved from a single block of rosewood, Quen toyed with a recent prize from the estate's workshop, a piece of Myrish lace. This lace was among the most exquisite jewels of Mir's famed craftsmanship. Thinner than a cicada's wing, lighter than mist, it was woven from the finest lamb's wool using ancient techniques long thought nearly lost. The pattern was a marvel of precision and grace. Tiny blossoms and vines outlined in silver thread adorned the delicate mesh, shimmering with a pearlescent glow beneath the sunlight. Its texture was impossibly soft, as smooth as flowing silk. Such lace was the envy of noble women across Westeros and Essos alike. Some daring courtesans even made entire gowns from it, the faint transparency revealing more than it concealed, teasing the eye with artful allure. Quen's long fingers brushed lightly over the priceless fabric, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His thoughts drifted to Lena's Hightower, the precious jewel of Old Town he had hidden away in his golden chambers. He imagined this dreamlike lace draped over her snow-white, voluptuous body. The image alone was enough to stir his heart. The glory of conquest and the tenderness of beauty mingled within him like a sweet, intoxicating summer wine. Just then, light yet hesitant footsteps echoed across the terrace. Chayik appeared beneath the arched doorway. She had shed her armor, now dressed in a finely tailored light blue silk gown that accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Her gaze first fell upon Quen before drifting to the white lace in his hand. A faint flush colored her cheeks before she quickly turned her eyes away. Ever since Lady Linus of House Hightower had arrived at the front lines and been assigned to a villa unusually close to his Grace's own chambers, Chayik, with her perceptive nature, had sensed the unmistakable intimacy between them. His Grace was still so young, yet already so powerful. And still, he had no queen by his side. In the ancient traditions of Yiti, the celestial emperor took 100 wives, all sharing in his divine glory. Then what of his Grace? An audacious thought surfaced unbidden. If she could become one of his wives, perhaps she could wield that supreme power to restore the Yellow Dynasty. Perhaps their child could one day reign as the God Emperor of Yiti. The notion sent her heartbeat fluttering, her cheeks warming further. She quickly suppressed the thought, forcing herself back to the matter at hand. Bowing slightly, she spoke, her voice carrying an unusual tension. Your Grace, the estate's reception and the initial inventory have been completed. The artisans in the workshops remain calm and compliant. When shall we march on Mir? Quen, unaware of the turbulent emotions hidden behind her composure, looked at her and said. Issue orders to the entire army. We rest here for 3 days, take stock of supplies, prepare the equipment. After 3 days, we cross the river and march on Mir. Chayik straightened her back and answered firmly. As you command, Your Grace. King's Landing, the hand of the King's tournament camp. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat, the musk of horses, and the stifling heat of a restless crowd. Colorful tents clustered like mushrooms after the rain around the tournament field. Knights' polished armor gleamed under the sunlight, attendants hurried to and fro, and noble women's skirts swayed lightly in the summer breeze. Beneath the festive clamor, unseen undercurrents stirred. Renly Baratheon's tent was among the grandest in the camp. The Baratheon stag banner fluttered proudly atop its canopy, while thick Myrish carpets covered the floor. Low tables overflowed with fresh fruit, roasted peacock, honey-drenched almond cakes, and fine golden wine from the arbor. Renly himself wore a perfectly tailored silver-grey velvet doublet, a golden rose pinned to his collar. Surrounded by young knights from the Stormlands and the Reach, he laughed and chatted easily, his handsome face alight with charm and confidence as though the troubles of the realm were none of his concern. A squire entered, bowing deeply. My lord, Lord Peter Baelish requests an audience. Renly's smile faltered, a flicker of wary curiosity flashing in his eyes. Littlefinger? At this hour? He waved the young knights away. Show Lord Baelish in. Peter Baelish slipped inside like an eel, his grey-green eyes darting around the now empty tent before settling into a calculating smile. Good day, Lord Renly. Your tent truly is the most delightful oasis in this tournament. Why, even the air seems perfumed with the scent of golden roses. He bowed slightly, his manner smooth and practiced. Renly motioned for him to sit and poured him a cup of wine himself. His tone remained light, though his eyes were sharp. Peter, what wind blows you to my little oasis? Don't tell me losing those golden dragons to me this morning wasn't enough for you? Or is it that you've come bearing some interesting news? Littlefinger accepted the cup, his fingers lazily tracing its rim as his smile deepened. Indeed, he said softly, lowering his voice. I have come across certain private thoughts of the hand of the king. I thought you might find them worth hearing. Renly leaned forward slightly, the easy smile fading from his face, replaced by a hint of alertness. About Eddard Stark? What thoughts of his could possibly bring you to me? Littlefinger took a slow sip of wine, as though savouring it or perhaps weighing his words. Lord Renly, Lord Eddard suspects, no, he is almost certain that you murdered Lord Jonaran. What? The goblet in Renly's hand jerked violently, and drops of golden wine splashed onto the costly Myrish carpet. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Littlefinger's Proposal of Cooperation. The color drained from his face in an instant, and his eyes so often bright with easy laughter filled instead with shock and a trace of anger. He's gone mad. Why would I kill Jonaran? He was my brother's hand, the man Robert trusted most. Littlefinger's voice remained calm, his tone light, the faintest smile curving his lips. Lord Eddard seems to have uncovered certain clues about your grand design. The one involving his grace and the idea of replacing the queen with someone younger, more beautiful, more fitting as a symbol of spring and new life. Say, a certain rose from Highgarden, perhaps. Renly's pupils constricted sharply. That was a secret buried in the deepest part of his heart, one he had shared only with a handful of his most trusted allies. How could Eddard Stark possibly know? A chill raced up his spine, smothering the oppressive heat of the tent in an instant. If Eddard knew of the plan and had the absurd notion to link Jonaran's death to him, what did that mean? How could he know? Renly's voice was dry, strained, his effort to stay composed betrayed by the whitened knuckles gripping his goblet. Then a sudden realization hit him: Eddard was at Robert's side. Fear surged through him like a breaking wave. Gods above! Has he told Robert? Has he already accused me to his face? Robert's wrath was ruinous, he knew that better than anyone. Even a brother was not safe from it. Renly's composure cracked, his voice trembling as dread shadowed his face. Littlefinger lifted a hand, his tone smooth and reassuring. Calm yourself, my lord. To my knowledge, not yet. At least, not for now. Lord Eddard Stark is the very picture of honor. He acts only on proof. He suspects you, yes, but he has no conclusive evidence. Evidence? Renly leaned forward sharply. If he has no proof, then what gives him cause to suspect me? Well. Littlefinger hesitated, adopting an apologetic look. The source is complicated. He's holding on to certain vague accusations left behind by Lord Stannis before his departure from King's Landing. Stannis. Renly spat the name through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and contempt. Of course. Him. That doer, envious brother, always brooding, always jealous of the favor Robert showed him. So that was it. That explained why Eddard suspected him. Stannis had once served as envoy alongside Eddard in Tyrosh. He must have whispered something. The fear subsided, replaced by rapid calculation. No evidence, not yet told Robert, but that could change at any moment. Eddard Stark was like a dire wolf. Once he caught a scent, he never let go. Renly knew well he hadn't killed Jonaran, but his plan to replace the queen was very real. If the plot was exposed before Margaery set foot in Robert's bedchamber, the queen and her father would see to it that his ambitions were crushed. Damn it! And he'd even shown Eddard that portrait of Margaery himself. Remembering the look Stark had given him at Castle Derry, Renly realized the man had likely begun to suspect him even then. Damn Stannis for feeding him those lies. Renly no longer cared how Stannis had learned of his scheme. One thought filled his mind. He had to act. He must be stopped, Renly said, his voice hardening with a dangerous edge. Before he finds his so-called evidence, or before his cursed sense of honor drives him to confess everything to Robert. I must strike first. Littlefinger finished smoothly, the words slipping in like a whisper of silk, echoing the thought Renly dared not speak aloud. He leaned forward slightly, his voice rich with persuasion. A wise notion, my lord. But how? To move openly against the hand of the king? To accuse him yourself? That would be most unwise, especially while your plans remain delicate. It would only place you in greater peril. Renly's eyes narrowed. You have an idea, don't you, Peter? Don't tell me you came all this way just to frighten me. Littlefinger smiled sharp, sly, and cunning as a fox. Of course I'm here to assist you, Lord Renly. We share common interests. I too believe that Lord Eddard's presence in that seat is rather uncomfortable for many. He's too upright, too rigid. He doesn't understand how the game is played in King's Landing. Since he suspects you, and you, well, do harbor grander ambitions, it stands to reason that if Lord Mace were to ascend to the position of Hand of the King, it would be to everyone's advantage, wouldn't it? Renly studied him for a long moment. House Tyrell and he were bound tightly together. Littlefinger was clearly angling to advance his own standing. And how, pray tell, do you intend to push him aside? You do realize that Lord Eddard was personally invited by my royal brother to serve as Hand of the King, Renly said evenly, his tone cool and composed. Littlefinger smiled mysteriously and gave a small shrug. There are many ways, my lord. For instance, we could sow discord between Lord Eddard and the Queen's family, or magnify the rift between him and the King over how to deal with the Targaryen siblings. The key lies in our cooperation. I'll pull the strings from the shadows of King's Landing, while you maintain composure and keep the alliance between the Stormlands and the Reach strong. Highgarden especially. Your support will be vital. Then tell me, Lord Littlefinger, what is it you want from me? Renly's gaze hardened. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Littlefinger's motives were as slippery as oil. The man could betray Eddard Stark today and Renly himself tomorrow. Behind his talk of shared interests, Renly could sense layers of calculation. He even began to suspect that Eddard's so-called information about him hadn't come from Stannis at all but from Littlefinger's own whispering. Still, he had no choice. Eddard's suspicions hung over him like a sword. He needed Littlefinger's reach in the shadows of King's Landing to defuse the crisis and to buy himself time. Littlefinger answered bluntly, I ask only for a fief and a title, Lord Renly. He had originally intended to stake his bet on the Lannisters, but once he discovered Renly's ambitions, his plans shifted immediately. He wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. In that instant, Littlefinger decided he would back Renly as well. If Renly triumphed, he would share in the spoils. Renly understood. Born the son of a minor noble from the Fingers, Littlefinger had long hungered to climb into the upper ranks of the nobility. It was a simple motive, and a convincing one at least for now. A smile returned to Renly's face. He raised his goblet toward Littlefinger. An interesting proposition, Lord Peter. To a brighter tomorrow. Littlefinger lifted his cup, his smile sharp and shining. To tomorrow, my lord. Their goblets met with a soft, clear chime. And just like that, a quiet alliance, each side concealing its own designs, was sealed in the shadows. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Eddard's Test. Not far from Renly's lavish pavilion, another camp marked by the golden rows of House Tyrell drew the eye. The Tyrell encampment was vast, its tents adorned with elaborate patterns of vines and blossoms. The air was heavy with the scent of real roses. Servants in finely tailored green livery bustled about, a living display of the Reach's wealth and grandeur. Eddard Stark had just stepped down from the king's dais, his mind weighed down by frustration. Robert was lost in tournaments and feasts, indifferent to the mounting burdens of governance and the staggering debts piling higher by the day. Cersei's cold, piercing gaze still lingered on his back like the edge of a blade. He needed air clean, quiet, and free of the stifling pretense that choked King's Landing. Before he realized it, his steps had carried him near the Tyrell camp. The sight of the golden rose banner fluttering in the wind brought back the image of Renly's handsome face and his words about Marjorie Tyrell resembling Lyanna. Stannis's warning, Renly's and the Tyrells' shared ambitions, and the accusations surrounding Jonnaran's death all twisted together in Eddard's mind like a tangled knot. Perhaps he could glean something here, test the waters, see how much the Tyrells knew of Renly's intentions, and how far they were willing to go along with them. He had barely walked a few paces when he spotted the Magister of the Reach, the great Lord of Highgarden, and current Master of Ships Lord Mace Tyrell. The Lord was a tall, broad man, a touch soft around the middle, dressed in a green brocade robe threaded with gold. A massive golden rose brooch gleamed on his chest beneath the sunlight. He stood before his grandest tent, speaking in a booming, confident voice to his second son, Garland Tyrell, and several of his bannermen, his tone filled with pride, even self-satisfaction. Lord Hand. Lord Mace halted his speech as soon as he saw the Warden of the North approaching. His lips curved into a polite smile, though it failed to reach his eyes. "What brings you to our camp, my lord?" "Lord Mace." "Sir Garland." Eddard inclined his head in greeting, his voice as calm and steady as ever. "The tournament is quite the spectacle. I was merely taking a walk." His gaze lingered briefly on Mace's lavish robes and his self-satisfied expression, and his unease deepened. He thought of Jonnaran's death and of how House Tyrell had once thrown its support behind the Targaryens during the rebellion. Seeing the hand's darkened expression, Lord Mace asked with forced geniality, "My lord, how are you finding life in the south?" "Adjusting well, I trust." Eddard replied, "Lord Mace, King's Landing is indeed unlike the north, more splendid, and more complicated. Especially the matters of the small council. There's no end to them." The smile on Mace Tyrell's face faltered. After Jonnaran's passing, Mace had convinced himself that the office of Hand of the King would be his. The wealth and might of the Reach, his loyalty during Robert's reign, his constant efforts to flatter and please, surely it should have been enough. Yet Robert had given the honor instead to Eddard Stark, a man from the distant north. To Mace, it had been nothing short of an insult and open humiliation. "The duties of the Hand are weighty indeed," Mace said coolly. "I imagine Lord Eddard must be drowning in matters of state. The rest of us, fortunately, have the leisure to serve his grace as we're commanded and see to our own responsibilities." Garland Tyrell, quick to sense the tension beneath his father's words, frowned slightly. He stepped forward, bowing politely to Eddard in an effort to defuse the situation. "The Lord Hand's tireless service to the realm commands the highest respect." Eddard ignored the attempt at smoothing things over. His grey-blue eyes met Mace Tyrell's squarely. He had no time for courtesies. He needed to probe, to know where the Tyrells stood in Renly's designs. "Supporting his grace," Eddard said evenly, "is of course the sacred oath of every vassal. Yet, Lord Mace, there are times when the manner of that support must be handled with particular care." Lord Mace's brow furrowed deeply, the flesh on his face twitching with unease. What did Eddard Stark mean by that? Did he know something? Or was this northern wolf, freshly seated as Hand of the King, already seeking to make an example of House Tyrell? The more Mace thought on it, the more convinced he became of the latter. A hot wave of anger surged within him, born of pride, and the sting of perceived threat. Lord Mace's face turned crimson, his voice rising with all the arrogance of a great lord of the Reach. "My Lord Hand, what do you mean by that? Was House Tyrell's loyalty to the Iron Throne during the Battle of Bloodstone Isle not proof enough? Or do you, the newly appointed Hand of the King, intend to teach the Reach how to serve our king properly?" The gathered Tyrell bannermen and attendants went pale at his outburst. Sir Garland stepped forward quickly. "Father! The Lord Hand meant no such thing." Eddard regarded Mace Tyrell's furious, defensive expression, his words brimming with hostility and misplaced pride. A cold heaviness settled over him, and his suspicions hardened into certainty. Such an overreaction could only mean one thing: guilt. Mace Tyrell knew of Renly's plans, perhaps he was even among their architects. Otherwise, why would a simple warning about being cautious in support provoke such an outburst? It was as good as an admission. A deep weariness and disappointment filled Eddard's chest. Before him stood a great lord obsessed only with his family's advancement and his daughter's rise, blind to the storm gathering over the realm, or worse, choosing to play a part in it. Stannis's warning had not been unfounded. Renly and the Tyrells had already bound their interests together. Eddard no longer bothered to explain or press further. His eyes grew cold. Ignoring Mace's indignant shouting, he met his gaze squarely and spoke, his voice low but cutting. "Lord Mace, loyalty is not proven through pretty words but by understanding truth. Any act that threatens the order of the realm will bring ruin upon the Seven Kingdoms, and it will demand its price. Take care that you do not pay it." Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode away, not sparing a glance for Mace's darkening face or Garland's shocked expression. Lord Mace trembled with rage, pointing at Eddard's retreating back as he growled to his son and those nearby, "Who does he think he is? Does he imagine that being Hand of the King gives him the right to do as he pleases? He's jealous of us Tyrells, that's what this is." The blustering lord had completely misread Eddard's warning, mistaking it for envy. Garland looked from his father's flushed, furious face to the spot where Eddard Stark had vanished into the crowd, his youthful features clouded with unease. He knew his father had overreacted and that the Hand's words carried a meaning far deeper than his father grasped. Lord Mace was widely known to lack political subtlety, desperate to prove himself yet blind to how easily he could be manipulated. Garland's grandmother had sent him to King's Landing for this very reason, to keep watch over his father, to ensure he wasn't made a fool of. But now, as Garland watched his father puff with self-importance, he feared he was already too late. Eddard walked along the edge of the tournament grounds, the roar of the crowd washing over him in waves. The clash of lances and hooves thundered like distant storm clouds, but his heart was heavy. Littlefinger's loyalties were uncertain, yet he already knew too much through Catelyn. Renly's ambitions were sprouting like weeds. Mace Tyrell's pride and greed, Cersei and the Lannisters' unchecked arrogance. King's Landing was a spider's web, vast and glistening, and he, a dire wolf from the north, was caught deep within it. Around him, every thread quivered with danger, spun by enemies whose fangs dripped with venom. Stannis was far away on Dragonstone, leaving him nearly alone in this struggle. And the only lead pointing toward Renly now lay shrouded in confusion, made even more perilous by Mace Tyrell's foolish anger. What was he to do? Eddard's face was shadowed with sorrow and helplessness. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, The Siege of Myr. Renly's resolve. The city of Myr, the last surviving jewel of the Three Daughters, was now completely encircled by Quen's vast host. The once bustling port, once bathed in the warmth of summer breezes, now lay in utter silence. The sea was littered with the shattered hulls of sunken ships, severing all hope of rescue or supply from the water. On land, Quen's army had spread like an iron forest, surrounding the great city by the bay so tightly that not even a mouse could slip through. The tall, proud walls that had once guarded Myr were now torn and battered, covered with gaping wounds and jagged craters. Massive catapults roared without pause, day and night, hurling boulders that screamed through the air before crashing against the stone defenses. Each thunderous impact shook the earth, showering the walls with debris and dust, carving new pits and web-like cracks into their battered faces. Quen's supply of wildfire had long been spent. He had already written to Qyburn, ordering the production of a new batch to be sent to the front. But until it arrived, he had no intention of letting the Myrish rest easy. He commanded the catapults to keep up their bombardment, grinding away at the enemy's resolve. From the top of a hill overlooking the battlefield, Quen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes sweeping across the besieged city, his brow furrowed. It was not the battle itself that troubled him, but the stubborn tenacity of his foes. His forces had swept through every manor, workshop, and outlying fortress around Myr, cutting the city off completely. By all reason, the Myrish magisters deprived of land, resources, and hope should have understood that resistance would only multiply their losses. Surrender was the only sane path. Yet the reality before him said otherwise. The city walls bristled with the figures of slave soldiers. Most bore warm olive or deep brown skin and stood tall and lean, the unmistakable traits of Rhoynar blood. The Myrish were not like the Lysani, who claimed Valyrian ancestry, but rather shared distant kinship with the Rhoynar. Now, these slaves were being driven onto the battlements by Lysane officers under the Magister's command, their flesh and blood serving to plug the gaps in the walls. Their armor was a patchwork of scavenged gear, rusted chain mail, coarse leather, and, for many, nothing but tattered hemp tunics. They trembled beneath the rain of stone fragments that filled the air. Their weapons were crude spears with rough wooden shafts and dull, unsharpened tips. Under the relentless storm of falling stones, these slave soldiers, marked by their Rhoynar features, toiled numbly, filling breaches with rubble, mud, and hastily chopped timber, struggling to mend walls already riddled with ruin. Each crashing boulder brought a chorus of screams, followed by the sickening thud of bodies torn apart. Yet those who survived did not flinch. They pressed forward with vacant eyes, continuing their grim, mechanical labor. "How many slaves has the Magister conscripted?" Quen's voice was low as he turned to Jelena beside him. Her gaze was steady, her tone cool and precise. "Your Grace, judging by the number of figures on the walls, no fewer than 30,000. All of them armed though poorly equipped." Quen's eyes swept once more across the city walls. The battlements were crowded with defenders' figures packed shoulder to shoulder at every breach and parapet. The Myrish bore none of the pale, refined features of Valyria, instead, their faces carried the sun-warmed tones of the Rhoynar. Their dark curls clung to sweat-streaked foreheads, their tall, slender frames moving with the weary rigidity of exhaustion. Their armor was mismatched patched leather, rust-eaten mail, coarse cloth. Most clutched long spears, their dull points glinting weakly in the fading light. These slave soldiers, descendants of the Rhoynar, stood upon the battered walls, risking death with every falling stone, struggling ceaselessly to rebuild what the catapults had already reduced to ruin. Jelena frowned. "What makes the Magisters of Myr think they can hold us off? They have no chance of victory. Sending more slave soldiers is meaningless. Our catapults may not be able to bring down the main walls immediately, but once the wildfire arrives, those defenses will crumble before us. Do they truly expect slave soldiers to work miracles?" Quen couldn't make sense of it either. He paced slowly, his eyes drifting toward the distant horizon before sweeping over the vast, fertile plains stretching east of Myr. "Unless," he said evenly, "they're waiting for reinforcements." The tattered prince, clad in silver-grey armor, stepped forward and replied, "Your Grace, most of the free cities are ruled by merchants. They think in terms of profit and loss, and their vision rarely extends beyond the next transaction. I doubt any of them would commit a large army to rescue Myr. As for the mercenary companies, most of the great ones in Essos were wiped out by your campaigns in the disputed lands. Of those remaining, only the Golden Company could stand against us in open battle. But the Golden Company has shown no desire to involve itself in this war. They're not even in the region." Quen nodded. The tattered prince spoke with reason. "And besides, aside from Bravus and Volantis, the other free cities sending aid would make little difference." After a brief silence, Quen made his decision. "Send urgent word to Qyburn," he ordered. Tell him to use every resource available, produce wildfire around the clock if he must. Also, have Mizo's intelligence network set into motion. I want to know which free cities the Magisters of Mir have appealed to for help. What replies did they receive? Are any fleets assembling? Any armies on the move? Report every sign, no matter how small. Pay special attention to Volantis and Bravus. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, within the lavish residence of House Tyrell. Inside a private study adorned with rich Myrish carpets and tapestries woven with the golden rose of Highgarden, the air hung heavy with tension. The great lord of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell, was a far cry from his usual self-satisfied splendor. His plump frame sank deep into a cushioned goose-down chair, his round face flushed red as he waved his stubby arms, spittle flying as he furiously recounted his humiliating exchange with Eddard Stark. Across from him sat Renly Baratheon, graceful in posture but unable to hide the dark weight clouding his expression. By the time Mace had finished, Renly's mood had sunk further still. His sharp eyes fixed on the blustering lord as he cut him off. "Lord Mace, it seems you failed to understand Eddard Stark. I've received word he already knows of our plot." Mace Tyrell's eyes went wide with disbelief. "That's impossible. We clearly..." His words choked off. He had thought Eddard Stark's warning came from jealousy over Highgarden's influence. Now he understood Stark had been warning them about their scheme to replace the Queen. The realization drained the color from his face. His heavy body slumped deeper into the chair, leaving him pale and trembling. His hands fidgeted nervously as he stammered, "My lord, what should we do?" Renly's irritation deepened as he looked upon the flustered lord. "Lord Mace," he said coolly, "we now stand opposite the hand of the king. If he exposes our secret to the king, I'll be ruined and House Tyrell won't escape retribution either. The Lannisters will seize the chance to grind us both beneath their heels. So perhaps, my lord, what we need is a new hand of the king." Mace drew in a sharp breath, his heart pounding. He hadn't expected Renly to speak so boldly, to even consider deposing Eddard Stark. For a moment, fear tugged at him, and hesitation flickered across his face. "But wouldn't that..." he began weakly. Renly's expression hardened, his tone like steel. "It must be done. Only then can we continue this game." He regarded the disoriented Lord Mace with cold disdain. The sight of the blubbering, uncertain lord filled him with disgust. How he wished it were not this puffed-up fish before him, but Lady Olenna, the sharp-witted Queen of Thorns, sitting across the table. The room fell silent. Expensive incense burned quietly, its curling smoke filling the air between them. Lord Mace's body trembled, his face caught in a tug-of-war between fear and ambition. And in the end, ambition won. He swallowed hard, his voice shaking as he forced out a single word. "Very well." Renly exhaled, the tension in his chest loosening ever so slightly. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Eddard's Resignation. When Renly entered the Red Keep's solemn council chamber, he slipped back into his mask of elegant composure. King Robert Baratheon's massive frame was crammed into his chair, his face unusually sullen. Grand Maester Pycelle was nodding off. Mace Tyrell, master of ships, had lowered his head in feigned slumber. Varys, master of whisperers, wore a calm expression as he silently studied the intelligence documents spread across the table. Peter Baelish, master of Quen, wore his trademark faint smile, his eyes darting imperceptibly across the faces of those present. And the new hand of the king, Lord Eddard Stark, sat at Robert's right hand, his back straight, his expression composed, though deep within his grey-blue eyes lingered an inescapable weariness and worry. Seeing everyone present, Robert slammed his fist on the table, sending cups and plates clattering. His drunken voice dripped with savagery. "Varys brings word that 2 Targaryen bastards still skitter about in Tyrosh across the narrow sea. They must be eliminated. Send assassins. I want their heads. Now. Immediately." Eddard Stark's heart sank. He recalled the terrified silver-haired girl and the arrogant yet equally fragile boy he had seen in Tyrosh. A surge of honor welled up within him. He lifted his head, his voice clear and firm as he countered, "Your Grace, with all due respect, this will enrage the Easterner. It will bring needless and terrible vengeance upon the 7 kingdoms. And to hunt down 2 children to the last is no honor." Honor! Robert's rage was fully ignited. His face flushed crimson as he glared at Eddard like a raging stag, bellowing, "Ned! You speak to me of honor? Have you forgotten how Rhaegar treated Lyanna? Have you forgotten what the Targaryens did to our house? They are dragons, the spawn of a madman. As long as a single Targaryen lives, there will be those who raise their banner in rebellion. They must be eradicated. This is for the stability of the realm, do you understand?" The atmosphere in the council chamber instantly turned to ice. At that tense moment, Renly moved. He set his goblet down with elegant calm and fixed his gaze on Eddard. "Lord Eddard, your fierce opposition to your Grace's decision, even invoking honor to plead your case, this leads me, and indeed all present here, to draw certain parallels. It reminds me of your refusal to obey the small council's orders during your time in Tyrosh, when you spared those 2 children. Lord Peter, am I not correct? Only you and the Lord Hand have ever served as envoys to Tyrosh." His eyes turned to Littlefinger. Littlefinger understood immediately, his face took on that expression of compelled to speak, though reluctantly. He sighed softly, voice edged with grievance. "Ah!" At that time, the small council resolved to eliminate the Targaryen scum once and for all. While the 7 kingdoms delegation remained in Tyrosh, we were instructed to hire assassins or poison those 2 children. But his gaze fixed on Eddard, tinged with regret. Lord Eddard vetoed the order. I and several other lords pleaded with him to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to eliminate the threat forever. We laid out the stakes, insisting it was for your Grace, for the peace of the 7 kingdoms. Yet, Lord Eddard, your stance was unwavering, even stubbornly adamant. You insisted striking down 2 children was dishonorable, the work of a butcher. In the end, we squandered our chance." Littlefinger finished and spread his hands in resignation. Renly immediately chimed in, "See? This proves our Lord Hand is clearly protecting those 2 children." At these words, the gazes of Pycelle, Grand Maester Varys, and Lord Mace all turned to the 2 men. Hearing this, Eddard sighed heavily. He had already explained this matter to everyone long ago, during his mission to Tyrosh and upon his return to King's Landing. But all he received in return was Robert's furious tirade. In his fury, he had returned to the north the very next day. Now, Eddard was back in King's Landing as Hand, yet the small council was rehashing old grievances. Worse, Renly was accusing him of protecting the Targaryen siblings, clearly seeking to humiliate him. He looked at Renly, who was smiling smugly, and his loathing and hatred for the man deepened. At that moment, Robert's face darkened. "Ned, you slipped back to the north before our last debate on this matter was settled. This time you won't escape. You must give me an explanation." Eddard attempted to explain. "Your Grace, my lords, the matter is not as Lord Renly describes. At Tyrosh, I opposed the cowardly assassination of defenseless children. This had nothing to do with protecting the Targaryens. It was a matter of basic honor and humanity." Robert cut him off in fury. "Do you know what you're saying? It was your stubborn refusal last time that cost us our chance. This time, I won't let them escape." He sprang to his feet, pointing a finger at Eddard. "Lord Stark, there will be no second chance. You are now my Hand of the King. You will do as I say, or I will find someone else." Renly watched Robert brush the matter aside with ease, about to speak up and sow discord once more. But then Eddard unfastened the carved silver hand emblem symbolizing the hand of the king from his cloak and placed it on the table before the king. "Then I wish him success in his new role." With that, he bowed to Robert and left the council chamber without another word. A deathly silence fell over the chamber. All eyes fixed on Eddard's retreating figure, filled with shock. Robert's face turned purple as he snarled, "You damned fool! I've had enough of you. You'd best pack your bags and return to Winterfell. Don't let me catch you here again, or I swear I'll throw you into the Red Keep dungeons and have your head mounted on a pike." Renly and Lord Mace exchanged glances. He hadn't expected Eddard Stark to resign so decisively, leaving his prepared tirade without a target. Renly immediately chuckled. "Lord Stark prefers the bitter cold of the north to your royal favor, my dear brother. I think it's time you found a hand of the king who shows you more respect to govern this realm." With that, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Robert turned, his eyes blazing with fury, and fixed them on Renly. He had noticed long ago that today, his younger brother seemed intent on stirring up trouble, desperately egging Eddard on to make him look foolish. Robert stormed toward Sir Barristan Selmy, who stood behind him with his white hair. "Sir Barristan, escort my brother out. He might laugh himself to death." Lannister immediately stopped laughing. "My dear brother, how thoughtful of you. I can find my own way." He rose gracefully and strode out of the small council chamber. "If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, News that shook the Seven Kingdoms. Outside the military camp near Myr, Quen sat with a calm expression as he read a secret letter from Mizo. The contents came from the intelligence network in King's Landing. He scanned the letter quickly. It stated that Catelyn Stark had secretly arrived in King's Landing to meet with Eddard, and had revealed all her suspicions about Jon Arryn's death to Littlefinger, Peter Baelish. It also reported that Eddard Stark had clashed openly with the king during the small council meeting. The two had fiercely argued over the matter of the surviving Targaryens, and the dispute had ended with Eddard's resignation. Additionally, Mizo's children had discovered some secret contact between Littlefinger and Renly. "Humph!" Quen let out a cold laugh and tossed the letter onto the desk. Catelyn's foolishness practically seeped through the paper. Eddard Stark was already walking a tightrope in King's Landing, and now his good wife had handed Littlefinger the sharpest dagger herself. As expected, after hearing the news from Catelyn, Littlefinger had gone straight to meet with Renly. Quen could easily guess that Littlefinger had placed his bets on Renly as well. In the original course of events, Littlefinger had wagered only on House Lannister. But now, having seen Renly's ambition and uncovered his secret, how could he resist securing another promise to maximize his gain? This meant Renly, Littlefinger, even House Tyrell now knew what Eddard suspected. Aunt Cat, you are hopelessly foolish. Your husband is truly doomed by your hand." Still, while Catelyn's reckless act had made the situation more dangerous and complex, it had also presented Quen with a perfect opportunity. He walked to the table, spread out a sheet of paper, and dipped his brush in ink. Since the water is already this muddy, why not throw in a boulder and let it boil over completely? In his letter to Mizo, he ordered the activation of every hidden agent across the Seven Kingdoms. With utmost speed and secrecy, they were to spread the tale of Great Lord Eddard's search for Lyanna beneath the Tower of Joy, and Jon Snow's true identity. Jon Snow was not Eddard Stark's bastard, but the legitimate son of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, born after their lawful marriage. Lord Eddard had borne the shame of a bastard to protect his sister's child and raise him at Winterfell. Jon Snow held the foremost legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. Beyond that, Quen also fabricated claims about Eddard Stark's ambition. Great Lord Eddard's journey south to serve as Hand of the King was not out of loyalty to Robert. His true aim was to use his authority as Hand to quietly gather power, conspire with the exiled Targaryen remnants, and when the time came, restore Jon Snow's true identity, place him upon the Iron Throne, and overthrow House Baratheon. House Stark would become the true regent of the Seven Kingdoms. Finally, he instructed Mizo to spread the news in every town throughout the 7 kingdoms, to let this fire burn across the realm. After writing it all, Quen's lips curled into a cold smile. Lady Catelyn, since your husband is doomed to die anyway, why not make his death a grand one? A letter, half truth and half lie. In the first part, he had already written that Howland Reed, who had accompanied Eddard to the Tower of Joy, knew Jon Snow's true identity. He also mentioned that Septon Maynard's journal in the citadel of Oldtown could prove Jon was Rhaegar's legitimate heir. The rest needed no proof. Quen simply had to let the rumor spread. Once Jon's identity was confirmed, people would believe the rest without question. His goal was to drive a wedge between House Stark and every other house, leaving the Starks utterly isolated. When the whole realm came to believe that House Stark harbored dragon's blood and plotted to restore the Targaryens, how would they respond? Quen could hardly wait to see the 7 kingdoms plunged into chaos. After finishing the letter, he sealed it carefully and handed it to his most trusted messenger. Send it by the fastest raven. Make sure it reaches Mizo's hands. King's Landing, the Red Keep. The faint light of dawn seeped through the labyrinthine, thick stone walls of the Red Keep, casting long shadows across the cool stone floor. A lavishly furnished chamber was filled with the heavy, cloying scent of perfumes and cosmetics. Varys, the Spider, the master of whisperers for the 7 kingdoms, stood before a large, silver-framed full-length mirror. His massive frame was wrapped in a loose-fitting purple velvet robe embroidered with intricate dark patterns. The soft fabric of his morning gown only accentuated the pallor of his rounded face in the morning light. A fine powder puff rested in his hand as he meticulously dusted white-scented powder onto his neck, cheeks, and smooth scalp. Each movement was deliberate and slow. His reflection in the mirror bore eyes as still as water unfathomably deep. At that very moment, tap, tap, tap. An extremely faint yet unnervingly rhythmic knock sounded at the door. Varys's powdering hand froze abruptly. The eyes in the mirror instantly shed their feigned leisure, darting sharply toward the heavy oak door. At this hour, with this pattern of knocking, it could only be his little birds. Those children who slipped through the Red Keep's hidden passageways, silent as ghosts. A flicker of alarm crossed his mind. Unless it was a matter of utmost urgency, his little bird would never risk knocking directly on his door at such a sensitive hour of dawn. He set down his powder puff. His round face remained expressionless as he moved silently toward the door. He didn't open it immediately. Instead, he listened intently for a moment, confirming no other sounds outside before gently sliding the bolt and pulling the door open just wide enough for one person to pass through. Outside, as expected, stood a ragged, small-framed boy. He looked no older than 8 or 9, his hair straw-colored and his face smeared with dirt, but his eyes were unusually bright, darting warily down the empty corridor. The boy said nothing. In one swift motion, he thrust a crumpled, folded note into Varys's hand. Varys unfolded the paper, still warm from the child's touch. His gaze swept over the words written there, and he froze. His pupils contracted sharply, the fingers clutching the note trembling from the force, knuckles whitening. Then the shock in his eyes deepened into disbelief. These. Varys began, trying to maintain his usual soft, sharp tone, but his voice grew hoarse and dry beyond his control. Where did these come from? The boy quickly took up a pen and wrote, "These messages are everywhere in King's Landing, crowded taverns filled with sellswords, bustling brothels, and inns packed with merchants. In short, wherever people gather, the word has spread." Cold sweat instantly soaked through the shirt beneath Varys's silk robe, clinging to his skin clammy and icy. If what was written on this paper truly spread throughout King's Landing, even across the 7 kingdoms. If the contents of this paper were true, then the meticulously woven plan he'd spent decades crafting, the grand design concerning the return of the true dragon blood, would be completely undone, perhaps even burned to ash. Who was pulling the strings in the shadows? Who possessed such power? A silent, furious roar of shock and dread exploded within Varys's heart. Several familiar, dangerous figures flashed through his mind. Varys forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath and said to the boy, "Go back and keep a close eye on the source of these reports. Verify their authenticity." The boy nodded and vanished down the corridor. Varys slowly closed the door, leaning his back against the cold oak panel, his body feeling drained of all strength. The meticulous care he had taken with his appearance had vanished. He smoothed his already immaculate collar, fingers brushing imaginary creases on his brocade robe. Then, he opened the door once more, his face wearing that carefully carved mask of composure. His stride steady and unhurried, he walked toward Maegor's holdfast. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Trial of Eddard. Red Keep, the Tower of the Hand. The chill of dawn had yet to be dispelled by sunlight, and the towering spires of the Tower of the Hand were steeped in a cold, grey-blue hue. Eddard Stark slept soundly beneath soft velvet bedding, the exhaustion of recent days granting him a rare, deep rest. Outside the window, the faint sounds of King's Landing stirring to life began to drift in. Thump! 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 A series of urgent, heavy knocks shattered the fragile tranquility, piercing through the thick oak door and striking Eddard's ears. Eddard jolted awake. "My lord, trouble, terrible trouble." The frantic voice outside belonged to Valyrian Pool, his steward of many years. Just last night, Eddard had secretly arranged for him to depart at dawn, taking his daughters north to safety. Yet now, hearing that voice filled him with a sudden sense of dread. He sprang from bed, threw on a simple woolen cloak, forced down the unease tightening in his chest, and pulled open the door. In the dim corridor light stood Valyrian Pool and 3 men-at-arms loyal to House Stark: Jory, Tomard, and Desmond. Valyrian's normally composed and courteous face was now as pale as parchment. He clutched a crumpled note tightly in his hand. The guards had their hands on their sword hilts, bodies tense, eyes sharp with alarm and uncertainty. "My lord, this news has already spread throughout King's Landing." Valyrian's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling with barely contained fear as he handed the note to Eddard. Eddard's brow furrowed, unease swelling inside him. He took the note and read it by the flickering torchlight from the alcove outside. One glance was enough to banish every trace of sleep from his face. His pupils constricted sharply, and a chill shot from the solace of his feet to the crown of his head. His blood seemed to freeze in place. The note contained a detailed account of Jon Snow's true parentage. The son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, the Tower of Joy. Howland Reed. Every word was a dagger to the secret he had guarded for over a decade. Jon was exposed. The realization exploded through his mind like a thunderclap, leaving him reeling. A wave of shock and panic surged over him, threatening to drown all reason. He seized Valyrian Pool by the shoulders, his voice urgent. "Quick! Valyrian! Go find Sansa and Arya. Tell them to bring nothing, we're leaving. Now! Immediately!" He had to get his daughters out of this viper's nest before the storm broke. "Lord Stark, I'm afraid that won't be possible." The cold, mocking voice drifted up from below the spiral staircase. With the clang of metal against stone, a squad of gold cloaks surged upward, swords drawn, instantly blocking the narrow stairway and corridor. At their head stood Jaime Lannister, golden-haired, strikingly handsome, his white King's Guard armor gleaming, spotless. A smirk curved his lips, his eyes cold and predatory, like a lion toying with its prey. Lifting his chiseled chin, he spoke with clear, commanding arrogance that filled the frozen air. "Seize this traitor who conspires against the crown and harbors the remnants of the old regime." Clang! The gold cloaks moved at once, blades flashing as they surrounded Eddard and his men, sword points glinting in the torchlight. Eddard's heart sank. Without hesitation, Jory roared, and the 3 guards drew their swords almost in unison, forming a desperate shield around their lord. But the corridor was too narrow to maneuver. The gold cloaks, far greater in number and trained to kill, pressed forward in unrelenting formation. Steel clashed violently, the sharp ring of metal echoing through the top floors of the Tower of the Hand. Blood splattered, staining the cold stone walls and ornate tapestries. Jory fought fiercely, cutting down one gold cloak before a spear struck from the side, piercing his ribs and spraying crimson. Tomard was impaled by two swords through the chest, his eyes dimming as he fell. Desmond tried to shield Eddard's retreat but was cut down in a storm of blades. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the loyal guard's resistance was brief. Their lives flickered out one by one, snuffed like candles in the wind. Stop! Eddard's eyes went wide as he watched his loyal guards, the men who had served beside him day and night, cut down before his eyes. The surge of grief and fury tearing through him was almost unbearable. He roared, voice hoarse and raw with despair. "I'll go with you. But you must promise me none of my family is to be harmed. Not one of them." His gaze locked on Jaime's, burning with restrained rage. Vayan Pool's face was streaked with tears as he cried out, voice breaking, "My lord!" Eddard drew a deep breath, forcing himself to regain control. His tone dropped, low and resolute. "Vayan! Stay here. Find Sansa and Arya. Protect them. Don't leave this place, no matter what." Jaime let out a contemptuous snort, his eyes sweeping disdainfully over the fallen bodies. "Relax, Stark. I'm not as low as your House Stark kidnapping defenseless dwarves to threaten your enemies." The long sword in his hand remained level, its point unwaveringly aimed at Eddard. Eddard's face darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jaime's cold smile deepened, tinged with bitter hatred. "Playing dumb, are we? Your dear lady has openly taken my brother Tyrion captive in the Riverlands. Don't tell me you know nothing of it." He stepped closer, the sword tip nearly pressing against Eddard's chest. "If it weren't for the king's command to bring you to the throne room, do you really think you'd still be standing here talking? I'd have washed away the Lannister shame with your blood long ago." Eddard's heart sank into the abyss. Catelyn had captured Tyrion. That act alone was enough to ignite the fury of House Lannister, a volcano ready to erupt. He dared not imagine what would follow. Jaime gave him no time to respond. With a flick of his hand, he ordered, "Take him away." Two burly gold cloaks stepped forward at once, seizing Eddard's arms roughly. He was shoved down the long, cold corridors of the Red Keep before being hurled into the Great Hall, the very heart of royal power in the Seven Kingdoms. The massive oak doors slammed shut behind him with a heavy, echoing thud. Inside, the air was so tense it felt frozen solid. Robert Baratheon's massive frame sank deep into the throne forged from 1,000 surrendered swords. The Iron Throne loomed over 10 feet high, twisted and menacing, its jagged blades jutting upward like thorns, gleaming with a cold, dark light beneath the flickering fire. A narrow, steep stairway of black iron spikes connected the throne to the cold floor below. Before it, seated at a great table, the king's advisors sat in silence. The atmosphere was thick enough to choke on. Queen Cersei sat among them. Beneath her golden hair, her face stunning yet cruel was shadowed with venomous hatred. Her green eyes were fixed on Eddard, sharp as blades. The king's guard stood like white statues flanking the steps of the Iron Throne, their cloaks flowing to the floor. Knights, nobles, and ladies-in-waiting stood stiffly beneath the tapestries, afraid even to breathe. Fully armed gold cloaks lined the hall, their faces grim and expressionless. Robert's chest rose and fell heavily as he glared down at Eddard, his booming voice breaking the suffocating silence. "Ned! Tell me! That damned paper, tell me if it's true. Is your bastard, Jon Snow, the spawn of Rhaegar Targaryen's whoring bloodline?" Eddard staggered, barely managing to steady himself. He lifted his gaze to meet Robert's fiery eyes and those of everyone else in the hall. Anger. Shock. Contempt. Cold curiosity. 1,000 eyes bore into him. His throat constricted. His lips parted, but no sound came out. He truly didn't know what to say. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Exposing Renly. At that moment, disbelief still clouded his mind. That letter. How could it be so detailed? Who had unearthed those long-buried secrets and chosen to reveal them now, before everyone? His silence only stoked Robert's fury further. Have you gone mute, Ned? Answer me. Renly raised his voice. Your Grace, sometimes silence itself is an answer. I believe the lords gathered here already know the truth in their hearts. There was a faint trace of pity on his face, but deep in his eyes shone smug satisfaction and quiet malice. Eddard Stark, your day has finally come. Robert, like a lion whose tail had been stepped on, whipped around to face Renly, his eyes blazing. Shut your filthy mouth, Renly. Or I'll have you thrown back to Storm's End right now. Renly immediately fell silent, though the faint smile curling at his lips only deepened. He cast a subtle glance toward Littlefinger, his gaze meaningful. At the far end of the table, Littlefinger froze. That look. Did Renly think he was behind this? Since receiving the news that morning, Littlefinger had been utterly bewildered. This revelation was like a thunderbolt, shaking the foundations of the realm. In truth, part of him enjoyed the chaos it had caused. But he wasn't the one who spread it. All morning, he had been racking his brain, trying to guess which powerful hand had managed to uncover such a secret. At that moment, he felt Varys's probing gaze upon him. Littlefinger turned his head, and their eyes met briefly. For a fleeting second, their gazes locked, then both looked away, each understanding the other's thoughts without a word. In that instant, both men reached the same conclusion. Each believed the other had orchestrated this explosion of scandal. Varys seethed inside. That wretched man had disrupted his careful plans. Littlefinger, in turn, sneered inwardly. That damned eunuch hid his moves well. Cersei broke the silence, her voice sharp as a blade. Lord Eddard, I suggest you do not lie. This letter names Howland Reed as a witness. If your testimonies differ when questioned, His Grace will not be so forgiving. Maester Pycelle spoke up, his voice trembling. Greywater Watch, those swamp dwellers swear loyalty only to House Stark. I fear our ravens may never reach them. Cersei's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Then let Lord Eddard write to Howland Reed himself, commanding him to come to King's Landing and swear fealty to his liege lord. If he refuses, that alone will prove his guilt. Eddard's face turned ashen, despair swallowing him whole. Cersei had cut off every path of retreat. Whether he confessed or denied it, Jon's secret could no longer be hidden. Robert watched him intently, eyes fixed on the torment-twisting Ned's face. As his brother-in-arms since childhood, he knew Ned Stark too well. That look he had seen it only when Ned's deepest convictions and secrets were laid bare. The fire of Robert's rage turned to ice, a cold sense of betrayal freezing his heart. Enough! Robert rose suddenly from the Iron Throne, pointing toward the door as he bellowed to the King's Guard. Guards! Take 100 gold cloaks, ride to the wall, to Castle Black. Bring me that bastard! At the council table, Cersei's expression twisted with venom. Her mind flashed to Rhaegar, then to every night Robert had cried out Lyanna's name beside her. Once, she had dreamed she would marry Rhaegar, become his queen. But fate had mocked her. She had become the wife of a drunken king. And now, her long-lost prince had lain with that man's beloved and fathered a child. Burning hatred surged up as she cried, "A bastard? Your Grace, open your eyes. This letter clearly states that Rhaegar and Lyanna were lawfully wed under the witness of clergy sent by the High Septon. The proof lies in Septon Maynard's private journal, preserved in the Citadel. He is no bastard. We must kill that child at once before ambitious fools rally under his name, raise rebellion, and overthrow us." And as for the Starks who hid him, raised him, perhaps even plotted to crown him, what should be done with them? Her words struck at Eddard like a knife. Varys's thin, airy voice broke the tension. But my king, your grace. Prince Rhaegar already had a lawful wife, Princess Elia. Would the High Septon truly have sanctioned such a marriage? It defies reason. Renly cut in, smiling with malicious amusement. Varys, have you forgotten Aegon the Conqueror? Did he not wed 2 queens at once? Perhaps our noble Prince Rhaegar fancied himself Aegon reborn. Enough! All of you shut up! Robert's roar shook the vaulted ceiling. I don't care if he's legitimate or not. If he's Rhaegar's blood, he dies. He must die. He stormed down from the Iron Throne, heavy footsteps echoing through the hall. Cersei's voice cut through the tension, cold and sharp. And what of this Stark, who harbored a prince of the old dynasty and plotted rebellion? The letter clearly accuses him of scheming to use Targaryen blood to restore his house's rule over the 7 kingdoms. Should he not? Renly interrupted with a mocking tone. Your Grace, Lord Eddard was personally summoned from Winterfell by his grace to serve as hand of the king, his most trusted brother and friend. Are you truly so eager to see him die here in King's Landing? Cersei was driven past reason, shrieking, why not? His father and brother died in this very hall. She stopped short. The words hung in the air like poison. Then, silence absolute and suffocating fell over the great hall. Countless eyes filled with shock, disgust, and disbelief shot toward Cersei like arrows. Eddard Stark's head snapped up. In his grey-blue eyes, 17 years of buried hatred erupted like a volcano, blazing straight at her. His entire body tensed, as if he might strike at any moment. You madwoman, shut your mouth! Robert's roar thundered through the hall. He stormed toward Cersei and, without hesitation, his massive hand cracked across her flawless cheek. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the chamber. Cersei cried out in pain, staggering backward and collapsing into her chair. Clutching her face, she stared at Robert in disbelief, her emerald eyes flooding with humiliation, venom, and a wild, burning hatred. Sir Jaime! Sir Barristan Selmy's voice cut through the silence, firm and commanding. Jaime Lannister, who had instinctively moved to defend his sister, froze in place. The old knight's gaze was hard as stone, a silent warning. Robert didn't spare Cersei another glance. He turned and strode toward Eddard, still restrained by the gold cloaks. His towering shadow fell over Ned. His expression was a storm of betrayal, brotherhood, and fury, conflicted emotions hardened by anger into cold resolve. He looked directly into Eddard's eyes, his voice low and heavy. Until that bastard of Rhaegar's is brought to King's Landing, you'll stay in the dungeons of the Red Keep. Renly abruptly rose to his feet. Your Grace, is it not clear enough? Eddard Stark has committed treason and must stand trial. His lady wife has also taken Lord Tywin's second son hostage in the Riverlands, provoking the Great Lord to unleash his wrath upon the countryside. Eddard Stark must answer for this. Renly's relentless accusations lit the fire in Eddard's chest. He lifted his head sharply, his grey-blue eyes stripped of sorrow and pleading, now they burned with grim resolve. He glared at Renly's smug face, his voice booming through the hall. Lord Renly, you speak of judgment, then tell me, who will judge you? The triumph froze on Renly's face, replaced by shock and anger. Stark? What nonsense is this? Trying to cover your guilt with slander. Eddard stood firm, his voice cutting and unwavering. Slander? At House Derry, you came to me in the dead of night, showed me a portrait of Lady Margaery Tyrell, and asked if she resembled Lyanna. Do you deny it? His words rang clear and sharp in the deathly still hall. Renly's face went pale, panic flickering in his eyes before he forced himself to regain composure. So, what of it? Is admiring a lady's portrait a crime now? Eddard let out a cold, humorless laugh. Admiration? Lord Renly, your intentions were all too obvious. You sought a woman who looked like Lyanna, to place before his grace, hoping to sway him into casting aside the queen and setting Margaery Tyrell in her place. And when you feared Jonaran would stand in your way, you poisoned him. You are the one who should be judged. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Robert's Collapse. Boom! Eddard's accusation struck the hall like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Mace Tyrell went white as a sheet, his body trembling uncontrollably. Robert's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. Cersei lowered her hand from her cheek, her emerald eyes flashed with shock before blazing with venomous hatred toward Renly and House Tyrell. Jaime Lannister's expression hardened, his grip tightening on his sword hilt. Renly's face changed completely, shock and anger gave way to thinly veiled panic. He pointed at Eddard, his voice shrill. Lies! Eddard Stark, this is outright slander. A desperate attempt to cover your own treason. What proof do you have? Eddard's gaze was cold as steel, fixed on the trembling figure of Mace Tyrell. Why don't you ask Lord Tyrell? It seems he's finding it hard to breathe, let alone speak. I. Pfft. Under the crushing weight of Robert, Cersei, Renly, and every lord's burning stare, Mace Tyrell broke completely. His eyes rolled back, and his enormous body slid limp from his chair, collapsing to the carpet with a heavy thud. Lord Mace! Renly shouted, his voice cracking, his face turning deathly pale. To everyone watching, Mace's collapse was as good as a confession. Robert's gaze swept from the unconscious man on the floor to Renly, who stood pale and stammering. Whatever hesitation had lingered in Robert's eyes vanished, consumed by pure, unrestrained fury. He pointed at Renly, his roar echoing through the hall. Renly! Get yourself back to Storm's End this instant. You are no longer master of laws. Your Grace! It's not true. Please, listen. We've done nothing. Eddard's lying. He harbors Rhaegar's bastard, his word means nothing. Renly's voice trembled with panic. He tried to step forward, but Robert's murderous glare froze him in place. Done nothing. Robert's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. Then you'd best thank the gods you didn't. Otherwise, I'd have thrown you in the dungeons beside Eddard Stark. Now get out of my sight. Seeing the unshakable resolve in Robert's eyes and feeling Cersei's cold, venomous stare, Renly knew he was finished. He drew a sharp breath, forced out a bitter snort, then turned and strode from the great hall, his face twisted with humiliation and rage. Robert watched his brothers retreating back, chest heaving with anger. Then he turned toward Eddard, his expression heavy with conflicting emotions. Take Lord Stark, he ordered quietly. Lock him in the dungeons. The gold cloak stepped forward once more, roughly seizing Eddard by the arms. He did not resist. He knew this was his last act, the final blow he could strike to expose Renly's plot and protect his family before the storm consumed them all. Robert's choice not to have him executed then and there was the last mercy owed to old friendship. Turning toward Maester Pycelle, Robert's voice rang with iron authority. Pycelle. Write 3 letters now. The first, to Winterfell, send the fastest raven to Greywater Watch. Command Howland Reed to come to King's Landing at once. The second, to the Citadel at Old Town, order them to verify Septon Maynard's journal by every means available. The third, to Casterly Rock, tell Tywin Lannister to cease his attacks on the Riverlands immediately. Deep within the Red Keep's dungeons, damp air clung to the walls. The stench of mold, rotting straw, and despair filled the narrow space. Beads of moisture traced down the cold, rough stone, and only a sliver of light filtered through the high, barred window. Eddard Stark sat hunched on the icy floor, heavy chains coiled around his wrists and ankles. Wave after wave of grief and helplessness crashed over him. Jon's secret exposed, his daughters trapped in King's Landing, and he himself now a prisoner. All of it stemmed from that one secret. He sat motionless for a long time, tears slipping silently down his weathered face to fall upon the stone below. Then came the rattle of iron chains as the heavy door creaked open. Robert Baratheon's figure filled the doorway. He dismissed the guards with a curt gesture and stepped inside alone. Two brothers once inseparable now faced each other, one behind iron bars, the other wearing a crown. The air between them was thick, suffocating, and heavy with everything left unsaid. The fury Robert had unleashed in the great hall was gone. What remained was exhaustion deep, bone weariness, and a pain that words could not reach. He stopped before Eddard, lowering his massive frame to a crouch. His eyes were conflicted as they studied the man who had once been his truest friend. "Ned, about that letter accusing you of plotting to restore the old line." He paused, searching for words. "When I first saw it, I thought it absurd, some fool's clumsy lie meant to drive a wedge between us. Until I saw your face in the Great Hall. You can't hide from me. You never could. From the time we were boys, you've never learned to lie. Your eyes, your face, they told me everything." His voice hardened, rough with restrained fury. "The part about that bastard, it's true, isn't it?" He stared straight into Eddard's eyes, desperate for an answer, something that might crush his last hope or somehow keep it alive. Eddard lifted his head. The tears staining his weathered face caught the dim light, making him look far older than his years. He saw the torment and faint, fading hope in Robert's eyes. There was no use lying anymore. No room left for deceit. Sorrow and guilt surged through him, but he had to fight for Jon's life, whatever it cost. Slowly, with the weight of the world in his voice, he nodded. "Yes, it's true. Jon is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son." Robert staggered as if struck, the color draining from his face. "Robert, please," Eddard cried, tears spilling freely. "Don't hurt him." Robert seized his shoulders, fingers digging deep into flesh, his voice a thunderous roar. "Don't hurt him? You're asking me not to hurt him? Have you forgotten what the Targaryens did to us? Forgotten what Rhaegar did to Lyanna? That bastard carries the blood of a rapist. He must die." Eddard shook his head violently, his voice breaking with anguish. "No, Robert, listen to me. What's written in that letter, it's true. Rhaegar didn't rape her. They loved each other, truly loved each other. Lyanna died giving birth to Jon. She used her last breath to beg me to protect him. Please, Robert, spare the boy. He's taken the black, he's sworn his life to the wall. He's renounced every claim forever. Let him live, I beg you. Loved each other." Robert's eyes went wide. His massive body trembled, and his hands dropped from Eddard's shoulders. He stumbled back, staring blankly, as if the world itself had shattered around him. "No, impossible, this can't be." His voice faltered, low and broken. "Lyanna, she couldn't have loved that. He couldn't accept it. Couldn't believe that Lyanna, the woman he'd worshipped as his lost love, his symbol of rage and grief, could have loved the man he hated most." Eddard's heart twisted painfully, but he forced himself to speak. "Lyanna knew, Robert. She knew about your bastard daughter in the Vale. She told me herself she believed marrying you would only bring her pain and betrayal. She and Rhaegar were truly in love. I swear it. Robert, please, spare Jon." Robert's head snapped up. The last flicker of warmth in his eyes, once so full of pride and brotherhood, died completely. Eddard's words had not only confirmed Jon's parentage but also shattered the fantasy that had fueled Robert's life, the lie that Lyanna had been taken by force, that he had been her avenger. A crushing wave of humiliation and fury drowned out all reason. True love? A lawful marriage? Ha! Robert's laughter broke into a bitter, ragged scream that echoed off the dungeon walls. "Lyanna was my betrothed. That bastard Rhaegar stole her. No matter what she thought, she was mine. And that spawn, he must die. He will pay for his blood, for Rhaegar's crimes, for your lies, all of you." He turned sharply, refusing to meet Eddard's eyes again, and strode toward the iron door. Robert. Eddard's voice cracked with desperation. Don't kill him. Please. Robert. For the sake of our childhood, for Lyanna's sake, please. Robert's steps halted at the doorway. He didn't turn back. His broad shoulders loomed in the dim light like a wall of cold iron. When he spoke, his voice was ice. Call me your grace, Lord Stark. The heavy door slammed shut behind him, cutting off the last trace of light and with it, the last connection Eddard Stark had to the world beyond his cell. He sank to the ground, broken, the clatter of his chains echoing in the darkness. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Movements Across the Realm. Dragonstone, the map room. A cold sea wind swept through the tall arched windows, making the fire in the hearth flicker and casting restless shadows across the massive stone table carved with the entire map of Westeros. Stannis Baratheon stood over the spot that marked King's Landing. His fist came crashing down onto the table with a heavy thud that echoed through the chamber, his knuckles turning red from the blow. Eddard Stark. He ground his teeth, every word dripping with restrained fury. That sanctimonious Northman. He pretended to seek an alliance, pretended to warn me, but all along, he meant to use me as a stepping stone for his own ambitions. I underestimated that wolf's cunning. To think he hid the Targaryen bastard in Winterfell for more than 10 years, sitting in silence while my brothers tore each other apart, waiting to pick the bones when we were both spent. So much for her Stark honor. Davos Seaworth stood nearby, brow furrowed, confusion and concern etched into his weathered face. My lord, he said carefully, then, the clues about the prince and princess, their parentage, were they false? Was it all a trap set by the Stark? Stannis turned sharply. His gaunt face tightened with anger, and his eyes gleamed coldly. No, Davos. Jonaran confirmed the truth to me before he died, the secret of those children's hair. Those 3 are not of Robert's blood. He paused, his voice sinking into a hard, bitter tone. But Eddard Stark's actions, that's where the true poison lies. He didn't tell the king. He didn't tell the Hand. No, he chose to tell me, and only me, in Tyrosh of all places. He wanted me to be the one to burst the abscess, to set myself against Robert and the Lannisters. Meanwhile, he could sit safely in the north with the Targaryen's true-born prince in his care, watching as House Baratheon tore itself apart. Once we'd both bled each other dry, he'd step in and claim victory, cloaked in righteousness. Such cunning! Such depth! Davos listened in silence, unease crawling up his spine. The pieces began to fit together: the secret meeting in Tyrosh, the cryptic alliance letter that followed, and now the explosive truth shaking the realm. It all connected seamlessly, painting a chillingly clear picture of Eddard Stark's intent. He nodded grimly. If that's true, my lord, then Stark truly hid a serpent's heart beneath his honor. But, what do we do now? Eddard Stark's been thrown in chains, Renly's been driven from power. King's Landing is caught between Robert and the Lannisters. Stannis moved to the window, staring out over the grey, churning sea and the jagged cliffs of Dragonstone. His expression was dark and heavy, his voice measured when he finally spoke. Then we wait. King's Landing is a pit of snakes. I won't walk into it and hand them my head. Let Robert deal with his good brother. Let him smother the fires his queen's kin have lit in the Riverlands. We'll wait, until the time is right. His gaze fell back to the stone table, first to the carved outline of the north, then sweeping across the Stormlands and the Reach. In the depths of his icy blue eyes glimmered a cold, relentless determination. Finally, his stare settled on King's Landing. When it came to his brother Robert, Stannis felt nothing but resentment. That man, a drunkard, a womanizer, a fool of a king, had brought nothing but decay to the realm. Letting Robert sit the Iron Throne would only drag the 7 kingdoms further into ruin. And yet, beneath Stannis's bitterness burned a grim sense of duty, a conviction that it was his destiny to save the realm, even if no one else believed it. So he made his decision. He would not reveal the truth about those 3 children. Not yet. He would wait for the right moment, ideally, the day Robert Baratheon fell victim to the Lannisters' own schemes. When that day came, Stannis Baratheon would stand as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Beneath the Red Keep, in a damp, shadowed passage thick with the stench of mold and dust, Magister Illyrio no longer bothered to twirl his carefully groomed mustache. His round, plump face was as dark as the sky before a storm. Rhaegar, he actually left behind a legitimate son. Illyrio's voice trembled with disbelief and fury. Lyanna Stark's seed. That's impossible. He was supposed to have. Varys's tone was calm but heavy. Compose yourself. For now, it's still only rumor, loud and wild. Robert has already commanded the Citadel to verify Septon Maynard's journal. But whether it proves true or false, the appearance of this Jon Snow has already thrown all our plans into chaos. Inside, Varys was seething. Years of careful plotting now lay in disarray, upended by some unseen hand. Illyrio rubbed his thick palms together anxiously as he paced the narrow tunnel, his expensive silk robes brushing the filthy stone walls. Even if it's true, their marriage would be invalid. Bigamy was permitted only once in history. Rhaegar could never have married again. Varys's voice dropped lower, his eyes glinting in the torchlight. But if Septon Maynard's diary records the marriage, it means the faith sanctioned it. Either way, his existence puts us at a disadvantage. We need a countermeasure. Illyrio stopped pacing, spreading his hands in exasperation. Viserys and Daenerys are both in that Easterner's hands. What options do we have? Unless we strike now. The Golden Company is eager and ready to sail. Varys shook his head slowly. But young Griff isn't ready yet. If we land now, we'll be crushed before we can act. What I'm suggesting is, we use Dorne. Illyrio's eyes narrowed, a calculating gleam flashing in their depths. Dorne? That prince who spends his days scheming in the water gardens is more cautious than any fox alive. Without absolute assurance, without a legitimate Targaryen heir to fulfill the betrothal to Princess Arianne, he'll never show his fangs. And now that Viserys is no longer in our hands, you expect him to risk Dorne's wrath against the Iron Throne, for some Targaryen bastard in the north? Impossible. Varys let out a faint, knowing chuckle. He still has a rebellious daughter. Send her to bring that snow to Dorne. Once she acts openly, it will be a declaration of defiance. Dorne's hidden strength will have no choice but to rise. Illyrio's eyes brightened suddenly. He clapped his hands together, excitement replacing his gloom. My friend, you truly are the greatest artist when it comes to the art of hearts and desires. Ah, there's something else I must tell you. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Last month, I traveled to Braavos myself. I had a rather thorough discussion with the Sea Lord. In the end, we reached an understanding. The Sea Lord has since written to Volantis, convincing those damned Triarchs to prepare jointly a very special gift for that Easterner who's besieging Myr. A faint, expectant smile curved Varys's lips. Then let us hope your gift finds its mark, and kills that Easterner. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Coming of the Dothraki. Amid the turmoil shaking King's Landing, the wildfire had at last arrived from Crown Town. Along with it came a raven bearing news from Maester Qyburn. 3 days ago, the year 295 after the conquest had ended, and the calendar had slipped quietly into 296. Standing atop a windswept ridge, Lo Quen gazed across the land, a faint melancholy stirring in his chest. After half a year of campaigning, only the lone city of Myr still stood defiantly by the bay, the final remnant of the Triarchy. Below the walls of Myr, fierce winds howled over the scorched ground and grim encampments. The supply convoy from Crown Town unloaded crates of earthen jars glowing with a strange, green light. Your Grace, it seems those foxes from the free cities still lack the courage to fight in person. The tattered prince stepped beside Quen, his tone laced with disdain as he looked out over the still waters. Otherwise, their fleet would already be anchored in the harbor. Quen's calm gaze swept over the distant fields. He shook his head, his voice low. Never underestimate a merchant's cunning or their resolve to spill blood by another's hand. They won't fill the trenches with their own blood, but they'll gladly use someone else's. The tattered prince frowned. Your Grace, are you saying? Quen's lips curved into a cold smile. Only a guess, but the answer will soon reveal itself. He raised his hand and gestured forward. The pyromancers and siege soldiers, already standing by, moved at once. The heavy catapult winches creaked as the thick wooden arms were slowly pulled down. Soldiers carefully loaded the glowing jars into the slings. On Mir's ramparts, the officers' faces turned deathly pale. They recognized those jars. In fortress after fortress, it had been this hellish green fire that melted strong walls and devoured countless lives. Rumors of the Easterners' wildfire had already spread through the city. They had tried to recreate it, but the siege had cut off their vital ore supply. Without the materials, even their pyromancers were helpless. Now, despair settled over them like a shroud. Scatter! Quickly, get off the walls! The officer's scream broke with terror, but it was already too late. Whir thump! The catapults roared, tearing through the heavy air. Countless jars of death soared into the sky, arcing before smashing into Mir's scarred walls. Crash! Clatter! The earthenware shattered on impact. Thick, foul-smelling green liquid splattered across the battlements, drenching terrified slave soldiers. A heartbeat later, a flaming arrow streaked through the air, plunging into the spreading green slime. Boom! The blast was deafening. A blinding emerald flame surged upward, alive and ravenous. It licked at stone and swallowed flesh alike. The burning slaves barely had time to scream before they became writhing green torches, their skin crackling and blackening under the blazing light. Stone cracked and crumbled in the searing heat, bricks bursting and falling away in chunks. In moments, the ramparts became a vision of hell, green fire roaring and churning, the air thick with heat, the stench of burning flesh, and the suffocating weight of despair. The first wave of flames had barely subsided when the second wave of wildfire projectiles descended. They struck another section of the wall, some even crossing the ramparts and landing within the city. More green pillars of fire shot skyward, mercilessly engulfing soldiers attempting to rush the breach or seek cover. Piercing screams, the sizzle of burning flesh, and the thunderous roar of collapsing walls echoed throughout Mir. Tattered Prince gazed at the all-consuming green flames and addressed Quen earnestly. Your Grace, once the wildfire subsides, my wind-blown company will lead the charge to level this city. Quen gave a slight nod, yet his gaze remained fixed sharply upon the seemingly tranquil eastern plains. In the distance, something appeared to be charging toward them. His instincts had never failed him. At that very moment, rumble, rumble! A deep, resonant thunderous roar began to echo faintly from the distant horizon. At first faint, it rapidly intensified, like countless giant drums beating simultaneously across the heavens and earth. The soldiers, who had been cheering excitedly during the wildfire assault, fell instantly silent. With a hint of unease and confusion, they gazed toward the grey-blue horizon in the east. The sound drew nearer, growing ever louder. It was no longer mere thunder, it was the terrifying roar of countless hooves pounding the earth, interwoven with primal, feral snarls and roars. The sound coalesced into an invisible wave, rolling forward with a fury that threatened to shatter everything in its path. Rumble! As if the earth itself had split open at its edge. A writhing, expanding black tide suddenly appeared on the eastern horizon. It was a terrifying flood of countless war horses and riders. Bare-chested beneath painted leather vests, they brandished blood-stained arak, charging forward on horseback. Tens of thousands of Dothraki war horses. They coalesced into an unstoppable torrent of steel, sweeping toward Quen's flank and rear ranks with a savage momentum that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Dothraki! Dothraki! A soldier shrieked, his voice warped by terror. The morale that had just soared on the wings of wildfire plummeted into an icy abyss. Faced with this world-renowned horseman tribe, famed for savagery and destruction, the overwhelming pressure made many new recruits' legs turn to jelly, their faces as pale as paper. 30,000? Perhaps even more. This was a terrifying force that seemed almost impossible to defeat. Tattered Prince's face twisted in horror as he snapped toward Quen. Your Grace! This! Even his elite wind-blown company couldn't withstand such a massive cavalry charge. Yet Quen showed no sign of panic. Instead, a cold, expected smile spread across his face. Behold, the reinforcements from the free cities have arrived. They spare their own lives, yet spare no gold to buy the lives of the Dothraki to fill the breach. Jalana! Chai Yik! Sound the order! Form ranks! Long shields to the front, spears and halberds to the rear. Prepare to meet the enemy. Military orders are as immutable as mountains. Well-trained soldiers suppressed their fear under the officers' roar and swiftly reorganized their formation. At the very front, the towering, heavily armored Dragon Soul Guards stood like immovable rocks. They slammed their massive tower shields into the ground, their spiked edges sinking deep into the earth, forming a steel barrier. In the second and third ranks, Dragon Soul Guards extended their 10-foot-long, razor-sharp long spears through specially designed gaps in their shields. The cold, gleaming spearheads formed a dense forest of steel briars, flashing with the icy glint of death. Behind them, the common soldiers took cover behind this iron wall, gripping their weapons tightly. Though their faces remained tense and their hands trembled, the formation had begun to stabilize. Almost the instant the formation solidified, the Dothraki tide crashed upon them. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Shadow of the Dragon. However, the roaring warriors at the front and their war horses suddenly let out piercing, desperate cries without warning, vanishing into the ground beneath them. Quen's lips curled into a cold smile. To guard against ambushes, he had long since ordered his men to dig deep trenches across the eastern plains of the battlefield, concealing them under layers of camouflage. The cavalry behind had no time to react. Driven by sheer momentum, they crashed one after another into the pits, or were trampled into the mud by the hooves of their comrades. 1 trench, 2 trenches, 3 trenches, 5 or 6 deep rifts swallowed hundreds of the leading elite. The Dothraki's famed charge was brutally disrupted and forced to a halt. The screams of horses, the cries of dying riders, and the sickening crunch of breaking bones blended into a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Though their speed faltered and their formation broke apart, the Dothraki's innate savagery erupted in full. Stepping over the bodies of fallen comrades, they roared with renewed fury and charged again toward the iron wall. Thud! 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 Like waves crashing against a cliff, the raging cavalry slammed into the tower shield line of the Dragon Soul Guards. The tremendous impact sent tremors through the front-line defenders, the earth itself sinking beneath their feet. Yet, with inhuman strength and superior armor, they withstood the first and fiercest impact. Long spears shot out like venomous serpents through the gaps in the shields, skewering horse bellies and impaling riders with precise, deadly thrusts. In moments, men and horses toppled, blood splattering everywhere. But there were simply too many Dothraki. They came on like an endless tide, fearless and unrelenting, throwing their bodies against the steel wall. At last, a section of the shield line began to buckle under the repeated collisions. Several Dragon Soul Guards staggered backward under the immense pressure. A gap was torn open in an instant. The ferocious Dothraki cavalry surged through like floodwaters breaking a dam, roaring as they poured in. Kill! Quen's voice thundered across the field. 800 heavily armored Dragon Soul cavalrymen, who had long awaited the order, charged down the southern hillside and smashed into the Dothraki flank, their lances driving deep into the enemy's disordered ranks. The heavy spears punched cleanly through flesh, while iron-clad war horses crushed their lighter foes, snapping bones and scattering riders. In an instant, the elite cavalry tore a bloody path through the enemy lines. Yet the Dothraki's numbers were overwhelming. They quickly split their forces, some continuing to press the main breach, others turning to surround the elite cavalry. The battlefield descended into chaos. The clash of steel, the screams of men and horses, and the dying wails filled the air in a terrible symphony. The Dragon Soul Guards, with their armor and strength, held their ground in the melee, but the ordinary soldiers suffered heavy losses. The lines wavered in several places. Blood soaked the earth. The battle had become a brutal deadlock. Quen cleaved through a roaring warrior who tried to ambush him, his brow furrowing deeply. The tattered prince, drenched in blood, rushed to his side and shouted, "Your Grace! We must find Therkel and cut off his head. If not, they'll grind us down to the last man." Quen's gaze flashed like lightning across the vast, chaotic battlefield, his heart sinking. Finding Therkel was easier said than done. He possessed a magical greatbow capable of taking a man's head from 1,000 feet away, but amid this chaos, Therkel's figure was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to speak, a shock rippled through him, an unmistakable, soul-deep tremor. Something was awakening in the distant heavens, bound to him by blood. Roar! A thunderous, soul-shaking roar tore through the sky, echoing across the blood-soaked battlefield. The sound carried both majesty and fury, drowning out every clash and cry below. Both the frenzied Dothraki and the desperate defenders froze where they stood, weapons still in hand, eyes lifting in awe and terror toward the blinding heights above. A massive crimson figure plunged from the clouds. Over 30 feet long, its body was covered in scales that shimmered under the sun with a blood diamond brilliance. Its vast forewings were nearly transparent, while the hind limbs connected to taut, powerful membranes, granting it breathtaking agility in the air. With an elegant yet forceful spiral, it descended, stirring a storm of howling wind. Blood Dancer! Its molten gold eyes burned with fury as it gazed coldly down upon the battlefield, where countless lives clashed below like ants. Dragon! Dragon! It's a dragon! A chorus of terrified screams erupted among the Dothraki ranks. For a people who worshipped strength and revered the natural world, dragons were creatures of myth, ancient horrors spoken of only in song. Now, that myth had taken form before them. Fear spread swiftly through the warriors who moments ago had fought without fear of death. But the shock was far from over. Roar! Roar! Two more cries resounded across the heavens, each brimming with power and majesty. Behind Blood Dancer, two smaller shapes tore through the clouds, one silver, one purple. Silverfall's scales gleamed like flowing mercury, radiant and cold under the sunlight. Dusk Shadow, cloaked in deep violet armor, shimmered like the starlit depths of a midnight sky. The three dragons circled above the battlefield, their thunderous roars shaking the earth, their shadows draping the land like the omen of doomsday. Quen watched Blood Dancer wheel through the sky, a long suppressed smile spreading across his face. Janis had written to him before the three dragons had grown strong enough to be ridden into battle. This was the hidden trump card he had prepared, the force to turn the tide. Janis descended astride Dusk Shadow, landing beside him. "Your Grace, I'm late." Quen smiled. "No, you've come at the perfect time." Then he turned to Jelena, battle lust igniting in his eyes. "Jelena, let us ride our dragons and crush the enemy together." The tattered prince and the surrounding wind-blown warriors stood frozen in awe. The legendary dragon riders of old now stood before them, alive and real. Sensing its master's call, Blood Dancer let out a low rumble and plunged downward, its massive wings churning the air. The dragon's serpentine neck swung toward a cluster of Dothraki horsemen attempting to approach, and a blinding crimson glow began to burn deep within its throat. Roar boom! A torrent of dragon fire, thick as molten rock and burning like the heart of the sun, erupted forth, swallowing the horsemen and their steeds in an instant. They had no time to scream. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to blackened ash and twisted bone under the infernal heat. Each dragon bore a specially designed saddle crafted by Maester Qyburn. Quen vaulted onto Blooddancer's broad, muscular back, gripping the iron handles of the saddle. Yelena moved with swift grace, mounting Silverfall as the silver dragon rumbled softly in greeting. Roar! All three dragons roared as one, their enormous wings beating the air in unison, stirring a storm that swept across the battlefield. Carrying their riders, the three dragons ascended into the heavens, then dove unstoppable, merciless toward the Dothraki horde, their descent blazing with fire and fury. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Mad Dance of the Dragon. Three colossal dragons, bearing their riders, plunged toward the chaotic Dothraki horde. Blooddancer, Dracarys! Quen's command rang out amid the roaring winds. Roar! Blooddancer answered with an ear-shattering roar. The largest and fiercest of the crimson dragons lit up once more, the depths of its throat glowing with a hellish red light, burning as fiercely as the heart of a furnace. Instead of striking the Dothraki locked in combat with Quen's vanguard, it fixed its sights on a distant cluster of cavalry regrouping to bypass the trench traps and launch another charge. Boom! A torrent of blood-red dragon fire, thicker and hotter than before, erupted from Blooddancer's fanged maw. The inferno swept across the field, spanning dozens of feet. The air itself ignited, screaming with a high-pitched shriek as heat distorted the world. Riders and horses caught directly in the flames were reduced to charcoal and ash in an instant, like wax statues cast into molten steel. Those caught at the edge became writhing, blood-red torches, letting out inhuman wails as their bodies twisted and melted in the unbearable heat. Terrified war horses reared and screamed, throwing their riders before being crushed under the stampede of their own ranks. Within moments, that stretch of land turned into a smoking wasteland, a death zone reeking of scorched flesh. Dozens of elite howling warriors, along with their prized steeds, vanished in a single breath from Blooddancer. The dragon fire did more than burn flesh, it broke the spirit. The sheer force of it shattered the will of all who saw it, leaving them trembling in terror. The path of its flame carved a blackened scar across the earth, smoke rising in waves, thick with the stench of sulfur and death. On the other flank, Yelena guided Silverfall high above a group of Dothraki horsemen showering arrows upon the infantry ranks. Silverfall, Dracarys! Her voice rang clear and cold as ice. Roar! Silverfall answered with a piercing cry, twisting gracefully through the air to evade the arrows streaking toward it. Its massive jaws opened wide, and a flood of blinding, silvery white fire erupted forth. The flames, hot enough to melt steel, shone with an eerie silver radiance as they cascaded downward. In an instant, the Dothraki cavalry below were engulfed, men and horses alike consumed by silvery fire. Seeing Quen and Yelena already in action, Janis urged Dusk Shadow into a steep dive. Dusk Shadow roared as it descended, circling over an elite Dothraki detachment attempting to flank the main force. Its mouth opened, and a torrent of dark violet flame poured downward like a living storm. Boom! The deep purple fire clung to everything it touched, burning with feral intensity. The howling warriors caught beneath it melted like butter, their screams drowned by the roar of the flames. War horses shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly before collapsing into blazing heaps of purple fire. Blood red, silver white, and deep violet, three dragons, three infernos. Their flames intertwined, turning the battlefield into a molten crucible. Each dive, each breath of dragon fire, ripped massive wounds through the endless tide of Dothraki warriors. Fear spread like wildfire. Even the fiercest of the howling warriors, faced with such overwhelming destruction, could only succumb to pure, unrestrained terror. Dragon! A fire-breathing demon! Khal! Great Khal Drogo, save us! Run! Run now! Get away from this burning hell! Panic erupted like a collapsing mountain and surging tide. Countless Dothraki horsemen wheeled their mounts around, fleeing in blind terror. They trampled over one another, their formation disintegrating into chaos. Yet, at the very heart of the battlefield, one man stood tall and unmoving. Khal Drogo stood bare-chested, his bronze-hued body sculpted like forged iron. Muscles coiled and rippled beneath his skin, and the countless scars crisscrossing his frame gleamed like the hard-earned badges of a warrior's glory. His braid long enough to brush his ankles and adorned with silver and gold bells that marked his undefeated record whipped violently in the hot wind, ringing with a clear, lethal rhythm. Beneath him, his warhorse snorted and pawed at the ground, the beast's strength and agitation barely held in check by Drogo's iron grip on the reins and the strength of his legs. No fear darkened Drogo's face, only the burning fire of fury and exhilaration. His hawk-like eyes pierced through the smoke and chaos, fixing on the largest dragon in the sky, the crimson beast that breathed rivers of flame, and the rider astride its back, Quen. Coward. A coward who hides behind his fire monster. Khal Drogo's voice thundered in Dothraki, a roar that shook the air itself. Bring me my bow. At once, his blood riders moved to obey. Among them, the short, stocky, bald Qhohalo swiftly unfastened a massive, double-curved bow from his saddle. Its body was a deep, glossy black, its limbs curving with perfect symmetry, smooth, powerful, and deadly. The bowstring, woven from nearly transparent strands of sinew, shimmered faintly in the light. A dragon bone bow. Unmatched in all the world, its power was legendary. The arrows it loosed could pierce even the thickest plate armor. Qhohalo held it out with both hands, his eyes blazing with devotion and faith. Khal Drogo took the heavy weapon, his gaze hard as tempered steel. He drew in a deep breath. His arm muscles bulged, veins rising beneath his skin as he began to pull the bowstring back. The mighty dragon bone bow, which would take several strong men to bend, yielded slowly, inch by inch, to his strength alone. The bow arced like a full moon, vibrating with a low, humming resonance as if the weapon itself recognized the will of its master. Ako stepped forward, handing him a specially crafted arrow, its barbed tip gleaming with cold, lethal light. Drogo's eyes locked on his prey like a hunting hawk's. Through smoke and distance, his gaze fixed on the figure atop Blooddancer's back, Quen. He steadied his breathing, adjusted his aim to account for the dragon's movement, and poured every ounce of his strength, rage, and pride into that one arrow. Die! With a roar like thunder, Drogo released the string. Whoosh! Shriek! The dragon bone arrow screamed through the sky, the sound splitting the air like a banshee's cry. It flew so fast that it left a shimmering blur in its wake. The scorching air tore apart before it as the arrow shot forward, carrying lethal power, aimed precisely at Quen atop Blooddancer. Qhohalo, Hago, Qotho, and the other blood riders held their breath, their eyes wide and unblinking. Their hearts pounded violently in their chests, every beat echoing their unshakable belief. The Great Khal would strike down the dragon rider with this single arrow. But just as the arrow was about to hit its mark, Blooddancer's massive neck, covered in dark red scales thick as armor, suddenly lifted, as if reacting by instinct alone. Clang! A sharp, metallic crack rang through the heavens like clashing steel. The arrow, carrying all of Drogo's strength and fury, struck squarely against one of Blooddancer's broadest scales. The head, forged to pierce even the finest armor, twisted and crumpled on impact. The shaft snapped in half, spinning helplessly as it fell from the sky. On Blooddancer's neck, the strike left only the faintest pale mark, no crack, no wound, nothing at all. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, My Arrows Never Fail. No. Beside Khal Drogo, the Kos and blood riders who had witnessed the scene stood frozen, the fervor and anticipation on their faces turning to pure disbelief. In their place came horror and despair. The dragonbone bow they had revered as an invincible weapon capable of piercing any armor had failed to even scratch the scales of that colossal dragon. It shattered everything they believed in. Their faith, their courage, their pride all crumbled in an instant. A wave of fear and hopelessness crashed over them like a storm. For the first time, a trace of shock and doubt flickered in Khal Drogo's eyes. His knuckles turned white from the pressure of his grip on the dragonbone bow. High above, Quen felt the faint vibration of the arrow striking Blood Dancer's scales. He could see clearly the look of disbelief on Khal Drogo's face below and the despair spreading across his blood riders as their faith collapsed. A cold smile curved his lips, the killing intent in his eyes burning even brighter. "You thought the dragonbone bow could kill me? A bold attempt." His voice was cold and mocking. "But your bow just isn't worthy." Before the last word faded, Quen reached beside the saddle and drew a different bow, stranger, darker, radiating an ominous power. Its body gleamed with a deep, shadowed black, the curve of its limbs unnaturally fluid, like the spine of a living creature. Across the surface, dense crimson runes pulsed faintly, glowing with the rhythm of blood and magic. It was the dragonbone bow he had reforged and inscribed with blood sorcery. On the ground, Drogo and his blood riders froze at the sight of it. The dragon rider also wielded a dragonbone bow larger, darker, and far more dreadful than their own. Quen didn't spare them another glance. His movements were swift and precise. He drew a pitch-black arrow from his quiver, pulled the bowstring to its full length, and poured his magic into the weapon. Hum! A deep, resonant vibration filled the air, echoing like a drumbeat of destruction. The arrow burst into flame, glowing with an infernal light. "Now taste my bow." Quen's gaze locked on Khal Drogo below, who had just regained his composure and was reaching for his bow once more. "Khal! Look out!" Blood Rider Kohallo finally broke free from his shock, his voice cracking in desperation. He and Hago, Kotho, and the others threw themselves forward, trying in vain to shield their Khal from the deadly glow aimed at him. But they were far too late. Quen released the string. Whoosh! The flaming arrow screamed through the sky, a streak of crimson death moving faster than sight itself. It tore through the air, ignoring distance, resistance, and the futile movements below. It struck unerringly toward Khal Drogo's heart. Drogo's pupils widened to their limits. He saw the burning streak of light descending upon him. He tried to move, but against that supernatural speed, his body felt unbearably slow. Thud! A sharp, heavy sound split the air. The blazing arrow pierced Drogo's chest without resistance, shattering through flesh and bone, impaling his heart. His massive frame jerked violently, frozen mid-motion. He looked down in disbelief at the wound in his chest, a gaping hole the size of a bowl, its edges charred black. No blood flowed. Instead, sparks flickered from within, blooming like tiny stars. The flame caught the wind and roared to life, engulfing his entire body in an instant. Khal Drogo screamed a sound of pure agony that tore through the battlefield as fire consumed him whole. Time seemed to stop. Around him, the Kos and Blood Riders Kohallo, Hago, Kotho stood petrified, their faces drained of all color. Their eyes reflected nothing but shock and disbelief. They had seen the unstoppable arrow. They had seen it pierce their Khal's chest. And they had seen the moment the great Khal Drogo was devoured by fire. Khal. Kohallo's voice trembled. Impossible. Hago muttered, his gaze empty and unfocused. The great Drogo, he's... Kotho's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees with a thud, his hands clawing helplessly into the scorched earth. The mightiest Khal of the plains, the Horse Lord of Horse Lords, had not fallen to dragon fire, but to a flaming arrow from another, far greater dragonbone bow. His death, swift and absolute, defied belief. Khal. For a brief, stunned moment, silence reigned. Then came the Bloodriders' screams, raw, anguished howls that tore through the smoke and sky. Kohallo, Hago, and Kotho went mad. Their Cull's death had stripped away their last shred of reason. Avenge the Cull! Kill him! Kill that demon! They roared like beasts, their voices breaking as they snatched up their bows, loosing arrows wildly toward Quen. Fools who don't know death when it's already upon them. Quen's voice was cold as ice. Roar! 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 Blood Dancer, Silverfall, and Dusk Shadow answered with ear-splitting fury from above. 3 torrents of dragon fire, crimson, silver, and violet poured down together, merging into one inferno of annihilation. In an instant, the charging Blood Riders and their last followers were swallowed by fire. Boom! Their desperate charge vanished like moths plunging into flame. The battlefield fell into dead silence. Only the faint crackle of burning embers broke the stillness. Every Dothraki who had witnessed their Cull's death, who had seen the Blood Riders reduced to ash, felt the last spark of resistance snuffed out within them. Despair swept the plains. The remaining warriors, once fierce as storms, now screamed in terror, scattering like hunted animals in every direction. Quen, astride Blood Dancer, roared to his army, "Pursue the barbarians! Don't let a single one escape!" The Dragon Soul Guard heavy cavalry spurred forward, cutting off the fleeing horsemen. The soldiers, their morale surging, joined the chase with renewed vigor, capturing and cutting down those who ran. The tattered prince quickly rallied the wind-blown, barking orders as they swept out to pursue the scattered Dothraki. Blood Dancer let out another thunderous roar beneath Quen. Crimson dragon fire spewed into the sky before crashing down to earth, sealing the horsemen's path of retreat. Jelena and Janis understood immediately, commanding Silverfall and Dusk Shadow to unleash their flames as well, driving the terrified Dothraki to their knees in surrender. Quen watched the horsemen wailing and groveling for mercy, a dark satisfaction swelling in his chest. He didn't understand their tongue, but from the Cull's appearance, he was certain it had been Drogo himself. Khal Drogo, ruler of the largest Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea, had commanded more than 40,000 warriors and had never known defeat. Even if Drogo had not come for him, Quen would have sought him out eventually. Now, under the walls of Myr, the horsemen had been crushed completely, saving Quen the trouble. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, The Bloodshed at the Magister's Keep. The chaos and wailing of the battlefield slowly faded, the air thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh and sulfur. The Dothraki, once an unstoppable wave of roaring warriors, had now completely shattered. Countless Dothraki frantically lashed their horses, desperately trying to flee from the hellscape consumed by dragon fire. But the dragon's fiery breath, like serpents of flame, greedily scorched the earth, creating insurmountable walls of fire. Some Dothraki, their minds overtaken by fear, their eyes bloodshot, howled in desperation and tried to force their horses over the fiery barrier. The war horses shrieked in agony as they touched the viscous, lava-like flames, and in the blink of an eye, both rider and horse were reduced to blazing torches. Within moments, the charging warriors were nothing more than charred husks, curling into blackened remains, billowing smoke and releasing a nauseating stench. This horrific sight utterly broke the last shred of resistance from the remaining Dothraki. Clang! Clang! Scimitars and Dothraki bows were discarded onto the scorched, smoking earth. They tumbled off their horses, kneeling and raising their hands high, crying out in Dothraki, their voices filled with terror and pleas. "We surrender! We surrender! Spare our lives!" Quen's infantry phalanx and the wind-blown mercenaries surged forward, quickly regaining control of the situation. The soldiers moved with practiced precision, using rough, durable ropes to bind the Dothraki's hands behind their backs, securing them like bow-backed shrimp to ensure they could not resist. The defeated captives were then handed over to the slave soldiers in the rear. After defeating Lys, Quen had kept these slave soldiers as auxiliaries, now they were tasked with guarding the prisoners. The captives were herded into a temporary holding area, with the soldiers shouting at them to keep moving. "Jelena, Janis, follow me into Myr." Quen's voice cut through the howling wind, clear and precise to the two dragon knights. No more words were needed. The three colossal beasts roared in unison, their massive wings stirring up searing air currents as they soared upward, carrying their riders over the still ongoing battle below. They raced toward the distant city of Myr. When they reached the skies above Myr, the scene before them looked like something out of hell. The towering walls of the free city had become a terrifying river of emerald green flames. Wildfire, this magical flame created by the alchemists, raged upon the stone and brick, enveloping the sturdy battlements, arrow towers, and even the massive city gates in an eerie, green glow. The flames spread silently, leaving sizzling marks on the stone as they moved, twisting and blackening whatever they touched. The defenders on the walls had long since given up. Soldiers who had narrowly escaped the wildfire's grip threw down their helmets and armor, screaming as they scrambled desperately across the narrow ramparts, hopelessly trying to evade the relentless flames. Many were pushed by their comrades, falling over the wall's edges, their bodies crashing to the ground below in a brutal, shattering impact. Inside the city, the scene was even more chaotic. Terrified citizens filled the streets, their eyes turned upward in disbelief, faces twisted in horror. 3 dragons, each a different color, circled overhead. The shadows cast by their wings swept over palaces with stained glass domes, towering obelisks, and narrow, winding streets. Each beat of their wings whipped up fierce gusts of wind that made banners snap and tiles rattle from the roofs. The cries of children, the shrieks of women, and the desperate prayers of men blended together in the chaos. Riding atop Blood Dancer, Quen's eyes locked onto the most grand and opulent structure at the center of the city, the Magister's Mansion of Myr. Built from pale pink marble, inlaid with gold leaf and colorful glass, it boasted a massive circular dome and numerous fountains in its sprawling gardens. "We'll storm the Magister's Mansion in Myr together," Quen declared coldly. The 3 colossal dragons instantly split apart, diving toward the palace. Blooddancer's massive form plummeted like a meteorite, the destructive crimson light building deep within its throat before exploding in a violent eruption. Boom! A thick, viscous pillar of blood-red flame, as dense as a lava waterfall, crashed into the vast fountain plaza in front of the Magister's Mansion. Exquisite marble statues, carefully trimmed palm trees, and the vibrant mosaic ground melted and vaporized like wax figures the instant they were touched by the fire. The water in the fountain pool boiled and evaporated instantly, erupting with a deafening roar as scalding white mist billowed upwards, blocking out the sky. The pillar of fire did not stop, it continued to sweep across the Magister's Mansion's sturdy main gate and the guard towers flanking it. The heavy iron-clad oak doors twisted and burned like paper in the blood-red flames. The guards on the towers barely had time to scream before being instantly carbonized, armor and all, leaving nothing but their charred silhouettes, burned into the walls that had also melted and collapsed under the heat. Silverfall fixed its gaze on a towering defensive arrow tower on the west side of the Magister's Mansion, riddled with firing ports. A few heavy crossbows were still trying to shoot at it. Whoosh crackle! A torrent of blindingly pure silver-white flames poured down, engulfing the entire tower with precise accuracy. The moment the silver flames touched it, the stone shattered under the immense force, while the metal components of the crossbows melted and dripped away in the extreme heat. The defenders within the tower, along with their weapons and armor, were instantly consumed by the flames. Janice, riding the deep purple dusk shadow, schemed low over the gardens and servant quarters to the east of the Magister's Mansion, her massive jaws wide open. Surging, churning flames of deep purple rushed downward. These flames didn't carry the terrifying heat of the others. Instead, they clung to the exquisite pavilions and lush gardens like living things, burning with a frenzied intensity. Precious silk curtains blackened and carbonized instantly, while the carefully cultivated exotic flowers withered and turned to ash within the purple flames. Servants and guards fleeing through the gardens were swept up by the purple fire, writhing in agony before succumbing to death. The tricolored dragon fire rampaged through the opulent Magister residence complex. At the heart of the palace, the Pearl Hall. The dome, inlaid with countless mother-of-pearl and colored glass, trembled violently, sending a cascade of dust falling. Several glass windows shattered from the shockwaves of distant dragon fire, letting the blaze outside shine through, terrifying the magisters within. The obese first magister slumped in his ivory throne, a symbol of supreme authority. His purple gold velvet robe was soaked with cold sweat. The fleshy folds on his face quivered with fear, his lips trembling, but no words came out. The other members of the Magister's Council, those usually aloof, calculating merchant nobles, had lost all their composure. Some collapsed to the floor, dark stains spreading beneath them. Some clung desperately to the columns, their fingernails digging into the smooth marble, leaving white marks. Others staggered around the hall like headless flies, circling in hopelessness, emitting meaningless whimpers. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, The Siege of Myr, Mizo's Intelligence. Boom! A deafening roar, far more terrifying than any tremor before, seemed to shake the very foundations of the palace. The Pearl Hall's proud double doors adorned with ivory, jewels, and depictions of Myr's glorious history exploded inward with a thunderous crash, along with nearly half of the surrounding wall, thick and heavy, carved with bas-reliefs of the gods. A crimson dragon fire, blazing with blinding red light and unbearable heat, forcibly tore its way in from the outside. Massive stone fragments flew into the hall, crashing onto the floor with dull thuds and instantly setting the precious carpets ablaze. Smoke, debris, sparks, and scorching air rushed into the hall like a tsunami. The searing heat engulfed every corner, blinding those caught in it. The temperature within the hall skyrocketed, turning it into a furnace. Through the massive breach, a suffocating crimson form slowly lowered its head. Its massive skull, covered in thick, blood-red scales, pushed its way in. Vertical pupils, blazing with molten gold fury, scanned the humans inside with cold indifference. The destructive crimson glow deep in its throat hadn't yet died out, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A low, threatening growl rolled from its chest, reverberating like muffled thunder, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Upon the neck of this monstrous dragon, a figure stood like a demon god. Quen. Clad in Valyrian steel armor, his black hair whipped by the wind, his face was chiseled, almost sculpted in its handsomeness. His gaze was colder than the dragon's own, utterly still, exuding the absolute indifference of one who looks down upon mere dust. Mounted upon the world-ending beast, he slowly entered the Pearl Hall. Blooddancer's colossal form forced its way into the chamber. Its forelegs, claws digging into the ground, braced against the floor. Each heavy step of its dragon claws sent vibrations through the entire hall. The intense heat and sulphurous stench from its body immediately filled the space. Ah! A dragon! A dragon has entered! Gods! Save us! Witnessing this nightmare-like scene, the Pearl Hall descended into utter chaos. The magisters let out heart-rending screams. Some fainted, foaming at the mouth. Others knelt, banging their heads against the scorching ground, producing dull thuds. The obese first magister slid from his throne, collapsing into a heap of filth, his bowels and bladder emptying as a foul stench spread. He could only emit gasping, wheezing sounds like a broken bellows. Terror had completely stolen his ability to speak. Quen's gaze swept slowly over this grotesque assembly of power-hungry figures, finally settling on the collapsed magister. Myr's rulers. Did you really think allying with the Dothraki could hold back the storm? He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking onto the obese figure. Especially you. It was you who conspired with the rulers of the other free cities to summon those savages, wasn't it? Did you think hiding in your gilded palaces, playing your power games woven from gold and lies, would keep you safe? The first magister, crumpled on the floor, shuddered violently and pleaded, "It wasn't us. It was Bravus and Volantis. They came up with the plan. Lo Quen's voice rose sharply, how dare you claim you weren't involved? Enough talk. Remember this, the moment you chose to greet me with swords and treachery, you forfeited any right to negotiate. His gaze swept once more over the pale-faced members of the Magister's Council. Your so-called free cities were built upon the blood and tears of slaves, upon betrayal and conspiracy. Its foundations have long been hollowed out by your own greed and folly. Today is merely the inevitable collapse of a rotting structure. Myr needs a new order. And you, the remnants of the old era, along with your filthy deals and the blood of your betrayals. Lo Quen gently patted the thick-scaled neck of Blood Dancer, issuing his command. Instantly, the crimson glow deep within the dragon's throat surged violently. Its massive head turned toward the Magisters, now collapsed on the ground like lambs awaiting slaughter. No. Spare me. Lord, spare me. Gold. I have gold. I'll give you everything. The pleas for mercy, wails, and desperate screams reached a fever pitch, but it was all too late. Roar! A massive, blood-red pillar of molten lava erupted from the Blood Dancer's maw. In the instant the pillar engulfed them, the ornate robes, the bloated bodies, the terrified, twisted faces, the priceless jewels, everything was vaporized in a flash, not even a scream escaping. Only a charred, gaping crater remained where they once stood. Lo Quen cast a cold glance at the scene before gently tugging the reins, guiding Blood Dancer to move away. Blood Dancer let out a satisfied growl, slowly retreating as its massive form squeezed back through the hole it had melted open, returning to the burning palace grounds. Lo Quen, mounted on Blood Dancer, soared into the sky, with Jelena and Janice following closely behind on Silverfall and Dusk Shadow. 3 colossal dragons circled above the ruins of the Magister's mansion, where thick smoke billowed and flames roared, their immense shadows casting over the shattered city below. On the ground, surviving citizens and soldiers gazed up at the 3 fearsome dragons, staring at the still-burning Magister's mansion. The last traces of their will to resist crumbled away. Countless people dropped to their knees, their foreheads pressed to the ground, whimpering in fear. Myr, the jewel of the 9 free cities, renowned for its craftsmanship, had fallen. After Myr's capture, Lo Quen got to work, directing his forces to seize control of the entire city. As the wealthiest of the 3 daughter free cities, taking Myr was of immense significance for Lo Quen. Soon, all supplies and prisoners were accounted for. The wealth of the Myrish people was laid bare before Lo Quen for the first time. The treasury held approximately 1 million golden dragons worth of Myrish iron coins. Since these coins, like those of Tyrosh, held low value, when soldiers opened the Magister's storehouses, the coins practically spilled out. Additionally, Lo Quen captured nearly 30,000 Dothraki shouting warriors, along with 100,000 war horses. Several days later, Lo Quen received 2 reports from Mizo. First, Tywin was rampaging through the Riverlands after Catelyn had captured the Imp. With Jaime staying in King's Landing, Tywin marched 20,000 men toward Pink Maiden Castle, while Sir Kevan Lannister led another 15,000 east toward Golden Tooth. The Hound was sent to raid and pillage the Riverlands countryside. Second, Eddard Stark had been imprisoned in the Red Keep dungeons by King Robert for treason. Jon Snow's true identity had caused an uproar across the 7 kingdoms. Nobles, knights, and even bards in taverns and inns were discussing the matter. In an instant, Lord Eddard's honor was shattered, and he became the target of scathing criticism. Lo Quen wrote another letter to Mizo, instructing him to find a way to deliver the letters to both King Robert and Great Lord Tywin. As for how Mizo would discreetly arrange for his intelligence agents to carry out the task, that depended entirely on the spies he had planted throughout Westeros. Lo Quen carefully stored the letters. He could hardly wait to see the drama unfold in Westeros. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, The Young Wolf. Winterfell, the Great Hall. A bitter wind howled outside Winterfell's ancient, thick stone walls, lashing against the tall, narrow glass windows. Inside the hall, Thick oak logs crackled in the massive stone hearth. The flames radiated enough heat to push back the north's chill, yet they could not dispel the cold and heavy atmosphere that hung in the air. Robb Stark sat upright in the broad seat his father, Lord Eddard Stark, had always occupied. The chair still felt too large and imposing for his 13-year-old frame. Beside him sat his younger brother, Bran, his clear eyes filled with confusion and unease. Standing nearby was an elderly man, Maester Luwin. 8 long tables in the center of the hall were covered with mead, beets, roasted onions, venison, apple-stuffed goose, and black bread. Around the tables, the vassals and lords who had answered the Stark call from all corners of the north stood or sat. Their armor gleamed, their cloaks varied, each emblazoned with the insignia of their house. The red and silver gauntlet banner of House Glover, the great black bear banner of House Mormont, the flayed man banner of the Dread Fort, the moose banner of House Hornwood, the battle-axe banner of House Searwyn, the towering 3 sentinels banner of House Tallheart, and the terrifying banner of the Shattered Chain and roaring giant of House Amber. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and burning charcoal, but more potent was the oppressive feeling of a storm about to break. Robb clutched several crumpled sheets of parchment in his fist, knuckles white from the pressure. He had just finished reading aloud 2 messages from King's Landing in front of all his vassals, his voice strained to contain the volcanic fury building inside him. The first was a decree from King Robert, countersigned by the small council. In cold, official language, it announced that former hand of the king, Lord Eddard Stark, had been imprisoned in the Red Keep dungeons for high treason. Lord Eddard was accused of harboring and raising Jon Snow, the bastard-born of the late Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, with treacherous intent. The letter commanded Winterfell to immediately dispatch a message to Howland Reed at Greywater Watch, instructing him to swear allegiance to King Robert. Additionally, the letter warned that any aid given to the traitor Eddard Stark and his house would be deemed an act of treason against the Iron Throne. The second letter was an urgent dispatch from Lady Catelyn via messenger Raven. It detailed her abduction of Tyrion Lannister at the Crossroads Inn, followed by Lord Tywin's march into the Riverlands and the atrocities committed by his troops: murder, pillage, and arson. The letter mentioned the siege of Riverrun, where Lady Catelyn's father, Lord Hoster Tully, and her brother, Edmure Tully, were struggling to hold their ground. The contents of both letters exploded like twin thunderclaps in the already tense hall. Dead silence. Only the crackling of the hearth fire and the howling wind outside the windows could be heard clearly. The expressions of every northern lord froze: shock, disbelief, rage, suspicion. A whirlwind of emotions churned in their eyes. Robb sprang to his feet, his youthful face flushed crimson with fury. The blue eyes he'd inherited from his mother burned with icy fire. He held the letter aloft, his voice thick with agitation. Treason! Harboring a bastard! Plotting treachery! Robb's voice rose sharply. They say my father, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, a man who lived by honor, who valued his oaths above his life, committed treason. He slammed the letter onto the long table, scattering its pages. This is slander. A complete and utter lie. A conspiracy from the Iron Throne. His chest heaved as he swept his gaze across the assembled lords. Robert Baratheon imprisoned my father because he revealed the truth that Renly Baratheon murdered Lord Jon Arryn to seize power. My mother detained Tyrion Lannister only to uncover the truth about Bran's attack. And what did the Baratheons, Lannisters, and Tyrells do? They threw my father into a dungeon with these vile lies. Robb's voice brimmed with youthful ferocity and insulted fury, tinged with the unmistakable ache of his father's imprisonment. He refused to believe the accusations from the Iron Throne, his mind fixed solely on marching south to rescue his father. His dire wolf, Grey Wind, had lain quietly at his feet until now. Sensing his master's fury, the beast lifted its massive head, a low, threatening growl rumbling from deep in its throat. Its ghostly green eyes swept the hall, causing some of the timid attendants to step back in fear. Beside him, Maester Luwin's cloudy eyes were fixed on Robb, his brow furrowed. He seemed to want to speak, but the weight of the moment made him swallow his words. Robb's accusations crashed like a boulder into a calm lake, sending ripples through the room. Lord Ricard Karstark slammed his fist on the table, sending cups and plates scattering. These southern bastards! His beard bristled, his eyes blazing. Lord Eddard is the Lord of the North. How dare they slander him like this? This is an insult to every house in the North. We must march south and show those scum, with sword and blood, that the North never forgets. As Eddard's old friend, his loyalty was unquestionable, and his fury burned hottest. Lord Wyman Manderley wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This is terrible. Lord Eddard, treason? How could that be? And that boy? Jon Snow. He was clearly shaken by the explosive revelation about Jon's lineage. His eyes flickered, weighing the potential impact this news could have on House Stark's reputation and the political storm it might stir. The Glover brothers, Galbart and Robert, exchanged worried glances. Galbart spoke in a low voice. Anger won't solve anything. If we march south, we'll be pitting ourselves against every house in the realm. They hold vast armies. Reclaiming Lord Eddard by force won't be easy. We must first verify the truth, and see if there's any room left in the king's stance. Lady Daisy Mormont, standing 6 feet tall and slender, spoke next. Her mother, Lady Maedge, had answered Lord Eddard's call and perished in the waters off Bloodstone Isle. Her sharp gaze swept the room and finally landed on Robb. The truth? The truth is that Lord Eddard is imprisoned. The Warden of the North has suffered this outrage. Are we to sit here debating whether the king's stance might shift? Bear Island may be small, but I, Daisy Mormont, am ready to fight for House Stark. Lord Helman Tallheart and Lady Lysa Flint remained silent, their brows furrowed. It wasn't that they lacked loyalty, but their lands were remote and barren, their strength limited. The tremendous cost and risk of war made them instinctively uneasy. They needed clearer leadership and a better chance of victory. Among all the reactions, Roose Bolton was the most composed, even cold. Dressed in a plain grey woolen cloak, his face was pale, his lips thin and nearly bloodless. His eyes, so light they were nearly colourless, resembled 2 pools of ice water, betraying no emotion at all. As Robb raged with fury, Roose merely lowered his eyelids slightly, as if admiring his pale, slender fingers or the fine stitching on his cuffs. When the shocking news of Jon's lineage was revealed, his nearly colourless pupils contracted imperceptibly, then returned to their usual, dead calm. He neither leapt from his seat like Karstark nor panicked like Manderley. He simply sat quietly, like an uninvolved bystander. When the clamour of anger and argument had finally died down, he slowly lifted his head and spoke in a voice soft as a whisper, yet clear enough for all to hear. Lord Robb, your anger is justified. The fate of Lord Eddard is a disgrace to all men of the North. Yet rage is the privilege of the young. As your advisors, we must prioritize prudence. If the allegations in the letter about Jon Snow's lineage prove true, we must consider an alternative course that avoids open conflict. He trailed off, leaving a pause filled with meaning. Roose Bolton was reminding everyone that the charges of treason against Eddard weren't entirely unfounded. At the very least, they gave the Iron Throne factual grounds to exploit, making any attempt to rescue him all the more complicated and politically risky. The best solution, he implied, was to hand Jon Snow over and end the farce once and for all. The room quickly grasped his meaning, and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Seeing this, Robb frowned, about to speak. Just then, a booming, coarse voice, full of impatience, rang out like a clap of thunder, drowning out all other discussion. Enough! Enough of this endless dithering. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.